Okay, now I'm live. Is that right? Am I live? All good? No, I don't want graphics. I want audio. Is that good? How's that sounding on? That's good right there, actually. Okay. Am I live now? Can you all see me? Hello. We all good? Is this working? Hi. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yes, it's working. Hello, everybody. Guess I could try and move that there. There we go. Yeah. Let's do that. Okay. Hi! Oh, man. So, actually, is there... there's no good way to do this where I get to see my stream and the game at the same time, is there? There's really not. It's a little annoying, but what can you do? And also, the way the game works is if I click out of it, then the audio just completely goes away. I'm just going to have to leave it like as is. So I have no way of seeing how many people are watching the stream or how many people are liking the stream, but I can see the chat. Hi, Orange Llama. Always nice to see channel members. Hello, cool man. Okay, good. We're live. Welcome to this stream. So, starting out the stream, obviously we got Kerbal Space Program 2 here. I also have pulled up, which I will get to when we get to it, the live stream for the launch of tonight's mission, Crew-6, going to the International Space Station. I've got the patch here, so when it launches, or when the live stream goes live, I'll have it up as a little corner window. There, over there, way over there. Okay, so I'll have it as its own video. We'll be able to watch that while I stream. But since that doesn't go live for another 3 hours, I figure I may as well just focus on the game. So yeah, Crew-6 launches tonight, sending 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. Kerbal Space Program just released on Friday. This is my first chance getting to play it. Literally my first time playing Kerbal Space Program 2. Looking forward to that. Hi, Orca and Kiwi, how are you doing? Hi, Tills' Bubs. In the UK? Yeah, I completely understand. I'm going to be staying up until midnight myself because, let's see. The launch of the Crew Dragon is 7 hours from now, so going to be here a while. But that's fine because I got Kerbal Space Program 2. What I want to do today is at least try and get a mission landed on the moon and sent back safely. And just from the sheer amount of difficulty curve that I've got to go through, I'm going to have to learn how to do this. Is there any way that I can bump up the graphics on this, actually? Might have to fiddle around a little, because the preview window is really small over here on this. Yeah. Continue. I know I played Kerbal Space Program 1 all the time. I just... see, how do I... Oh, that's much better. Can I still see the chat? Not really, though. Oh, if I do a pop-out chat, that would... no, it wouldn't. Shoot. How about that? No, that's the exact same window it was. Okay, 1280 by 720. Here we go. How's that look on stream? It completely ruined the layout of the... well, let me fix that here. There we go. There we go. That looks right. Okay. Okay, it's just going to have to be a really tiny window for me. That's fine. Okay. I just want to get a rocket made first. I want to take baby steps here. I want to make a rocket that can go up. And also, I've learned from watching a lot of other people. Wow. That UI is a lot more responsive. Watching other people play that, you need a lot of parachutes and a lot of... nope. And a lot of... wow, these are... a lot of struts, that's what I'm trying to say. What's new between 1 and 2? Well, right now it's basically the same game. The graphics look a lot nicer. And there's a lot of little things that you'll be able to look at and say, oh yeah, that definitely looks different. Make sure I don't obstruct the hatch here. Okay. Looks right. Okay. I'll want a heat shield, so thermal. No, one extra small. Nope, just regular small. Okay. Oh yeah, and you can change the color of your spacecraft. So like here, which I guess how do I change the color actually? Color manager. So here, if I want a white spacecraft with green tint, I could do that. Which actually, I think that looks pretty cool as it is. Let's go with that. That looks nice. That looks really good, actually. I like that. Again, just trying right now to get anything made. So, just trying to get to orbit. I've seen that there's a lot of problems with wiggly rockets and stuff, so that might be a challenge despite me being pretty big expert at Kerbal Space Program, so. I'm going to want RCS tank. Monopropellant, that's what I want. I will want... Nope. No, that's way too big. That's too big. There we go. RCS. How do I go down? Oh, middle button. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that, Silzabubs. Okay, so I have my monoprop. I'm going to want methalox or methane. Methalox. I'm going to want fuel to get into orbit and then get out of orbit. So a second stage essentially. So I guess that'd be small like that. That looks pretty good. Looks very good actually. And now I'll need an engine for that. Something kind of powerful. I could use these radial mounts if I want. Good old reliable swivel. Let's go with that. Why not? I'll want some reaction control here. So, oh, I'll need some electrical as well. Glad I saw that. Just one of these should be fine. And where's my reaction control here? Those are stabilizers, lights. Where is my reaction control? Struts will come in very handy when we get to that point. That's not it. Coupling, no. Payloads, no. Wait, are there not RCS thrusters in this game right now? That would explain a few things. Are there really not RCS thrusters in this game? Also, you can't hear it, but my GPU just cranked up to 100. This is a really intense game, guys. Where's my, hang on. Yeah, you would think so, Captain Swag. Okay, I got this little remote control for my CPU fans. I need to crank those up. There we go. This is a really, really heavy game, guys. Like, the recommended specs on this are actually more than what my computer has. It recommends a 3080. I've got a 3070 Ti, which, hey, close enough, right? Maybe it's under engines. Maybe it's under engines, actually. Monopropellant engines. They're there, but not... Okay, you know what? I can do something kind of cheeky. I can just grab these. Oh, wow, these are big. Those are way big, actually. Those are too big. Is there a way I could scale those down? No? Look at how big these are, though. It's not twerking, it's just running along. Okay, they're big, they're heavy, I don't care. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Place those down, rotate them, and then bury them inside the rocket. There we go. That's so silly. I guess no wonder all these people that I watch making rockets for the last few days. Yeah, I know it's listed as extra small. They're definitely not. All the people I've been watching making rockets, they've all had wiggly rockets on the way up, and they have a hard time steering them while in space because of the lack of reaction control. Which, speaking of which, I've got to find the reaction control. Is that under? It's under utility, isn't it? Stabilizers, yeah. Because these things apparently are a lot weaker than they used to be in the first game. Wow, how did that offset? What? That was... What? Why is it... What? Grab it, place it, there we go. Okay, oh, and that was the battery. Need to put the battery back on. Nope. There we go. Okay, so that would make sense. There's no reaction control. There's no RCS thrusters in this. Okay. Oh. Okay. This is literally my first time playing this game. I am relearning as I go, so that's my excuse and I'm sticking with it. Okay, that is our upper stage. That's what I like to see. Let's go ahead and find a decoupler. Okay, now we need to make the first stage to get this up there. Well, maybe they do, and I just got a bug, Captain Spy. It's completely possible. This is an early access game, everybody, so there are bugs, and there are a lot of bugs. I don't care, because I know that it'll work itself out over time, but yeah, there are bugs. Okay, second stage. No, first stage, actually. This would be first stage. Need to create something ideally a bit on the smaller side. Do I have... Oh, well, that's not what I want. Nope. Yeah, that might... No, that's flat. Hang on. That's... No, I don't want flat. I don't want flat. Why is it only giving me the flat ones? That's not right. I want... Yeah, kind of amusing. Well, I mean, they made it pretty clear that there are bugs, and like all the people who were reviewing the game when they were flown out to ESA last week, they made it clear there are bugs. So as long as you know that, it's no big deal. Why can I not find any cylindrical adapters here? There we go. Oh my goodness, that took a while. This is more like a demo. It's kind of a demo, but it will get better over time. And knowing that, I'm happy. I'm more than happy to get it now to support the creators, so that when it gets better, I'll be here to get the updates immediately. And yeah, it's to encourage them to make it better, and also to... Well, I just love Kerbal Space Program, frankly. That's the #1 reason why I'm doing this. Okay, okay, nope, that's too big. How about that? 5,000 meters a second, okay, but what's the thrust to weight ratio? Where's the TWR on this thing? Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Yes, Paige, thank you. Where's my TWR located? Engineers report. Thrust to weight ratio is 1.5. That's really good, actually. Okay, let me add a few fins to stabilize this thing, and we are going to space. Oh, that's way big. Okay, hang on. Those are wings, that's why. Okay, let's go with that. This, ladies and gentlemen, is my rocket. Default name is Fly Safe. I shall call this Skul's first rocket. Let's call it that. Save that. Select to override. Save. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, there we go. We call this rocket Skul's first rocket and save it there. Yes. Okay, let's I really like that color scheme too. That's really nice. Okay. Where do we pick our crew? I want to make sure Jebediah is the Kerbal manager. There's okay. We want for Jebediah Kerman to be on this thing. Save it. And launch. My very first flight of Kerbal Space Program 2. Holy cow, that loaded fast. If you guys ever played Kerbal Space Program 1, you know that was fast. Okay. Thrust is at full. It's so beautiful. Okay. Also, that's the sound of a real rocket taking off. They actually were allowed to film an Atlas V taking off from Cape Canaveral, which was awesome. Oh, those wings are really gripping the air. Let's go. Okay. My height is about 4,000 meters. Trying my gravity turn now. Lots of fuel still in this stage. Look at that. We got 4 launch pads, 2 runways. Oh, man, this is great. Look at those clouds, too. I'm sure this looks much better on my 4K monitor. I'm playing at 720p right now. Just that's all I can do in order to make the stream happen. This is going really well. Okay, Apoapsis is 5,000 meters. Look at that. Wow. Am I the first person to play this game to have a flawless first rocket launch? Those wings are really gripping the air. Wow, maybe I got 2 big wings. I don't know. This might literally be a single stage to orbit. Are you kidding? I might have accidentally made an SSTO in this game. In which case, I might just send my Kerbal out. I might just send Jebediah further out, like to the orbit of the moon or something. Let's go ahead and target our prograde there. If only building a real rocket were this easy. Yeah, for real. Okay, we're in space. We've got a proper orbit. No, we got a proper apoapsis, I guess. I'm going to bump it up to 100,000. Okay, open up the map. So if we were not to circularize our orbit, we would end up right about there. Also, fun fact, there is a time warp in this game, so you can speed it up to 100,000 times, but you can also completely pause time. There, I just completely paused time acceleration. So if I wanted to make a maneuver here, then I can do that without having to worry about how it affects the rest of my game. So, although I am clicking this and nothing's happening, so there's probably some kind of a button that I should press in order to create a mode. I don't know what's going on anyway. Yeah, still 100,000, still 1,000 meters a second of delta V. I accidentally made an SSTO. So silly. Look at my periapsis too. Like, I actually almost got to orbit on a single burn. That's nuts. I don't know. Oh wait, there we go. Create a maneuver plan. Let's go ahead and drag that out. Make a periapsis of 4,500. That's perfect. So Like, this is so good, I'm actually going to ditch that bottom stage right now. Turn on RCS and change which direction I'm looking. RCS is on, these just aren't doing anything. The little puff engine. Okay, turn that on, turn that on. They're on, they're just not doing anything. So they are useless. So there's, for all intents and purposes, there's no RCS in this game. Got it. At least not right now. Deactivate. Deactivate. Okay. Still got over 4 minutes until we get to my apoapsis. How do I deactivate that? So RCS is completely useless. Got it. Okay, well, let's warp to our maneuver node. How do I X out of that? Oh, wait, there we go. How does it allow for me to warp to that maneuver mode? Time warp. No, no, not to that point. No. Okay, let's just do... There we go. Oh, wait, I don't even need this maneuver node anyway. Anyway, there we go. Because I ditched the bottom stage. Hello, Lily. How are you doing? You're not ditching. You're not doing anything. Don't worry. Okay, let's aim prograde. Oh! Well, active... That is weird. Okay. Oh, that's really bad, actually. Hang on. Deactivate that. And activate the swivel engine. There we go. There, that's a big difference between KSP 1 and 2. Look at the plume from that rocket engine. It's a lot more realistic to how it is in a vacuum. Oh, I overshot already. Yeah, and I've still got... How many meters a second? I got 800 meters a second left in this thing. So actually I'm burning through it a whole lot faster than I expected. So I'm going to burn through a lot more of it. Just to throw myself out there so I can come in for a ballistic re-entry for the fun of it. At this point, for first timers, should you get this or the first one? At this point, I recommend... The first one still has a free demo, right? Okay, we can fly by the moon. Let's try that. By the mun, sorry. The first one still has a free demo, right? So I would recommend that first. Yeah, there we go. Let's do that. Let's fly by the moon. By the mun. Still got 100 meters a second left. So if I were to create a maneuver mode there to bring us down, what's our delta V on that? Like, how much would that be? 40. Yeah, okay, that's what we're going to do. There we go. Let's go ahead and speed it up a little. My very first launch, and I actually am going to get a mun flyby. That's nuts. Okay, so the RCS thrusters, these anyway, only work when you activate a whole stage. They're considered part of the swivel stage. There is the Kerbin planet down there. There's the mun way over there. That's so silly. How do I... let's see. How do I turn off the gimbal? There we go. I want puff. I want gimbal disabled. Okay, just don't fly with RCS thrusters. Got it. Yeah, these things are just gonna they're just gonna keep jerking out like that. Sorry, guys. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. So we're gonna fall back down towards the planet. And then... Oh, I actually know. Looks like the mun is gonna come right up to us. There we go. Just did a distant flyby of the mun. Oh, camera just stopped letting me use it. There we go. And now we're gonna... Where are we? How far is our... Okay, we're still 4 hours away from our burn. Let's go ahead and warp there. Okay, so at this point... Oh, look at the... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, we're 20 minutes away from our burn. Where is Kerbin right now? It's down there, so... Let me just speed it up a little. We're trying to dip our periapsis into Kerbin's atmosphere at this point. Yeah, okay. This is more of a learning experience for me. So now when I go to... when I go and try and land on the mun, or maybe Minmus first, I don't know. Then I will... It's possible, Captain Swag. Then I know what I know now. Okay. We're at 50,000 meters. 20,000 meters. That's good enough. Let's go ahead and quick save. I'm going to have to hope that it quick save because it gives me no indication that it did or not. Okay. Bail on... That maneuver node. Okay. So then we're just going to time warp to this point when we're getting closer to Kerbin. Oh, we're in the atmosphere. Okay. Oh, that's not good. There we go. Okay, we're in the atmosphere. We should start slowing down here. Turn off SAS and just let it do its thing. Look at the ground. That is such a pretty sight. You can make the original Kerbal Space Program look this good with mods, but this is Kerbal Space Program 2 unmodded. It's really nice looking. Hope I don't hit those mountains. And it would really suck if I landed in the mountains. The heat shield's holding just fine, it looks like. Not anything to worry about. Okay, our apoapsis is dropping incredibly fast. Just looking at the map should tell you, okay. Coming in. Looks like we missed most of the mountains. We'll probably land in the foothills, though. Man, I can't wait to start playing this on my 4K monitor, but this is what I've got to do in order to play the game properly today, if I also want to stream the Crew-6 launch later. Yeah, that happened to me too, Captain Swag. I won't lie, that has happened to me. In real life, if you're coming back from the moon, they know how to plan it so that you come down in specific places. Like all the Apollo spacecraft, even Apollo 13, landed within a mile or two of their target. In fact, some of those landings were so close, they were considered too close for comfort because they almost landed on the recovery ship. So, So they're a lot. They know how to land these things right where they are supposed to in real life. And I could do that if I put in the effort. I just don't want to put in the effort. You thought stuff burns up quickly on re-entry? Well, it usually does. But we have a heat shield, so all's good. There go the parachutes. The parachutes look a lot better in this game, too. Look at those. See how they're gripping the wind as we're going down? Okay, we're gonna land in the mountains. That's really bad. I think it'll be okay. I think we're okay. Hi, Brandon. How are you doing? They haven't implemented re-entry heating in this build. That's why it didn't look very spectacular. Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised. Re-entry heating wasn't really a thing in KSP 1 until long after I bought it, so... Like, I think that was one of the last updates they did before they did the full release of the game, you know, KSP 1.0. I could be wrong, maybe it was before that, but, like, it felt like it took a while. So, basically at this point, I guess that means that the need for a heat shield is... You don't need one, but I'm probably going to keep adding one anyway, just to get myself the experience of adding heat shields. Caught a shiny Skidoo in Pokemon Scarlet. Congratulations. Imagine getting home from space and getting lost in the middle of nowhere. That has happened before. All with Russian stuff, but there was a Russian Soyuz that landed in a lake. Those things are not designed to land in water, so it sunk to the bottom, and they had to, like, spend a few days down there just chilling. Literally, it was freezing cold, while they waited for rescuers to come back with a crane to pick them out. There has been a Soyuz that aborted in flight, and it landed in the middle of the desert, so they had to go and get that. Neil Armstrong's very first spaceflight actually landed about 300 miles away from any recovery because it suffered an emergency in space, and they just had to bring it down as fast as they could. So, you do land in the middle of nowhere sometimes. Not much these days. These days are pretty good at getting you where you're supposed to go. But honestly, if there's an emergency in space, 100% of the time, you're better off in the middle of nowhere on land than in the middle of nowhere in space. Because at least down here, you got ways of getting people to you. Yeah, exactly, Captain Swag. That was the very first space flight that included a spacewalk. Can you imagine? Alexei Leonov, walks in space, first man in history, and then literally a few hours later, he has to pitch a tent and hold his gun out to shoot at any bears that might come looking for an easy meal. Poor guy couldn't catch a break. He was also supposed to be the first man to land on the moon if Russia had landed before the United States. He trained to land on the moon. And then Russia just gave up when we beat them. That was a good man. Man, even with these 3 parachutes, we're still going 7 meters a second. That is... Yeah, I'm glad I added extra parachutes. They've definitely made it a lot harder to land with air in this game than in the previous game. Previous game, some spacecraft this big, I could have gotten by with a single parachute on top. This has 1 on top and 2 on the side, and it's still going faster. All good. Oh, my PC is blowing out some pretty warm air. Okay. Well, our first space flight was probably a success. Landing on kind of a hill, though. I think we're fine. Come on, don't blow up. Did not blow up, but did roll for a bit. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Oh, boy. Okay. And... yes, yes, yes! There we go! And you can see him inside. There we go. Okay. I think I'm going to try and get him outside so we can plant a flag. I think it's time to plant our very first flag. Site name is First Landing. Or First Flight. How about that? Flight. Today, February 26, 2023, we successfully launched, flew past the moon, and landed. First try. We got this new animation for Kerbal's planting a flag, which is awesome. Yeah, air brakes were pretty overpowered too, so now we just grab that, hop in. The physics in general are a lot faster in this than they were in the first game, so... how do I recover this? Where's the recover vessel button? I guess I go to the tracking station. Because I don't see a button for that here. It's in the escape menu? Oh, is it? Oh, here we go. Recover vessel. And... there we go. Not bad. Highest G-force experience was 43 Gs? That's gotta be a glitch. When would he have possibly experienced 43 Gs? Okay. Well. Whoop. Okay. Let's go to the Space Center and build ourselves a moon rocket. No, Lily. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what was going on. When, there's been... The very first time that a rocket had to abort before it reached orbit, the cosmonauts had to shut down their flight recorder because they were swearing so much and they didn't want anyone to hear. So no, that's not a impossible scenario that you're thinking of. That definitely could happen. Okay, what do I want to do here? That's a medium craft. To get everyone there and back, I think that will work really well. Do I want to do an Apollo style? Or do I want to do a direct launch style? Because it's KSP, I could do either. I think that I want to go for an Apollo style, though. It's so iconic, and it's what I'm good at. So what we're going to need first and foremost is a hatch. So Clampatron Junior, please. There we go. I'm definitely going to need a lot of parachutes here, so... Parachutes. Nope. Oh yeah, this is cool. A cool new feature. You can actually see in the window in the thing now. That's pretty cool. Okay, I want to make sure we don't obstruct the hatch. So put another one there. It's going to be a little lopsided when it lands, but that's okay. It'll land safely, and that's what matters. And finally, put one like there. It looks so bad. It's fine. It'll be fine. And don't forget the heat shield to go with it. I'm going to need fuel to get there and back, and I do want to over-engineer this if possible. Oh, yeah, and I just realized there's no RCS. In which case, do I actually want to make this an Apollo style? If there's no RCS thrusters, then... Well, I mean, there is. There is. I don't really want to mess with that, though, so... So, with that in mind... Well, if you could find the RCS quads in this game, please let me know, because I can't. Because if there are quads in this game, I need them. I need them for most of my ideas. I wanted to make a big space station in Kerbal stationary orbit, but I can't do that if I can't get thrusters. Are they with the command pods? No, there's probes, there's cockpits, there's rovers. No, they're not here. They're not under the fuel tanks either. There's monopropellant tanks, but not any thrusters. Unless they're already mounted to them, which I don't think there are. Nope. The only monopropellant engine is this, which is not what I want. Not under payloads either, thank goodness. That would be a really weird place to put it. I'll need a... I'll need a battery. May as well put that in there right now while I'm thinking about it. Kind of shiny young goose. Oh, that's cool. With its pink hair. Very nice. Oh, and I'll want a... reaction control. Well, if you could scrub that video and find where the quads are, that'd be great. You had the second worst shiny encounter in Violet. What was it? Oh my goodness, it's under utility. Hey, I found it. It's under utility. What a weird freaking place to put it, yo. It's under utility. Okay, with that in mind, I'm going to grab some RCS fuel. There we go. And there. I need way more fuel than this, don't I? Need to get used to the weird camera controls too. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely need more fuel than this. It was the pyramid, dude. Oh, that thing. That's... I don't think that it's that bad. Is ComNet working? You can control probes without any antenna no matter where it's at. That's a weird thing, Art, because Matt Lown's video today was him showing that he wasn't able to control his probe even when it was directly over the KSC in low Kerbin orbit. So I don't have an answer to that. I really don't know. Okay, I guess the question now is, do I want to send this up and then connect it with a lander, or would I rather try and send this and lander up the same flight? Ideally, this and the lander, but I'd have to really hope that they implemented a way to do that. Because it had self-destruct. Ah, I see. Okay, if I were to add one of the more efficient engines to this thing, would it be Methalox? It would be Methalox, okay. One of the more efficient ones. ISP 320 in a vacuum. 322. How much are these? 290? I guess this is my best bet, unless I go with the Terrier, which... God. Ugh. Wait. What about large? 343 Labradoodle. Mammoth 2. Oh, that's too big. Yeah, these are all too big, actually. 307, 340. Poodle. That's what I want. Poodle engine. That gives me a delta V of 2,490 at 1 atmosphere. So that in a vacuum would be... Hang on, I need to do some math. It's almost that times 2 almost. I feel like that would be enough to get me into lunar orbit and back. The question is, would it be able to do that with a lander attached to the top? Well, let's go ahead and name this Skul lander. How about let's name it something interesting. Let's name it Orange Llama. Let's call it that. Because why not? So this is another new thing in KSP2. I could create the lander completely separate from this and then implement it into the rest of the spacecraft. And I think I'm going to do that, actually. So what does the lander need? Well, first of all, we need a pod. This is called the tuna can, the 2-seat lander can. If we were to put that there, yeah, I think that'll work well. How do I move myself to the right on this screen? I don't know. I don't know. This is a little annoying. Okay. This thing needs one of these on top for sure. It needs some fuel and some legs. So let's start with the fuel. We need enough fuel to land on the moon and get safely back up. We don't need a huge thrust to weight ratio. That might be good enough right there, actually. Engineers report for this. The thrust to weight ratio here on Kerbin is 0.3. What if I increased that to 6? That doesn't change that. Oh wait, the thrust to weight ratio is talking about that. I want to know about this. It's not giving me that information. That's annoying. I want the engineer's report for this, please. Round trip from here to the Mun. Not an option. Oh, wait, there it is. There we go. It's alphabetical. We need a total delta V of about 10,000. And we currently have 2,490, huh? Total? No, just that. What's the point in me having this if... Oh, wait, you know what? I'm going to scrap that, save this. As Orange Llama. That's what I want. Save. Okay, now I can get rid of that and create a brand new rocket. So open up the Fresh Llama, or Orange Llama rather. Load. You know what? I'm just gonna... No, I need to learn how to use this game, so I'm gonna just... I'm just gonna start from scratch again. So, let's go with the tuna can. And that, and the engines. So 4. And that has a thrust to weight ratio of 2.5 on Kerbin. Holy cow, that's too much. Let's reduce it down to just 2. Make it a little more symmetrical. A thrust ratio of more than 1. Wow. These engines are really powerful. Man, I'm gonna ditch them actually and go with the smaller ones. A thrust ratio of nothing, so never mind that. I want... What do I want? I guess I want 2 of these. They're just really, really, really powerful. That's fine, because I actually still have some things I want to add to this. I want to add an RCS block. I want to add some solar panels. Want some RCS, so that... Okay, that's more like it. Thrust ratio of just a little under 1. Since we're going to the MUN, we don't need it to be all that powerful. And we'll want a ladder, just 1. Right here. Extend it just to see where it goes. Okay, we'll need another one right where that ends. Extend that. There we go. That'll get us down to the surface. Oh, we also need some landing gear, because I don't want to ruin these engines. Okay. And, of course, the RCS thrusters. Very important. Okay. So... Yeah, right there. And... here... Yes, I'm over-engineering this. Sue me. Okay, landing gear, ground. I want these, maybe? I think that'll be perfect. Don't forget the coupling. Don't forget the docking port. Clampetron. And don't forget a solar panel. I don't think these go away after you use them, so I should get these instead. There we go. And finally some batteries, which I can actually put right here on the bottom. Or I could put them on the top, actually. I'll see where I put them. I just need some batteries, that's all. Fuel cells, no. Just regular batteries, please. Yeah, a little big to put just about anywhere, so, yeah. There we go. There's my little lander. So, we shall call this... Am I talking about the NASA one in the title? Yeah, Crew-6, which launches about 5.5 hours from now. I actually have it all ready to show. As you can see over there, I have the live stream pulled up for whenever it starts, but it's still got 2 hours before it starts. So I'm just playing Kerbal Space Program in the meantime. Okay, so let's call this... I feel like calling it Antares. Let's call it Antares. And save it under... the Orange Llama workspace. So let's call this Antares. Okay, so now let's open up Orange Llama. Load. Okay, now how do I import the other rocket? Wait, that wasn't it. Hang on. Oh, it sounds good, 6. Yeah, I'll be streaming it here. Okay, I want to load in this. Thank you. Merge. There. That's what I want. Okay. Well, actually, that's not what I want. That's an earlier version. It's fine. It's fine. That'll do. Okay, let's get the Kerbals all figured out here. Where did my other Kerbals go? Are they automatically assigned to, like, one of my other... I don't know. Bob, Valentina, and Tim, I guess, are going to be in this. Sure, why not? Isn't SpaceX also doing a live stream? Well, they always do, yes, so. Okay, I'll want RCS. Here we go. It's kind of big. Here we go. And... I'm going to add just a little more fuel. I want to over-engineer this if I have to, just to make sure that we don't get lost on the way there. Just a little more fuel, just a little. Yeah, that's plenty. Okay. Add... Where's that poodle engine? There we go. Show me my center of mass, please. There we go. So 4 RCSs right there will be plenty. Okay. Now I got to get that attached. I'm excited for Artemis 2. Oh, yeah, who isn't? They should be announcing the crew for that next month. Next month, everyone, we're going to find out the names of the next 4 people who will go to the moon. No, Artemis 1 did not fail. It was a complete success. It was 100% success. It was almost better than 100%. It was just really, really good. Okay, I need to add a decouple. I'm pretty sure that there's a feature in this game for payload. Yeah, where I can add in... Oh, wait, no, you know what it is. It's like that, and then I can add a payload fairing around that. That's what I want. Okay. So I'll need a decoupler for this. Like one of these. Where's the tweakable? Yeah, landing is the 3rd mission. Artemis 1 was just to test and make sure the thing works. It does. Artemis 2 is to send people flying around the moon. They're just going to fly there and come back, a quick week-long trip. And then Artemis 3, they'll be landing on the lunar South Pole. Where's the tweakables? I want to be able to drag this down a little. Just where is that? Everything's so different from the UI I'm used to. The lunar South Pole has water. Yep, and that's exactly why they are going there. It makes setting up a base there make a lot of sense. Okay, and I know from watching everyone else use a lot of struts. Struts. So... That's probably good. I'm going to call that good. Okay, let's get a payload fairing set up. Oh, There, that's what I want. Okay. I am so happy that you could just build these out now however you want. That's such a good feature. I would like to close this, please. Good enough. Okay. Okay, now I need a little tiny stage to just get this thing into orbit. Why is NASA using such an expensive rocket to take astronauts to the moon? Not a much cheaper Dragon or a Falcon Heavy or a Starship. Would you trust a flying Starship? At this point, I don't think I would. That thing scares me. But the simple reason is politics, but the more elaborate reason is that a lot of these other technologies just aren't proven yet. Artemis is. The SLS rocket is proven thanks to the launch of Artemis 1. So with that in mind... Okay, that's... What's that thrust to weight ratio? Come on, engineering report, please. 1.75. How much delta V in this stage? Oh, that wasn't what I wanted. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, Starship isn't done yet. Like, it's not going to fly with people on board until until years from now, not decades from now. But it's very likely that the first people to fly on Starship will do so in order to land on the moon with Artemis 3. It's very unlikely that Jared Isaacman's going to step foot inside of one of those before Artemis 3 happens. And yeah, a lot of it is just politics, but the thing is, SpaceX isn't perfect. It's kind of funny in hindsight how so many people were so sure that not only would Starship be made before Artemis 1 launched, but that it would be sending people to the moon before Artemis 1 launched. The last time Starship flew was 2 years ago now. So SpaceX is not perfect. They are taking their time to make sure that they get this right. Why can I not click that? Hello? Hello? It won't let me click that. It's weird. So, anyway, I guess I'll just keep building. So, anyway. Suddenly, I'm worried that this thing doesn't have enough delta V to get to the moon and back. Hi, Kazoo. What's the thrust to weight ratio there? Nowhere close. Okay. Hello? Why can I not click on that? Hello? I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. Hello? I can't click out of that either. Here we go. Make that in Terry's. X out and come back. It's probably some kind of a bug. There we go. Yeah. It's probably just a bug. I wouldn't doubt it. This is early access, guys. So, okay. I need an engine. Here we go. What's really, really powerful? I might need some SRBs, too. Okay, ISP. I need thrust. That's pretty thrusty. Holy cow, that's thrusty. Okay. And a thrust to weight ratio of 1.7. This will get off the pad and will get into space. But according to this, I only have 3,000 meters a second total. Total. In the whole rocket. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Trip planner. I want to go to the Mun. I only have 3,000 meters per second in all of this. I have a hard time believing that. The top stage alone is 2,000. This has to be a bug. I'm just gonna launch it and see how we do. Make sure I got my Kerbals all set. Yep, no, do not want anything in the tuna can. Let's see how this goes. The frame rate is about to plummet, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I can already see that that command module is moving inside of the payload fairing. Oh, man, that thing's moving. Oh, man. Okay. What's the part of the tube coming off the engine? That's part of the exhaust. It's hard to explain how rocket engines work, but basically... Why is Bob Kerman in here? Oh, I get it. The other two are already in the lander. Well, they should be up here, but they're not. Whatever. Okay. Basically, the way engines work is you have to... I am having a really hard time explaining it, but it's part of the exhaust, part of the way that engines run. So that's the simplest explanation. That's what I'm going to stick with. This thing only has 1,000 meters per second to get up there. And the next one, I might need to do this again with some solid rocket boosters. I don't know. Here we go. Engines are really cold at the start, aren't they? Yeah. In fact, a lot of engines cool themselves by putting their own liquid fuel around the engine as a coil in order to make sure they don't overheat, which I think is kind of cool. Okay, I know how this thing is going to be wobbly, so I am going to wait a very long time before I start my gravity turn. Like, I'm 3,000 meters up. I'm going to wait till I get to 5,000 meters up before I start my gravity turn. Already, this first stage is half out of fuel. Yeah, I'm going to need some SRBs. Oh, I don't like that. That is really bad. Auto strut doesn't exist anymore, so that's a big problem. It's not turning! This is bad. Did I remember to put... I don't remember if I remember to put some reaction control wheels on here. There goes my first stage. I am trying my hardest to turn one direction. It's not working. And now the spacebar isn't working. I can't stage. Hello? Let me stage, please. It literally won't let me stage. Look, another bug. That's funny. Okay. In that case, can I bring that up? It won't let me bring that up as a... Hello? What is going on, actually? Here we go. Coupling. I want this thing. What is that? Clampetron. Nope. That thing. Decouple. That's what I want. Okay, and engine. This one is Rhino. Activate. There. This will let me point in the right vector anyway. Okay, and payload jettison. Did not work out so well, did it? And that's already out of fuel. Okay, well. Got some work to do. I just wish this thing was better at calculating delta V. I think I'm going to add some solid rocket boosters on the side. But really what I should do, I think I'll just get rid of this payload fairing. It's clearly not really helping much, so. Sure, that's pretty aerodynamic as it is anyway, so. Sure. I need at least one reaction control wheel on this thing. And I think I should put one on my lander as well. Sure. Okay. Considering the thrust to weight ratio of this first stage, I think I'm just going to extend the first stage. I'm just going to add another one of these. What's our TDR now? TWR now, whatever. 1.3, and that added an extra 2,000 meters per second of delta V. That helped a lot. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this into a delta heavy sort of a thing, actually, or Falcon heavy. I'm going to do this. I want, that's too big. I want this, 2 of those. Fuel. Yes, yes. What's my TWR now? Where are these? Or are these in the stack? Hello? Oh, they're all 3 going together. Okay. How do I move this up? There we go. Okay. TWR is about the same. Oh, it's a little high, actually. So I can still add more fuel on top, so I will. And look at our delta V just going up and up and up. This is why these kinds of heavy rockets exist in real life. Obviously, the Falcon Heavy is the most famous one, but you also have the Delta IV Heavy and a few others. Like, that's why these exist in real life, is to just give you more payload capacity to get into orbit. No, I want... Actually, I want this. This should cap it off quite nicely. No pun intended. And then just some aerodynamics. So just a nose cone at the top. Perfect. Okay, I will need so many struts. How can a noodle be so heavy? There actually is a really simple solution to when a rocket becomes a noodle. Put all of your thrust at the top. Think about it like this. If it is a noodle, it's easier to pull a noodle than to push a noodle, right? So if you're having a really hard time with a noodly rocket, just put all your thrust at the top. First things first, I will want to move fuel from left to right, just like that. Now I need so many struts. No, where is it? There we go. Okay. My launch delta V is still only like 6,000 meters per second. What's my thrust to weight though? Still 1.7. It's still really high. Wow. Ah, man, I know that's going to be really wobbly at the top. Hello, Hendo Clone. How are you doing? Is there anything I could do to make this less wobbly at the top? Like that maybe? There's not much you can really do about that except hope. Okay, get my Kerbals correct. Do not fill tuna can. I want all of them only in gumball. That's all I want. I really do think that I've got enough fuel here, because like a lot of the outside engines are going to drain into the inside, and then the upper stage has like twice the fuel efficiency while in space instead of on the ground. So I really do think that this is I really think this is going to work. At least I really hope. Hi Alex, how you doing? Oh yeah, that's way powerful. I can lower the thrust on that a little. There it goes. Wait, SAS? SAS is on, okay. Turn that off and just try and guide it to the right a little bit. Little wobbly up top, but I think that we're going to be okay. I learned from my mistake. I'm going to start my gravity turn now so I can actually direct which way this rocket goes. Oh boy. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh god. Okay, stay on that prograde vector. There we go. Whew. See, my Delta V is actually going up on the bottom. See, we're up over 5,400 already. I wish there was a way for me to check and see how much fuel was draining. Oh god. Oh no. Prograde! Prograde! Oh lord. Come on, you can do it. Oh, it's really trying. Come on, prograde! I think that we lost it. Well, I could take this moment to actually try and figure out if I could check and see how full the tanks are, because I have no way of knowing right now. Oh wait, yes I do. Left, right, center. There we go. We're still kind of going up. It's correcting. It's correcting. This thing does not steer very well. Man, reaction wheels were so overpowered in the first game. We're just so spoiled, that's all. Yeah, that's fine, 6. You go ahead and do whatever, you know? Just you know, these streams are always optional. Always awesome when you guys are here, but always optional. Okay, getting my gravity turn underway, pointing in the right direction. Actually going pretty well. Oh no, it's not pointing the right direction. It's going back the other way. Come on, come on. Come on, you got it. We are not going very fast either. Our surface velocity is only 1,000 meters a second. Want to reach that 100-kilometer orbit if I can. Okay, outside engines are almost empty. Perfect. Let's split those. They're not splitting! Stupid bug. Okay, I can at least finish. I can at least just do this manually. Clampetrons. No, not Clampetron. I want coupling. Where's my coupling? There we go. Coupling. Coupling. Okay. Decouple. That's one. And decouple. Just let them do their thing. Make sure they don't bust my engine. Nope, we're good. We're clear. We're clear. Okay, I can use my RCS thrusters to point us in the right direction now. Oh, maybe not. Okay, we got about a minute and a half until we reach our apoapsis. We got about 985 meters per second left in this bottom stage. That's perfect. That's actually, this is going really well, actually. I gotta make sure that I turn off all of the fuel in that stage. Can I do that? Fuel tank here. There, I want to completely disable that. Well, it won't let me. Shoot. I think we're okay. Okay, RCS doing their thing. Fuel tank. I want to see how that one's doing. It doesn't tell me how the RCS fuel is. I miss when you could just right-click that and know. Okay, I'm going to start burning here just as soon as we hit prograde. It's really struggling to get to prograde, by the way. You could hear the RCS thrusters, too. That's a great little attention to detail. Sound design in this game, if nothing else, the sound design is amazing. Like, everyone who's played this over KSP2 can says, oh yeah, the sound design is miles better. Like, that's the #1 thing that's improved. Oh. Get back on that prograde. Then I got this little kicker engine to get us the rest of the way. Okay, we are 100 kilometers above the ground. That bottom stage genuinely almost got us all the way to orbit without the need of the upper stage. That's great. We could use the upper stage to get us the rest of the way to the moon. To the mun. I need this decoupler. Hello? And decouple. For some reason, the staging isn't working over there. Okay, we quick saved. Engines. Rhino. Activate. Okay, we're in steady orbit. That's great. So here's what I'm going to do now. Yeah, we just still got so much Delta V in this bottom stage. It'd be a shame not to use it to try and get us to the mun. So here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to, first of all, make sure that my Kerbals are not where they're supposed to be again. That's fine. Even just one Kerbal in here is plenty. Okay. So, going to please tell me you can. Okay, Clampetron. No, that. Okay. Oh, it's double click to control. Okay. Well, how do I don't know. I'm just going to have to eyeball this. Oh, it's still trying to go pro grade. No, stop. What do I think about the Game Boy Advance on Switch? I think it's awesome. I know a lot of my friends are very happy about that. Yeah, I'm just going to have to eyeball this. That's annoying. How do I set a target on this thing? Captain Swag, if you know how to set a target in KSP2, then please let me know. Okay, well, here's what I can do. I can at least swap back over to here and point myself in the right. No, I can't. Ah, this is so bad. Okay. Wait, which direction is this sending me? There should be a docking. Yeah, monopropellant is going out slow but sure. Also, it seems like we're not moving any closer. We're not. Hello? It's like it just stopped working. Let me... try that again. Quick save and reload is your friend. Gear, solar. It's not getting me any closer. What's going on? Set targets in map view. Well, that might help. Okay. Swap this to dock mode. I don't think that was my target, was it? Oh, yes, it was. Okay. Okay, my orbit is changing. Wait, that's not it, is it? Wait, is it? How did it get... Wait, what? Oh, wait, no, that's a different craft. Okay, no, we're good. This is correct. Okay. Okay, I guess I'll start this. Yeah, this is me trying to dock for the first time in KSP2. I wish there was a way to just auto-target, you know? Like you could in the first game. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Instead, I'm going to just... destroy? Are you kidding me? Set target. Okay. There's no one in there? Wait, what? They're all three in here all of a sudden? There was only one in here earlier. What happened? That's weird. Okay. You know, it's whatever. Why aren't they moving? My orbit is changing, so... it's just super, super slow. This is taking a little while. I think I'm making some progress, maybe? It's kind of hard to tell. It really feels like these RCS thrusters are not doing anything. Hi, Ender. I swear these thrusters aren't doing anything. You know what? I'm going to send one of these out on an EVA, go up to the other craft. See if I can get the other one to dock. If neither of these craft can dock, then we don't have a mission. If I can't get control of them. Okay. Target. I think RCS is working fine. It's just way less powered than we're used to. That's all. I think that's all it is. Yeah, I'm getting there. Maybe not. It says your vehicle is out of fuel. You can no longer change its course. What? That's not right. I've got plenty of fuel. We're just going to do this dance where they get closer and closer. Eventually it'll work. I hate having to dock this way, but it just wasn't giving me translation control. I don't know what gives. Like, I literally could not move to the side. Only straight forward and straight back. Even now, I still can't. I am pushing the I button as hard as I can, and it doesn't seem to be doing anything. I don't know if it's a bug or if they're just... if RCS blocks are nerfed. Both are possible. I don't think that they would nerf them this bad, though. Okay, I think we're making headway. This is so stupid. They're just going to keep spinning around each other. Yeah, I'm surprised too, which leads me to also believe that there's something wrong with my game because, like, my RCS is going down, but just so slowly. Oh god, I'm going to crash. Almost. I'm going to reset. I wonder if there's something wrong with my game. That RCS does not act like it did in the first game. Also, this UI doesn't give me as much information as KSP1 does, where I'd at least be able to tell, like, what my relative speed is to it. It doesn't tell me that here. Okay, you know what? They're kind of... oh god, and there's that roll. Fine. But yeah, look at the Kerbal, like... the Kerbal's RCS is just fine. Well, actually... RCS is invisible, but like, I can get really fast with this thing. So yeah, I'm just gonna try and do this. Okay. It's just so far away, though. This is the problem. Like, this UI, which I know my webcam is blocking, sorry, it just doesn't give me any information on what our relative speeds are or stuff like that. I really feel like there's something just missing. Okay, continue. Just try and keep them pointed at each other. I am pushing this button as hard as I can, hoping to move it to the left here. Because I can already tell they're going to... Now I'm trying to slow down. Is my RCS broken? My orbit is changing, but by like nothing. By 1 or 2 meters per second. It is working, it's just so slow. Hi, JWA. Keep pointing at that target. Oh, this is really bad. Just call you in, Don. Okay. This is so stupid. Why can't I control myself? They're just going to keep spinning with each other. Well, the reaction controls are underpowered. I knew that, but like, I just can't get... I can't get the RCS thrusters to move. Turn off the autopilot. Is that this thing? Where's the autopilot? Are you talking about the SAS? I need the SAS so I can keep... pointed at the right thing. That's bad. Well, reset. This is just so stupid. This should not be this hard. I need the autopilot so I can keep, or as you call autopilot, I need it so I can keep pointing it in the right direction. Like, I am pointing right at it. Okay. I'm doing pretty good, Indon. Just struggling with this game. If docking is always going to be this difficult, I am going to really have a hard time enjoying this game. This should not be this difficult. Real-life spacecraft don't have it this hard. Move to the left, please. I might have something here. This is part of the reason why this stream is going to last for so long, is because I knew that it would just take a while to get used to the game. I just didn't think it'd be because the game handicaps you. I think we're making progress, though. Oh boy. Turn that way and slow down. Oh, that's gonna come in a little hot. Gonna slow down. Slow down. I'm slowing down so slowly. Look at that. Oh man. Okay. Okay, this is as good as I think it's gonna get. Just need to... Get myself oriented correctly. Back up. Maybe a little to the left. I think we might have something. This is just so slow. I mean, yeah, I only have 4 quad. I just realized, is it possible I put the mini quads on here instead of the normal sized ones? It's completely possible I did that like an idiot. That would line up actually with the thrusts that we're getting. Oh man, that might be what happened. And you know what's even funnier is even if I do manage this, we got to do it all over again in low moon or orbit. Okay, just getting ourselves lined up. Well, they look like the same ones, but there's small ones and there's big ones. And I wonder if these are the small ones and I just got them by mistake. I don't think they are, but it's possible. Why is this not letting us go up? See, this is the problem. Like, I'm pushing the up button as much as possible, and it's actually just not working. Working it out, slow but sure. This is the closest we've come to a docking so far, so. Hi, Toast. Okay. Come on. Just look, I'm trying my hardest to arrest my movement and nothing's working. It's so stupid. Look at this. I'm trying my hardest to stop from going up anymore and it's just going. In fact, it's going faster. Oh my goodness, it's because I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay, we got this. This is just taking so long. Yeah, I'm trying to arrest my movement. Look, I'm drifting away from this. I'm pressing the button as hard as I can, and I'm still drifting away from it. Just a little slower, like a few inches per second slower. Like, this is so absurd. I am... Like, and the thing is, I still don't have a guarantee that I'm going to land this on the moon. Oh, well, I don't have it targeted. But yeah, I think you're right, Carson. That's on me. No, I want to set that as target. Target is 0.3 meters per second. Look at this. Like, I'm pointing right at it. I am pressing my braking thrusters, and it is... Like, it's not changing. Well, I guess you can't see it because my webcam's blocking it, but it's at 0.5, 0.6, 0.5. Like, that's it. It's just so stupid. Okay. Let's see if I can do this. Gotta go to high school tomorrow? Well, have fun. Come on. I really do wonder if I put the smaller ones on by mistake. This is absurd. Thank you, Indon. Hi, Twisted. Also, 92 minutes until the NASA live stream starts. Okay, I am going directly towards it right now, according to the nav ball. It's... the movement change is so small. So small. It's absurd. What's NASA doing again? They're launching 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. 2 Americans, a Russian cosmonaut, and for the first time, a... astronaut from the United Arab Emirates. So it is a historical mission. They're not launching Artemis today, Twisted. The next launch of Artemis will be next year, and it'll be sending people to the moon. Today's just a typical station crew rotation mission. Okay, I might get it docked. Come on. You can't see it because my webcam's blocking it, but the thrust change is just so minuscule. It's absurd. Come on. They really pulled the rug out from under us with Artemis. What do you mean by that, Twisted? What's wrong with Artemis? Oh, God, I don't know about this. Okay, magnetism, do your thing. Hey, we got a docking! Oh, yes! We have a dock! We have a docking! Oh my goodness, it's about time. Oh man. Okay. Control from here. There's no way to transfer crew back and forth, so I've got to EVA them out and send them in one at a time, I guess. Just seeing how easy it is to EVA the Kerbals, I really do think that I did something wrong. World's most arduous docking. Yeah, honestly. I promise, guys, I know what I'm doing. It just really, really hurt. And Valentina, I think we deserve to have a girl Kerbin on the surface of the moon during our first landing. I still don't even know if this thing can land. That's the absurd part. I spent how long trying to do this, and I don't even know if this is going to be able to make it there and back. I think it will. It's very similar to other craft that I've done in the past, but I just don't have any way of knowing for sure, that's all. Okay, let's plot out a maneuver mode. Periapsis of... Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. So... let's time warp to that. Set the maneuver node as the target. I don't think that this will get us all the way there. Well, it might, actually. Wow. This bottom stage that we have. I don't know. We got 485 meters per second in that bottom stage. And this maneuver requires 852. So yeah, no, we don't have enough. But this will get us most of the way there, which is nice. You know, any extra fuel to get us there is always appreciated. Okay. Quick save. Get to the point. Okay, 30 seconds. And this thing is going to get really wobbly, I can already tell. Also, we really need to... extend both panels? Both? Can I do both? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Get some electricity into this thing during our flight to the moon. And go. Okay, we're extending out. Okay, that stage just burned out. Let's go ahead and decouple. Decouple. Control from here. Activate that engine, get onto our vector, and send it the rest of the way. Just like that. If I could visit any planet, what would it be? Probably, I don't know. I feel like the moons of some of the planets are cooler to go to than the planets themselves, like especially the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. If I could go to any planet, it would probably be Mars. Actually, probably Venus, just because we know so little about it. I think it would be cool. It would be deadly, but I think it'd be kind of fun. Okay. Where's our periapsis on this thing? Paraloon is... I don't know. It doesn't tell me. There, perfect, perfect. 30,000 meters. You can't get much better than that. Okay, let's warp to the moon. I'm not a fan of how much fuel that used up. Okay. Quick save. coming up to the moon. According to this, we still got 2,000 meters per second of delta V left. They do look pretty. It's very, very true. Okay, let's start getting ready for our lunar capture maneuver. I might not have enough fuel for this. I'm just hoping that once I ditch the lander, that'll give me just enough fuel to get back home. And I think that my lander has more than enough fuel in it to get to the surface and back. So once it does, I can transfer any remaining fuel from there into the mothership. It's a little dark. I apologize for that. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. That was thunder outside my window. Of course, it's a new moon from Kerbin's perspective, so I'm going to be landing... If I decide to land right now, I would be landing on the other side from the comm network. Or from being able to see it at all. I think I'll just time warp a little faster so we can get a nice daytime landing with Kerbin above us. I think that's what I'm going to try and do. Trying to get this down to like the same 30,000. Okay, good enough. 41 by 20, sure. Okay, let me go ahead and time warp here till the moon's in the daytime. Which will take a while. How much do I care? This could not be more of a new moon if I had tried. Good lord, man. That's disappointing. You know what? I just don't care. We're going to be landing on the far side. Undock. What? 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 Vehicle destroyed? Let's reset. This is why you quick save, people. There's a lot of thunder out my window, actually. Vehicle destroyed again. But it looks like they're both fine. Hello? Please let me select this. What gives? Vehicle destroyed, no explosion, and they both, like, both of them looked like they were perfectly fine, too. I don't get it. We turn off SAS. Yeah, look at that. They both look fine. So I guess something just broke off of that. They seriously look all right. I don't get it. This is... The Kraken is so lame, people. So lame. Here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to send a Kerbal out on an EVA. Then I'm going to undock. It's fine. Like, it's still completely docked, too. That's weird. Like, look, I could get right back in. Won't let me undock, though. According to this, the docking port no longer exists. Oh, wait. Did we actually undock? Is it working? Nope. They're still completely docked. Oh, that's so stupid! I spent all that time getting them docked, and now they can't undock. It's impossible for them to undock. This is the only other thing I've got an idea about, is to spin them a little bit before I undock them. This actually doesn't work. This vessel doesn't work! Okay. That is really lousy. There's so much about this that I want to try just to test stuff, but I can't. I can't undock these because then it breaks. I can't send it back to Earth because I don't, or Kerbin, because I don't have enough Delta V. This is really lousy. It just breaks. I have to start the whole mission from the beginning. That's so stupid. That is actually really, really lame, and I'm mad. Okay, first things first. Let's see how those quads are. Nope, those are the only ones available. Those are the only RCS thrusters that are available. They are the extra small version. They don't have the normal size ones. No wonder. Okay, well, guys, this mission is a bust. I'm going to just go ahead and create a brand new spacecraft. We're going to do a direct ascent. Going to do a direct ascent. That means we are not going to worry about docking or anything like that. We're just going to go straight to the moon and back. Because, my God, that really, really... I'm so frustrated by that. That is so disappointing! Oh, man. How long was I doing that? My counter says I've been live now for 2 hours. Some of that was building my first craft. But, oh man, so much wasted time. I hope they add the better quads later and fix the docking. I think this took around an hour. I think it took an hour and a half. I think it took an hour to dock. Okay. I know how to do direct ascent. I was just going for Apollo because that's what I'm used to, so. Okay. I need to over-engineer this thing so much. Oh, that is so maddening. Okay. These. What are these? 3,000 meters per second from that. That doesn't include electricity or landing gear. Oh yeah, and I'm going to need some reaction control. I don't need remote guidance. I need reaction control. Where is that? Stabilizers, that's what I want. Okay. Thrust to weight is 1 to 1.4. Okay, I can add some more fuel, which I'm going to do. First time playing a video game is always fun, am I right? Six, 3. There we go. Okay. Put on some landing gear. I disagree, Art. I disagree. This is early access. Those $50 you pay now are going to spread out over the next several years, maybe the next several decades worth of content. Any bugs that they have right now will be ironed out very, very quickly. I kind of agree. I don't know. I know I'm going to enjoy this game no matter what, so it's worth the $50 to me. So other people won't agree, and that's fine. This has 4,000 meters per second. 4,000. This is enough to land on the moon and return to the Earth. I don't know if this is enough to get into lunar orbit on its own, though. Okay. Well, that was rotation. That wasn't it. Okay. Okay, need some struts. Sure. Yeah, public beta that you have to pay for. It kind of reminds me of the original Kerbal Space Program when that was first being made, which is, you know, it's kind of nostalgic to me, so maybe that's why I don't mind so much. Like, I'm still streaming. So I can't be hating it that bad, huh? Okay, and engines, big thrusty engines. What's our TWR? Less than 1. So this would need the SRBs no matter what. I think I'm going to do that. Just, I know how to, so I'm going to. Perfect. That outside thunder is really making me nervous. If the stream ends randomly, you'll know why. This thing's going to be stupid wobbly, isn't it? Well, I could tell that the parts are really making my computer struggle. That should be more than enough. Okay. One, two. Well, that was close. Hello? Why aren't you going? It didn't go. We did the countdown and nothing happened. Okay. Did you guys hear that thunder? You know what I should have done? I should have time warped so that the mun would be at in the daylight, but too late now. Also, I didn't put any Seppatrons on this. Are there Seppatrons in this game? I didn't even check. So, yeah, it's possible these things are just gonna slide right back into the core stage. Let's find out together, shall we? Oh, just missed. You love to see that. Let's go. Oh, that felt good. Okay. So far, so good on this launch. We still got over 3,600 meters per second left on this stage. Okay. This is feeling a lot better. Need to pick up some more speed here. There's no crew view, so what we can do instead is just look through the window. There he is. You see him up there? Over there, I guess. Oh, we are not gaining speed very fast. Oh boy, we're actually, this might be bad. I might need to revert the flight. We're not gaining speed very fast at all. We're at our apoapsis right now. This is bad. I need to be going like twice this fast. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, our apoapsis is going up. Okay, good. We really are cutting this close though. No, we got, like, the fuel in the stage isn't going to be a problem. We got plenty of fuel to do this. We just gotta balance this out so that we gain speed as we go up. Oh, no, 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 I wasn't doing it right. Oh no, that's my, oh no, come on, go up, go up. Okay, we're going up. We're going up again. Come on, keep going, keep going. I got 2,500 meters per second left in this stage. I think I'm fine. Go up, not down. Go up, not down. Go up, not down. Come on, come on, come on. We're at 1,500 meters per second. Come on. Just another 700. Go up. There we go. Going up. Going up. So slowly. This is the sketchiest. This is the sketchiest launch I've had in a while. Are we still gaining speed? We are. Oh, good lord, the Kerbal Space Center isn't even on... It isn't even in view anymore. We've gone so far. And we're still trying to make this work. Okay, we're going up again. We're going up again. Okay. Go prograde. We got this! Whew! What a sketchy launch, but we made it work. We made it work, ladies and gentlemen. I want an apoapsis of 80,000 meters, please. And that is how we do that. Look at the... We literally went like 1/8 of the way around the world. Wow. Improvise, adapt, overcome. I knew we had the Delta V to make it happen. I just wasn't sure if we could, if we had the thrust to weight ratio, and this is like the most powerful engine we've got. Unless they added the Mammoth, which I don't think they did. Also, less than an hour until the coverage for Crew-6 starts. Okay, it's on me to land on the Mun and return safely to Kerbin before that hour is up. There we go, an almost perfectly circular orbit with over 1,000 meters per second of delta V left. Holy cow. That should be enough to get us to the Mun, just on its own. So, what, the 4,000 plus in the upper stage? Yeah, no, we'll be fine. This will do it. Again, not what I would have preferred. I would have loved to do an Apollo-style one, but... Game Kraken played dirty today. That's perfect. I want to crash into the Mun to reduce waste, so... Maneuver in 7 minutes. Tell you guys what, you sit through this ad, and I'll be right back. Hi, me again. Wish you had Crazy Taxi for Sega Dreamcast. You know, I don't think I ever played that. Okay, let's time warp. Okay, T-minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we just burn like this for 50 seconds. Oh, yeah, good point, Art. Yeah, You know what? I can actually work around with that right now. I don't even have to wait for the future. Just let me finish this burn, and I'll get that all set up. I didn't think about covering the nav ball, because I'm so used to the nav ball being in the center of the screen. But yeah, I could definitely do some rearranging here. I was going to do some rearranging anyway, so. How's that looking? Are we going to hit the Mun? We overshot. We overshot? We overshot by quite a bit. Okay, well, gotta turn ourselves around here. Anyway. So let me go ahead and move webcam here, and I'll flip it around, and the display capture move up here. There we go. There we go. Well, that really doesn't look right. That's better. It is what it is. Let's go with that. Okay. Okay, are we turned around? We're turned around. Okay. Man, we really overshot. There we go. Glad I got so much extra Delta V to work with. Can you please tell me where my Periloon is going to be? Hello? There we go. That's what I want. Okay. That's going to collide. That is now on its own. Make sure I'm at 0. Quick save. Turn on. There we go. Okay. And just want to make sure I don't hit the moon myself. What is going off into La La Land there? That is something just going off on its own. Not me, but something. Okay. And that Periloon is 200,000 meters. We'll start with that. Okay. Hi, Favio. How are you doing? Later, Captain Swag. Okay, let's get into the moon's SOI. And begin planning our landing. There it is. Okay. Enjoying your break. Breaks are always nice. Well, I mean, objectively, the Xbox has more power than the PlayStation 5, but the PlayStation 5 has more games, which is pretty much the only thing that matters. Oh, stop oscillating like that. Hello. I didn't put landing gear on this thing, did I? No, you fool. Well, we're going to have to try and land upright on this. We could do that. We're going to have to. I forgot the landing gear, and I'm not about to revert the flight for a second time. Oh, that was wrong. Okay, we're doing a chase camera, I guess. Can't see the Delta V now. You're just going to... I feel like the Delta V is a lot less important. I'm so used to playing without being able to see the Delta V anyway. Okay, I've started our landing. We're committed. Quick saving here so I can abort if I need to. Just know that we're dropping down about 8 meters per second. Something like that. Okay. That's a known bug. Wobbling a little. Yeah, we got the thrust to weight ratio down, just gotta fall to the surface now. In fact, I did that very inefficiently, but I over-engineered this, so that's okay. Okay, where's my shadow? Sun's there, so shadow should be directly below us, actually. $3,500 meters above the surface. Later, Fabio. Quick save. Pretty hilly area. I wish I'd brought my stupid landing gear. I'm so stupid. Do I remember when I opened Flashfire? First of all, hi Omega. Second of all, yeah, it's kind of hard to forget my most watched video of all time. Basically the video that enabled me to become a YouTuber. Kind of hard to forget something like that. I'm really just going to have to hope that this is a flat area. Here's my shadow. Do I still have the Charizards? No, I got rid of most of my Pokemon cards years ago. Let's go this way a little. Just hover to the left. I could tell we're going to be on a slope. I'm just going to have to hope it's good enough. Oh boy. There's no way to do this without landing gear, is there? I'm going to quick save. Technically I landed, but the question is, can I get off? The answer is no. Oh my lord, that's so stupid. How could I forget the landing gear? That's so lame. I'm so mad about that, man. Gotta do all this all over again. At least this will let me change it so that I'll be able to land on the moon in the day facing the Kerbin. Well, actually, hang on, resume. Can I just... yeah. That'll do. Okay, let's do this. And skip that. Okay, I've learned from my past mistakes. Get as much thrust as possible. Have I watched Bridge to Terabithia? Actually, yes, I have, although it was several years ago when it first came out. Nice little film. Look at those volumetric clouds. It's on Disney Plus now. Well, I would assume it is a Disney film. Wow, that anti-aliasing is actually pretty bad. No, I see. It's just one of the feel lines. Got it. Let's do this again, everybody. Would I rather go to the moon or Mars? Probably the moon. It's closer, it wouldn't take as long, I wouldn't be away from home for as long, and I see the moon every night, so it'd be kind of nice to be able to look up there and say, I've been there, instead of Mars, where it's like, well, every once in a while I'll see it and be like, yeah, that's Mars. I feel like the moon would mean more to me, that's all. Mars would take so long to get to, I'd be away from home for so long. I'd rather just go to the moon. I wouldn't even want... I don't even know if I need to land on it, step foot on it. I'd be happy just to fly past and come straight back. I'm sure the views would be more than worth it. Yeah, much better launch this time. Much better launch. Look at that. We got our apoapsis going up, our ground altitude going up, and our time to apoapsis staying pretty constant. This is a much better launch this time. It was probably the trailer, Mythical Dreams. The trailer for Terabithia made it look like it was a Narnia film. It was not. Like, the film was nothing like the trailer whatsoever, so... The amazing thing is, I think I'll have so much extra Delta V on this bottom stage because I didn't screw up this launch that I think I'll be able to actually use this to get into lunar orbit and circularize it. I definitely over-engineered this, but it's fine. Nothing wrong with over-engineering a rocket in Kerbal Space Program. Nothing wrong with under-engineering them either, because they can... I'm sorry, just checking my Twitter here. They can get pretty... You can do some pretty cool challenges if you under-engineer a rocket. Man, this game is so cool. I really love the look of this game, and I really do believe the potential is there for this to turn into an amazing game. That's why I went ahead and bought it, even though clearly there are bugs. Clearly there's a lot of problems with it, but at least they let you know it's early access. It's not like Cyberpunk where they're like, oh no, the game is done, it's going to run great. We're amazed at just how well it plays on everything. They didn't lie to us with this game. They made it clear, look, this is early access, it's not done, you're definitely paying just to play it now in an unfinished state. And you know what? That's fine. Do I like Tinkaton? I think it's okay. Wow, this is one of the most efficient launches I've ever done in my life. This is nuts. Look at how efficient this is. Right at 71,000 meters. And circularizing at that point. Wow, that is, man, that I am very impressed with myself. Holy cow, and I did it fast. Yes, I did fast forward, my bad. Okay, Let's burn towards the moon. Yeah, I got 2,500 meters per second left on this bottom stage. This can get me to the moon, into orbit, and back if I wanted. That's so funny. Okay. Prograde and burn. I don't even need a maneuver mode this time. Also, only 37 minutes until NASA starts their live stream for the Crew-6 launch. I am going to be covering that. I don't know if I'll be covering that and playing KSB at the same time, especially seeing as I can't dock and I can't use RCS, so my planned trip to Duna is kind of a bust unless I want to send some Kerbals there just to be stranded. Which I guess isn't that bad of an idea, just... Anyway. I do want to cover Crew-6 though. Like, I want to get that all the way to launch. It's very important for me to... Oh god, this camera. This camera. Oh boy. Easy, Buster. Okay. Let's get to that point. Just to get closer to the mun. And I think if I burn right now in this exact direction, I think I'll miss it. Good lord, what happened? Oh, it just completely flipped around. That's fine. Yeah, the periapsis right now is inside of the mun, so I better fix that. Okay. Radial out, something like that. Hi, Subject Kit, how are you doing? Need to get Gran Turismo 7? Yeah, so do I. I literally just last week picked up Spider-Man Miles Morales. I didn't have that yet. I want Gran Turismo 7. Best Buy was having a sale on PS5 games, and basically I was like, okay, for this money I could either get Miles Morales or Gran Turismo, and I decided, you know what, I'll get Miles Morales. So I did. Where does this think I am? Okay, just keep burning that way, keep burning that way. This is bad. Come on, man. I think this is my fault, though. I don't think this is the game's fault. This is just mine for doing this wrong. There we go. Just point that direction and go. And just keep going. Okay, I got a periapsis of 120. That's good enough. Okay. Let's just warp there. And yeah, this is plenty of delta V to get me into an orbit. Okay.
Port mackerel!
Subject Kit, thanks for becoming a member for 13 months. Holy cow, hard to believe it's been that long. Thank you so much for continuing to support the channel. Same with you, Orch Llama, and all of my channel members. I don't have many, and I don't really offer, you know, rewards and incentives and benefits for if you are a member. So anyone who is a member is completely voluntary, so thank you so much. It means a lot. Okay, I'm in orbit around the mun. And why is Kerbin... Come on, I thought I did this right. Where I did not do this right. I didn't... Are you kidding me? Fine, fine, whatever. I'm just gonna have to land on the far side of the mun. Whatever. Okay. Yep, still have port mackerel. I like port mackerel. Got my landing gear down. Want to get a low orbit around the moon first. Don't want to crash. Oh, that would have been a good spot to land. Oh, wow. What in the world? It just flipped. No, we're good. We're good. No, we're not good. Where is this thing going? Where does this thing think it wants to point? Retrograde, please. Oh, I was pointing prograde. That was my bad. Okay. It's still flipping. Some kind of a bug. Yep, that was a while ago. It doesn't feel that long ago, does it, Orange Llama? But yeah, things happen. Things happen a lot. Okay. Where's a good spot to land? Honestly, not this. Can I land there? I'm going to try. Here we go. Yeah, I can land there. I'm just going to have to... Oh, man. And there I go, flipping again. Maybe it's the landing gear. I know Matt Lown was having problems with his landing gear, so... Quick save just in case this doesn't work out. And let's begin our landing burn. Okay, actually coming in pretty fast there. Our descent is going pretty fast. It's like a 2-to-1. Oh, that's okay, subject. KSP1 is still a perfectly valid game. It's still pinned to my taskbar. 30 minutes until NASA starts their live stream. Where did the fuel in my stage go? It says I only have 1,000 meters per second at Delta V. So yeah, maybe it's a good thing I brought that other ship with me. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Gotta hover here a little. Fishy saying port mackerel for an hour. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun to make. Kind of flung myself up there. Okay, we're going to land in this mare here. That's what it's called. This big sea-like area. Like it looks like where an ocean could fill in. It's called a mare, which is a Latin for ocean. Oh no. Oh no. So I'm going to be landing here. Hope it's flat. Oh, looks pretty hilly. Let's try and get to a flatter area. Need to make sure I got enough Delta V to get back home, too. That's the problem. Definitely happy I brought that lower stage with me. Okay, it looks flat. I can stop on a dime now. Come on. There's my shadow back there. Here we go. Stay upright. Don't tip over. Oh. Oh, wow, that is leaning. Oh, wow, look at that angle that I'm leaning at. Holy. Oh, man, I am very afraid of leaving this. Okay. Quick save. EVA. Oh, no. Nope, this isn't happening. Gotta go to somewhere flatter. Right there should be fine, actually. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Auto suspension for everything, please. I don't like that either. Just gotta try landing again. I am running out of Delta V. I've only got 900. Hey, 95. I mean, that should be enough to get me back home, I think. If it doesn't, he's just going to be stranded. Oh, this looks a lot flatter. Oh, that's a lot better. That's a lot better. I like that a lot. Okay. This should be fine. This is more than fine. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. Come on. It looks good enough to me. Hello? Why aren't you... Whatever. Why won't you go to the next one? There we go. Hi, stupid zebra. How are you doing? Okay. Finally, we've landed on the mun. Finally. Holy. Took a while. Let's go ahead and plant our flag. First mun landing. It took so long to make this happen, but we did it. I'm happy. How long has the stream been going on now? Let me check. Uptime's 3 hours. 3 hours into KSP2. And for some reason, typing the period key during planting a flag makes time warp speed up. That's funny. Hello? Why are you not moving now? My Kerbal's not moving. My Kerbal is not moving. He could turn on his jetpack. Oh, wait, there we go. There we go. That was weird. Okay, let's try and get back home. Why won't he grab? Hello? What's going on with my game? He won't go in. He won't board. He won't grab. This is so strange. I've never seen this bug before. Okay, that's fine. I can quick save and quick load. My craft had better not shoot off into the sky when it reloads. He won't grab. I can't get him in. This is absurd. What a stupid bug. I can't get him to grab. I can't get him to board. Like, he might be stuck here. First, I can't couple. Then I can't grab. All because I planted a flag. I can't grab, I can't board. What can I do? Oh, we're getting raided? Cool. You guys have come just in time to see me struggle. I can't get into my stupid cap because the stupid game glitched out, man. I got an idea. I'm just going to fall, see if tumbling maybe resets that. What were you doing, Way? I can't tumble? This game is awesome. Well, I just put away my jetpack and just... I can't plant another flag. You can only plant a single flag. I just put away my jetpack and I fell straight down. That has to be a bug, not a feature. Valorant, Call of Duty. Fun. Yeah, literally, you just put away your jetpack and you just fall. Well, I mean, only being able to plant one flag has always been a feature of Kerbal Space Program. Still can't grab it. I wonder if activating Time Warp... I don't know. Doesn't work. Rats. I'm going to try... I've got to try and ragdoll myself. That's the only thing I can think of. Use the jetpack to fly off the moon? I could. I certainly could, but... What happened to the graphics? Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Also, you can't ragdoll! I can't ragdoll! Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the tracking station. Then I'm going to go back. See if that fixes it. Probably not. Save, exit the game, and re-enter. I might have to do that. But it's possible that it's just glitched and he won't be able to ever get into this craft or any craft. Yep, can't grab. And now he's just rotating perpetually. Yeah, this game... My game is cursed. I can't do anything that I want to do. I can't dock without it being a big problem, big hassle. I can't undock without the game destroying the craft. I can't land on the moon without him getting stranded there just because he can't grab onto anything. This is so stupid. He's stuck there. He's just stuck here forever. There's nothing I could do. Except, yeah, like you guys said, unload the game, reload it, which is what I'm going to do right now. Quick save, X out, relaunch. I wish that I was just hooked up to the people over at Take Two so that they can look at my logs and figure out what's going wrong and how to fix it. There we go. Like I said, it's completely possible he's just stuck there forever. We're about to find out. Oh, he grabbed it. Thank goodness. Oh, I had to do a hard reset of the game, but we made it. Oh, man, it's about time. Okay. Quick save here. We got to get back to Kerbin, which means, actually, I just kind of lift off, go prograde, and I think we're kind of perfect for this. When's the Crew-6 launch? The Crew-6 launch is about 4 hours and 45 minutes from now. But the coverage on NASA TV begins in 15 minutes. And when it does, I'll have a little window over there so you guys will be able to see it while I keep playing. If I want to keep playing. I haven't decided yet. Oh, God, please tell me this is the right way. Yep, this is the right way. Good. Oh, good. There is so much... Do you guys hear that? That was thunder outside my window. Oh, no. I don't think I have enough Delta V. Are you kidding me? I don't think I have enough Delta V. What a stupid game, man. Excited for Pokemon Day. I would be more excited if I was awake to see it. I won't be awake. I'm going to be sleeping in because I'm staying up late tonight to watch the rocket launch. Thanks, Natalie. Have a good day. Oh no, subject kit, that's sad. Wait. I might have just enough to make this happen. No, I won't. Look at how close I am, man. That is ludicrous. Wait, it's still going down though. Maybe if I just leave it alone. Maybe if I just leave it alone. It's still going down. It shouldn't be going down, but it is. Maybe if I just leave it alone, then it'll... Oh. Crack and take the wheel. I need this to get down at least below 70,000 meters. Ideally below 60,000. Ideally below 30,000. Good lord. But if it's under 70, even if it gets down to 69, it would be nice. Because that would be a success. Just keep going down, man. We're going to have to be here for a while, is the problem. It's still going down. I don't dare time warp. Yeah, that might fix it. Exactly. If I didn't screw up the first landing and had nailed it the first time, I would have had enough. I could always, since there's no atmospheric heating, I could always just send my Kerbal out on an EVA and just have it spacewalk home. But I'm also like, look, it is going down. It's going down just a little right there. So do they have a parachute? That is a good question. What? No, no, the camera, the camera. No, the camera just screwed it up. The camera just adjusted its... Are you freaking kidding me? I wonder if I could do a more efficient burn. There's got to be some sort of efficient burn that lets me get that, right? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try and do a more efficient burn. Just hope I can make this work. That's my only choice. It's my only chance. If I don't do this, I'll have to send a rescue mission, which I'd rather not do because... Oh, man. Hello, how are you doing? Whatever that is in Japanese. Sorry, I don't read that. That translates as green onion. Negi? And here we go again. Negi, yeah. Oh, excellent. Hello. I got 300 meters per second to make this work. So, gotta get to right about here. Boy, that camera really doesn't like that. I can always do the send the Kerbal out to push method. I'm not above doing that. Well, Negi go Bonbon. There's a lot of thunder outside. No, don't do your flips. Now is not the time for flips. How can a Kerbal push if there's nothing to push off of? Using the jetpack. This is it. This is the absolutely most efficient that I could ever make this. This could never be better than what it is now. Hey, it worked! It worked! I mean, that's actually a little too good. I'll take it. Oh, that is actually too good. We might not slow down in time before we... Okay. Ideally, we want to have the atmosphere bleed off our speed, but if we go through the atmosphere too fast, it won't be able to, so... I don't know about this. Like, this might be too good. Which, hey, that's good. That means if this doesn't work... I'm not doing a quick save. So if this doesn't work... then I could revert and do a better burn to make it perfect. But the fact is, this will get us to Kerbin. It's just a question of can we survive. Falling down to the planet. In real life, the re-entry corridor is really precise coming back from the moon, like extremely precise. Here we go. Coming in towards the central crater. We're already at 50,000 meters, 45,000 meters. G-forces going up. 30,000. Over 15 Gs. 20,000. Okay. Okay. We did it! We actually returned from the Mun! Alright. All that's left is to pop our chutes. It'll be interesting to see what my max Gs were. Yeah, the old menu doesn't pop up when I press F3. I guess we'll find out. Bill Kerman. My first Kerbal in KSP2 to go to the moon and return safely. And in all honesty, I really don't want to keep playing KSP2. I think after this, I'm just going to swap over to just watching the Crew-6 launch and just covering that. This jank is really, really making it difficult for me to enjoy this game, especially, you know, in front of an audience. This is a beautiful game. I wouldn't call it a great game right now, but it will be. It will one day be a great game. Also, I'm very happy to see how well it's performing, considering I have a graphics card that's one spot below what they recommend, and I've been streaming this whole time and have a YouTube video up in the background ready for it to go live. So overall, I'm very happy with the performance. Oh man, that water looks so much better in this game. Okay. Recover. Maximum G's, 29.7, basically 30 G's. That would kill a person. Man, so 30 G's would be like, so I weigh like 180, 200 pounds. Let's just say 200. 30 G's would be like coming down, I would weigh 3 tons. Can you imagine? Like coming back to Earth and you just weigh 600 pounds? It's so nuts. There we go. Whew. Oh, man. 3 tons is 6,000 pounds. That's right. That's right. That's what 30 G's would be for me. Because I weigh 200 pounds. 200 times 3, or 200 times 30 is 6,000. Yeah. I said 600? My bad. I meant 6,000. Like, I got the 3 tons correct. Oh, you hear that? That's the Crew-6 coverage starting. You know what? Perfect timing. I'm going to X out of that game. We landed on the moon. We got it well. Let's go ahead and move myself over here. I'm just going to put away my green screen. Hang on. Yeah. Give me a sec. Wow, it got warm in here. Hi, buddy. Well, I'm done trying to play KSP2. So many bugs. I'm going to get a quick snack and the coverage for Crew-6 just started. How are you? All right. I'm making myself a quick snack, so
International Space Station
you guys can watch this while I'm doing that.
Then 3 hours. And welcome to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's launch of Crew-6, now streaming in 4K resolution. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and with me is NASA astronaut Raja Char. To the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for live coverage of NASA now streaming in 4K resolution. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and with me is NASA astronaut Raja Chari. Great to have you here, Colonel.
Super happy to be here, Daryl, and what a beautiful night for a launch, other than some mosquitoes.
You know, something interesting about Raja being here, besides the mosquitoes, which are a little bit of a bother, is he has actually never witnessed a launch firsthand.
Yeah, so Kayla and I, our first launch was being on the rocket, and so Kayla got to see one. Now I get to see one live myself. So looking forward to seeing it from the outside.
We are going to enjoy seeing and hearing it through your perspective as you watch it for the first time. But you were in the rocket, and that's why you're here to give us all of that.
Exactly. I don't get a whole lot of pity when I tell people I haven't seen a rocket.
No, not at all. Well, let's talk about Crew-6. They are already getting suited up. And we've got a little bit of video that was recorded earlier, less than an hour ago, of Crew-6 in that historic astronaut crew quarters suit-up room. And there you see the commander, Stephen Bowen, in his seat. It is exactly as the seats are inside the Dragon. There's Woody Hoberg, the pilot for today.
Yep, that's exactly it. The foam, the fittings, and everything like that are exactly, they're Sultan, one of the mission specialists. And so what they do is 2 by 2, they pressurize them up, check the comm system, and basically are checking to make sure there's no malfunctions in the suit, because you'd rather fix that there than out on the pad.
Absolutely. And so they're also connected up there, right, with those umbilicals?
They are, yep, just like they are in the spacecraft. So they're checking out the suit side umbilical connection, make sure the cooling's working, make sure the comm's working. They take them up to pressure just like they would in the suit pressure checks, and make sure that there's 2 layers of the suit. There's a pressure garment and then a restraint garment. So they're making sure all the zippers for both those layers are holding correctly before they go out to the pad.
Good to get them all zipped up before they go out there to the pad. Now, throughout the broadcast, you will hear pre-launch communication audio between the Corps and the astronauts. The Corps is the Crew Operations Resource Engineer with SpaceX. We will try to pause to hear what that person is saying, and so you can hear what the Corps is saying. You will also hear others from the launch team, too, including the launch director, the mission director, and others. And Raja, you remember the back and forth with those individuals, and it's really critical to be able to communicate with the ground team.
Yeah, so we've simmed with these people, so by the time the crew's in here, there's the same voices they've heard the last few weeks of the sims, and so it's kind of reassuring to hear them again. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of ground loops that we don't hear in the Dragon, and they're tying certain people and certain control loops onto the ones that the crew can hear, and so you're checking all those comp links, and you'll hear that once they get strapped in. You'll hear them going through all those different systems.
And that's right before fueling, right, to get everybody on the same comm channel?
Exactly, just to make sure everyone has a direct comm link to the crew, and the crew has a direct comm link to everyone else. And there's various relays, whether it's through satellites or ground stations or ground connections, and you're checking all of those different links.
All right, very good. Now, I'm not going to be the only one asking you questions, Raja, though I love it. You know, I love that I get to be able to sit next to an astronaut and find out all this fascinating stuff. We want to invite our viewers out there who are watching to participate. So if you would like to ask Raja a question over the next 3 hours, jump on our Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch channels and send your question with the hashtag AskNASA. You can see it at the bottom of your screen. We look forward to hearing from you and answering your questions tonight. And now we're looking at the doors to the astronaut crew quarters here at the Kennedy Space Center, the doors where the astronauts will take their last steps before they go out on a ride to the launch.
I've been here.
And the cool thing about that door, if you look around the frame of it, you'll see the mission patch stickers of all the other crews that have walked through that door. So it's got a long history and proud tradition of doing that. So
yeah, so I've actually been at these exact doors. It's kind of fun. They let us go up there and pretend like we were walking out, and we were like waving to the cameras and stuff. It was fun. Hi, John. Doing great. So let me back up here.
So they had to basically, when they redesigned that inside thing, the inside corridor, but they do still have most of those patches actually are shuttle.
So I have these photo frames. I have these photo frames here that I have 3 of them, and I use them to put mission patches inside for whatever the current American space missions are that are currently in orbit. So right now, this one currently in space is Crew-5. They launched back in November. And I have another plaque here that is currently empty, and I have the patch for Crew-6 right here, which are these guys. They're on their way to walk out right now, and I'll let you watch that while I start munching on my burrito.
The chief of the astronaut office, Joe Kerbal, just behind them.
Yeah, there's Woody and Steven, and then behind them, Andre, Sultan.
Andre, and then Norm Knight's in the tan jacket there, the head of FOD, the
Core
Operations
countdown.
Directorate.
About to step into crew walkout. We remain on schedule.
So you can see that poster behind them has been signed by tons of people on the launch team. So you can see the picture, but then all around it is signatures, which was a kind of a cool surprise to see. They don't see that until that moment when they get in the elevator and then see all those signatures.
And when you walked in there, you saw those signatures. You knew these were people that worked on your mission to get it ready to go.
Exactly. So it's people from JSC, KSC, the Commercial
wave?
Crew Program.
They're gonna-
Woody waved a little too aggressively. No waving when the doors are closing.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they got plenty of margin, so I think they'll be all right. So we have lots for you as we wait for the astronauts to walk out that front door and the cosmonaut. In addition to Raja's analysis, coming up, we'll have live updates from Mission Control in Houston. Hello, Houston. And live interviews from our VIP viewing location here at Kennedy. And as well, we will welcome in SpaceX live from Hawthorne, California at T-1 hour. But right now, we're focused back on those front doors and, well, that's the license plate to the Teslas that are headed out to the pad. And you'll see that it is a nod to Crew Dragon and Crew-6. Notice the G is actually the number 6.
It's very cool. Yeah, I didn't. I've seen our video of walkout multiple times, and it's ours was send it with the 3 as an E, and I thought everyone had send it. I didn't realize that it was crew specific. Yeah, I thought everyone got a 3.
It's a nice touch that SpaceX adds to the ride out and allows the crew, as you know, to select what they're going to have in addition to designing that mission patch. And we're going to talk more about that. Raja, I know you had a lot of involvement with the design of your patch, and we'll get into that a little bit later in the show, but we want to be focused here. You can see the crowd that has gathered.
Yep, and so right now you've seen a mix of family, friends, loved ones, and then there's some folks that are in quarantine, not in quarantine, so they basically got set up differently, but that's a chance for the crew to see family and friends right before they head out to the pad in the Tesla.
And I spy an astronaut peeking out the window.
Yeah, good eyes. It's all, as you can imagine, very choreographed time-wise, because everything's at a very tight timeline. So when they get the signal, they'll cut on out. You can see the bigger view there of sort of that's what's called the O&C building, and the third floor of that building is where crew quarters are at. But the rest of the building is actually an office and a work building, and there's actually engineering, like actual manufacturing going on in that building. Some floors are offices, and it just happens that one of the floors is the crew quarters where they go into quarantine, and that's where the suit up room is at as well.
That's a sprawling crew quarters, 26,000 feet, features 23 bedrooms. Access, of course, restricted when the astronauts are there because you're under quarantine.
Yep, it's kind of like a little mini hotel, basically, like the wing of a hotel. And
a hotel or dorm room?
More of a dorm, yeah, I would say. Yeah, definitely don't have any visions of grandeur.
I know I've got a picture of me coming out of these doors, but for the life of me, I can't find the picture anywhere, so sorry about that. Probably aren't here to see that anyway.
Listening in to the audio that's down there. And here they come, Crew-6, taking their first steps outside before their journey to space. From left to right, we have Andrei Fedyayev, Woody Hoberg, Stephen Bowen, and Sultan Al-Nayati. And now they'll stand in front of their family and loved ones and have some exchange. You remember this moment?
I do. So we've had some time with the families and friends prior, where you actually, especially for the folks who are in quarantine, kind of give last hugs and stuff like that. But this is sort of one last chance to say bye. You know, maybe some long distance hugs, and then sometimes we'll also see some NASA headquarters officials down there as well. So basically a chance just to everyone get eyes on the crew. Because up to this point, you've been in quarantine the whole time, and even with the families here on a very tight schedule. So it's just a little bit of a break before you have to get in the car.
Mm-hmm. Let's listen in now.
Yeah, they put that Astro van in the museum at the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex. So There's actually a new Astro van that Starliner is going to be using. Or that Starliner crews are going to be using when they start launching to the station in April. A brand new Astro van that's like built from the ground up. SpaceX astronauts just use Teslas. What happened to my original Splatoon 1 vids? I mean, they're still their Big Brain channel, and I just made a new Splatoon 1 video last month in January, you know, Splatoon 1 in 2023, so they're still there if you want to see them.
On the broadcast. There
Yep,
she
there's a
is.
better, yep, closer up view.
And that's a United Arab
That's you. Yep,
Emirates.
yep.
Yeah.
Yep, and so yeah, you've got Huzzah standing there, who I believe was also escorting Sultan's family and friends.
Huzzah Mansouri?
Yep, and so he flew, he was the first UAE astronaut,
Yes.
actually. Yep.
And this is NASA's first partnership with the UAE on a flight.
Yeah, that's a really important point, yeah. The first time we've had a UAE astronaut on a Dragon, and first time we've had him fly to the US side of the space station, so pretty historic.
Now in the first Tesla, which is off-screen, that will have the closeout lead and 2 suit technicians. The second one, which is the one on the right that you see in your screen, that'll have the commander and the pilot, which of course is Stephen Bowen and Woody Hoberg. They'll also have a flight surgeon with them. And then the third, which is the one on the left, that'll have the 2 mission specialists and the closeout lead, the second closeout lead. And of course that's Sultan and Andre.
So Ninja number 19 there, Sarah Stringfellow. She's one of the key SpaceX folks that helps integrate all this. And so you'll see we call them the ninjas in the black outfits throughout the night. Ninja number 12 is actually Nick Hague of the astronaut office. But that's all the various members of the closeout team that will help when they get into the white room and the crew access arm and around the vehicle itself.
Getting a round of applause now.
Thank you. I'm glad that I was muted because I actually screwed up and had to start over, so you didn't miss anything anyway. Steve Bowen, the commander of this mission, fun fact about him, he's the only astronaut to have flown on 2 consecutive space shuttle missions. He flew on STS-132, which was the second to last mission for Atlantis. And then immediately after he landed, he was assigned to STS-133, which was the final mission for Discovery, because one of the original crew members injured his back and needed to be replaced. So yeah, Steve Bowen on this mission, only astronaut to have flown on 2 consecutive successful space shuttle missions. There was also an astronaut who flew on the mission before Challenger and after Challenger. And there's also Doug Hurley, who flew on the final shuttle mission and the first Crew Dragon mission. So that's a few other fringe cases of people who flew on successive missions. Yeah, so fun fact about Steve Bowen there. He flew on 2 shuttle missions in a row. Well, Big Brain Channel, people don't care about this. People care about Splatoon or Pokemon. They don't care about this. I care about this. I do these streams for me. No one else, I shouldn't say no one else, you guys are here, but very few other people care about this. This is definitely more of a passion project for me, myself, and I.
Now the family has been in quarantine as well, right?
Exactly. Yep. And so it depends on. There's different levels of quarantine depending on if when people traveled. But yes, there's full quarantine, and
Look
then
at the high five.
and then you see another UAE astronaut there. One of the astronaut candidates, Nora, on the other side, standing next to Huzzah, who just walked off to the left.
Ah.
And then you can see Administrator Nelson is there. His back's towards us in the suit. You can see Victor Glover is the astronaut talking to Steve Bowen, and then just over Victor's right shoulder,
Core on
that's,
countdown, and
Administrator
team
Nelson.
complete, ready for crew arrival.
And then Pam Melroy, the Deputy NASA Administrator, and right next to him. So
Good eye on all those, Raja, and we also saw some family comforting each other.
I made sure I'm not muted this time.
You never know what kind of emotion.
So this is an historical mission because this will be the first time that
big surreal, having knowing the people.
an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates is going to the station for a long-duration mission. There has been one, you see the guy in the blue suit, second from the left, beside the guy holding the camera, I actually met him. He flew to the station for about a week back in 2019. But this is the first time that a UAE astronaut is going to be on the station as part of the crew for crew rotation. Oh, that's not right. Oh, as part of crew rotation for the next 6 months. Do I collect anime Blu-rays? I do when I can. That's the stream. That's not my. That's on NASA's end. That's not on my end. That's kind of embarrassing. Anyway, so yeah, that's historical for that. There's also a Russian cosmonaut among this crew. As part of our agreement with Russia, they give us a cosmonaut and we give them an astronaut, so that if anything happens to one of the vehicles while they're in space, there's still always a presence of the main countries up in orbit. So right now up there's Frank Rubio, who is an American who flew up on Soyuz, and there's Anna Kendrick. Not Anna Kendrick. Holy cow, that's an actress. Let's see who's on Crew-5. Anna Kikina on Crew Dragon. So if for any reason one of them has to come back, the other is still up there. So they spread out the members of the crew on all these different spacecraft just to make sure there's always a presence in space.
And so they said that they expanded and added some cars to the fleet, and they're black ones. The ones that we've used from Demo 2 all the way up to Crew-5 were white.
That's a good point. Yeah. So a new set of windshields to brand with new stickers.
That's right. And so let's introduce you now to today's crew, now that they're safely inside the vehicles and headed to the launch pad. Captain Stephen Bowen. He hails from Cohasset, Massachusetts, and is married with 3 children. He holds the title of first U.S. Navy submarine officer to be selected as a mission specialist by NASA. Captain Bowen is also a veteran of NASA space flights, including space shuttle flights on STS-126.
You see the Mach 25 patch on his shoulder? You only get those if you've been to space, if you've been to orbit, because Mach 25 is orbital velocity.
Cargo carrier and a Russian mini research module. He has logged more than 40 days in space, including 47 hours and 18 minutes in 7 spacewalks. And today, Raja, he is the position that you held during Crew 3. He's the commander.
Yeah, he is, yeah, and Steve is a great guy for it. Like you mentioned, he's the first submarine officer, but not the last in the astronaut corps. He has definitely got some experience, and as you mentioned, a lot of EVA experience. And then Steve also helped with the commercial crew program before Demo 2, actually. So he has some experience with Dragon and with the Boeing Starliner, which hopefully we'll be launching this spring. So he's got some experience on wide-body vehicles, also did some Soyuz training as a backup flow, and so he's very familiar with the Russian side, the Russian vehicles. So yeah, all around, just a great person to be in that commander role, which is really kind of like the coach of the team, really.
How about that? And a lot of that experience is amazing. Also, I read that.
So, and it's a good thing and a bad thing, right?
Yeah, right.
You're definitely definitely exciting, but also a pretty rushed training flow, and you have to be really on your game to do that.
Sitting next to Stephen is pilot Warren Woody Hoberg. The 37-year-old is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He studied aeronautics.
This is a rookie, so this will be his first space flight. They should be passing by the vehicle assembly building here in maybe 5 minutes. And I'm pretty sure they're going to give us a view of that. Wherever the camera is when they pass the VAB, that's where I was for the Artemis 1 launch, or really close to it.
To be an astronaut in 2017, a turtle, which we have another turtle here. He is also a commercial pilot with instrument, single engine, and multi-engine ratings. As pilot for Crew-6, he will be responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Aboard the station, he will serve as an Expedition 68 and 69 flight engineer. You know him well as a fellow turtle.
I do, yeah, and proud to keep the turtle tradition in space alive. Obviously, I'm super excited all of Crew-6, but I'm especially excited with Woody going up as a classmate of mine. So I've come to know and respect him well. The academic backgrounds don't really do it justice. I would say he's probably like 2 or 3 orders of magnitude smarter than any of the rest of us in our class. But you would never know it the way he carries himself. He's totally humble.
Fellow turtle. Yeah, that's because the astronaut class that they're a part of is called the Turtles. Each class is nicknamed by the class that graduated before them. I'm not exactly sure why the class before them said Turtles, but, well, here we are. These astronauts are called the Turtles. This is the UAE astronaut who's going to be on the station.
But in 2020, he traded that in for astronauts.
A furry has been to space. Yeah.
Johnson Space Center.
Blue Origin will send
This
anyone
will be
up.
his first trip to space and our first partnership with the UAE.
Yeah, Daryl, and we are super excited about this. So it is. So Sultan and Hazza both trained in Russia for a while, and then came over to the U.S. Unfortunately, they showed up right as the pandemic was starting. So they had to deal with being the first UAE astronauts to train. Oh, by the way, in the midst of COVID, and so the fact that they persevered and through all that challenge, I'm so excited to see Sultan going up there today. And like you said, just starting the beginnings of a new partnership with the UAE, and now in the new class we have 2 additional UAE astronauts training with us, fully integrated with us at Johnson Space Center. So this is the start of a huge relationship.
And many launches to come in that partnership. It's also the first trip to space for the second mission specialist, Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev. Andrei was selected as a cosmonaut back in 2012. He will be working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. And once aboard station, he will be a flight engineer for expeditions 68 and 69.
Yeah, and Andre, great to see the first-time flyer. So much like our mission, one commander with someone with experience, and then 3 rookies. So very much a testament to the training on both the Roscosmos and JSC side and the NASA side of being able to send that many rookies on one flight. Just
They're going past the VAB
confidence
now.
and trust we have in our training teams and our systems.
And oh, by the way, it's today is Andre's 42nd birthday.
Oh,
so
happy birthday.
He's quite the candle lit for his day.
The best birthday present you could get.
No doubt.
And, they must be getting close because the helicopter's coming by the press stand.
That's right. You can hear it overhead. That's where we are, just across from the vehicle assembly building.
Hi, DJ.
As you look at the caravan coming our way, getting ready to pass in front of the
I'm going to try my best to
UAV,
point out where I was for Artemis 1,
just
but this
last
camera
year,
angle doesn't really
in
help.
November, we rolled out the Artemis 1 mission. The space
I mean,
launch
that's the
system,
VAB
Orion
right there.
spacecraft out of that building right
I was on
there
this side of it where the
for a
camera is,
successful launch
and
on
about a
Orion.
half-mile closer to the
Your fellow
pad.
turtle,
Hopefully we'll be able to get a
Caleb
good view.
was here.
Yeah,
You were here as well. Oh, no, you
I
weren't
was
here.
not
No,
here.
that's
I
right.
watched.
No, it's not
TV.
panning far enough.
And then that building just to the right of the VAB, the more horizontal-looking one, is the firing room. So that's actually where the KSC personnel are watching and monitoring from.
Well, you can see
This
as they're
camera's at
passing
the
there,
press
there's
site,
some,
so
folks waving and wishing them good luck on the road. You mentioned the Launch Control Center.
okay.
That's
You
where
see
Firing
those
Room
concrete
4 is.
blocks over there?
SpaceX
That's
has
where I
got
was.
their launch team, but just
Over there on
to
the right side of the
this
screen, the big
caravan
concrete
here
barriers. That's
is
where I
the
was
turn
for
basin.
Artemis 1. We were the closest
see the
people in the
water, but it's a
world. We
large
were
body of
we were
water.
put
That's where we
closer
bring
to
in
the launch than the people
big
in the press.
hardware,
And
like the
I
core
was the
stage for
closest
SLS.
because I set my camera
And
forward 5 feet in front of
It's also
everyone
where
else.
Several weeks ago, Raja, NASA's recovery team
No one
was
cares.
in the water training to return
I do.
NASA astronauts after a flight back from the moon. Let's take a look now at more in our Artemis update.
Right now, NASA scientists and engineers are preparing for Artemis 2. The mission will send 4 astronauts on a trip around the moon in 2024. But before that happens, test crews are practicing how to recover astronauts from the Orion spacecraft after splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. This black full-scale replica capsule, named Vader, stands for Vehicle Advanced Demonstrator for Emergency Rescue. It spent the last couple of weeks in the turn basin here at the Kennedy Space Center, where it was floated on the water and tested. Crews practiced opening the hatch and installing an inflatable porch, an important piece of equipment to make sure astronauts can be recovered safely. If needed, adjustments will be made, and then it will be shipped to San Diego, where NASA and the Navy can perform recovery tests in the Pacific Ocean.
Some key technology there, Raja. You want to be able to...
That's something crazy to think about. We're going to know the names of the Artemis 2 crew in a month, maybe less than a month.
Yeah, so especially when you're coming back from space and being deconditioned.
We are
your balance
weeks
is off,
away
muscles
from
are
knowing
tight,
the names of the next 4
same,
people who will be going to the moon.
so it's not quite as easy as
Since 20 years before I was born, the list of people who have gone to the moon has been 24. 24 people, that's it, in history who have gone to the moon.
tools for the crew to get out quickly if they have to.
A few weeks from now,
Um,
we're going to know the names of 28.
balls and slips, and now,
And Artemis 2 is on track to launch next year. I believe it will happen. And I'll give anything to be there for it.
The Neutral Buoyancy Lab at Johnson Space Center, and then also out here at Kennedy in that basin.
Great point about the condition of the astronauts, especially since being on Orion. That's tight quarters going around the moon. Want to mention really quickly, if you want to see more Artemis updates and track them as we go along the way, please see the QR code right now to the right of your screen. You can scan that. That'll take you to our Artemis blog, where you can catch up with all the latest updates on Artemis. And now we resume our focus on Crew-6 and the caravan that's taking them out to Launch Complex 39A. One quick note I do want to mention, Raja, before we totally wrap Artemis is, in a few months, we're going to have the announcement for the crew of Artemis 2.
Yeah, so it's going to be a pretty, everyone's pretty excited to hear that. I think one of the cool things about being in our office, I mean, I think most of us, the reason we like working in our office is just the people. And so we're all excited to see who's going to be doing Artemis 2 and all ready to jump in and support them. It's going to be amazing as they suss out and figure out the training flow. As you mentioned, we just had a greatly successful Artemis 1, and now the next step is to put people on board, check out.
Hi, me again. Well, I mean, even if you did go to Florida, like, it is rocket science. There's no guarantee that the rocket would actually lift off on time. Artemis 1 lifted off like 2 months after it was supposed to. Second of all, unless you get press credentials, which I would say at this point I've got a 50-50 shot of getting press credentials for Artemis 2. 50-50. I got a 50% chance of getting press credentials. And if I don't, the closest you're going to be able to get is camping out at the beach. There's going to be a 1.5 million people who are going to be doing the exact same things. So yeah. Hey, thanks Subject Kit for the $1 donation for the next 4 people on the moon. To be clear, Artemis 2 will just send people to the moon. They'll fly around the moon and come back. Artemis 3 is the one that's actually going to land people on the moon. That'll be happening in 2025, 2026.
Good evening and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson
Been
Space
here.
Center in
I've sat in that
Houston,
exact
Texas.
chair that she's in.
Mission Control
Bleep that.
Is essentially the nerve
And
center
there's
for
the,
operating
donation.
the
Thank you,
International
Subject Kit.
Space Station, working in tandem with our partner agencies and providers around the globe. Together, we've ensured the station is ready to welcome Crew-6. Leading the team inside the room right now is Flight Director.
Here they
Mike
are going up to the
Lammers.
launch pad.
And about an hour before launch, Flight Director Chris Dobbins will be in the Flight Director's seat.
Behold,
The flight director here
the
in Mission
mighty
Control will
Falcon
lead the
9
NASA SpaceX Go, no
on
go polls once
historical
we're in
launch pad
integrated operations with
39A.
mission controls here in Houston and at the
This
SpaceX and
launch pad, this exact same launch pad that this rocket is on, is where Apollo 11 took off when it went to the moon. And it's also where the first shuttle and the last shuttle went off from.
to prepare for Crew-6.
This is a very historical pad, and SpaceX is lucky that they have it. And I'm glad they're treating it with such reverence. Also, you can't see it, but just off screen on the right is where they're building the launch platform for Starship. It's humongous.
Yeah. That's awesome to see what they're seeing. And the crew got to go do this usually a day prior to go do a pad tour, but now seeing it with the lights on, with the getting ready to start loading prop here shortly, it's a much different feel.
Also, I'll point out, right now is going to be the last time that these 4 people step on the surface of the Earth until the end of the year. They're going to be up there for 6 months. That's a long time. So, I mean, what is that? Like August is when they're going to end it and come back. So they're probably going to savor just even, walking around on the pad here for a little while.
Yeah, you mentioned that. The playlist we got them from
So,
Johnson. He mentioned
yeah. There's the rocket. This is the second tallest rocket that humans have ever flown into space on, only behind the Saturn V.
Traveling Band by CCR.
So,
Clearwater Revival.
yeah, pretty cool stuff there. Anyway, looks like a brand new rocket too. I guess this hasn't been used. There's not a hint of soot on this. I guess this is a brand spanking new first stage.
It's an American singer. Popular during the 70s. You might remember Everybody's Talking at Me. I kind of think Bowen picked that
For
one. I just have a
countdown, we've
feeling.
arrived at the pad. We remain on schedule.
All right, there's your announcement that the Corps just put out, that the crew has arrived at the pad.
Yep, and you mentioned so when they drove out, they're in 2 vehicles. So
Also, the Falcon 9 is unique among human-rated rockets in that they don't start fueling up this thing until after the crew is all strapped in and ready to go. Every other rocket in history, even the upcoming ones like the Atlas V and the Artemis and all those are fueled up. They start fueling them up long before the crew arrives to help get the kinks out. And oftentimes they're completely filled up before the crew shows up. And then they just keep topping it off as it bleeds off. SpaceX had to fight in order for NASA to allow them to start fueling this up only after the astronauts were all strapped in. Like, the way it goes now is the astronauts come up, they could walk right up to the rocket and touch it if they wanted to, because it's just an empty tank if they wanted to, but they don't. So the astronauts are strapped in, they arm the launch escape system in case something goes wrong, and then they fuel it up. And then they don't finish filling it up until literally like 2 minutes before it's go to launch. It's to help reduce as much wasted fuel as possible.
Just heard Daryl say this is the 6th crew rotation flight from NASA and SpaceX to the space station since 2020. What do you think of that cadence that commercial crew has achieved?
I think it's awesome. You know, we're launching every 6 months. That was the plan going in. It's been our plan for a long time. I think folks may not appreciate how hard it is, but the team has been very.
I like this guy. He was on the ISS.
When I look back, you know, in the early days of space station, we thought
when Columbia happened. That's probably what he's best known for.
6 months is just normal. 1 year is longer. You know, when we go to Mars, 2-3 years is going to be normal, and this is all part of getting there.
Right, exactly. And every 6 months, you know, commercial crew is really keeping us busy right now. What can you say about the continuous presence of the United States on the space station?
Well, it's great to be up there doing science. Every day the team is doing some sort of science, keeping the space station flying, but it's given us the experience we need, again, to go to Mars. The longer we're in space, the more we learn, and that prepares us for that eventual trip away from Earth and on out into the solar system.
I'm going to keep interrupting the stream every once in a while just to offer some commentary. So, the reason SpaceX flies astronauts to the station is because NASA has contracted it out to them under a program called Commercial Crew. NASA has several programs. They had Mercury, Gemini, Apollo Space Shuttle. The current one is Commercial Crew. And then Artemis to send people to the moon. Commercial Crew is unique in that they don't make the spacecraft. They buy them from private companies. They rent them out. So this SpaceX's spacecraft is called Dragon. And it's rated to go to the station for up to 9 months, although it usually only stays for 6. Only has so far anyway. It stayed for 7 one time, but it can do 9. But SpaceX isn't the only company that does this, actually. Boeing has a spacecraft called Starliner, which is due to have its final test mission, which will send a crew to the station in April. And so those are the two players right now, and NASA has also opened up the possibility for a third player to come in later this decade, which will most likely be a space plane called Dream Chaser from Sierra Nevada, now called Sierra Space. It is a lot cheaper, no joke. But the funny thing is, and it's not funny, it's actually kind of lame. SpaceX and Boeing were basically competing with each other to be the first to the station. And for a while, it was pretty much neck and neck. I genuinely thought that Boeing had a chance of getting there first. But Boeing, you remember when they had problems with their 787 Maxes crashing? Well, right around the same time, they were having problems with their Starliner spacecraft. So what they ended up doing was taking a few years to step back and say, okay, we need to fix this because we're putting human lives at risk. So it's taken a lot longer to send them up into space than SpaceX. SpaceX got it right first try. And they've been doing it. In fact, they've been doing it so well that this is Crew-6. This is the final flight of the original contract. And they got through the entirety of their contract before Boeing could even finish their testing. That is how ahead of it SpaceX is and how far behind Boeing is. And yeah, Boeing is also in charge of the SLS. So that fell behind. I'm just going to blame bad management. I'll tell you why. I've talked with numerous Boeing employees that worked on both Starliner and SLS. Every single one of them has been incredibly passionate and incredibly excited about what they're doing. And every single one of them has said that if there was anything they could do to make it better, they would, but the problems are just above their heads. I am going to blame management. I have no doubt that the people who are responsible, the people who are physically building all this stuff and testing it, I have no doubt that they themselves are doing everything they can to make it good. But yeah, Boeing's management sucks. I'm glad that their management got fired and they brought in new guys to fix everything, because man, their old ones sucked. Just across the board, their aircraft, their spacecraft, everything in between. And here are the astronauts walking around getting a look-see of the pad and getting some last-minute pictures. So yeah, see these elevators? These elevators only have 2 floors, ground floor and top floor. It's a fast trip. So yeah, Starliner should start flying in April. That should be when the final test flight, which is a crewed test flight, goes up to the station. Be up there for a few days, come back. No need to stay any longer than necessary. These guys getting a nice look at their rocket. They're standing practically right underneath it. So yeah, it's 220 feet tall. It's a tall rocket. You want to get as good of a look at it as possible. Yep, April, big brain channel. Boeing's crewed test flight for Starliner should be in April, and then they should be able to start sending commercial crew to the station beginning later this year. In the meantime, SpaceX has been given a contract extension. You remember how I said they were contracted for 6 flights? This was number 6. That contract has been extended to 15. Boeing has not yet gotten an extension. It might not, because SpaceX basically has all of the remaining crew slots for crew rotations until the International Space Station ends its program life. So yeah, that's just so interesting how that worked out. And that might have been inevitable just because Starliner is more expensive and it doesn't have much of a commercial viability outside of sending crews to the station. Although Blue Origin did say they're going to start contracting it for their Orbital Reef space station, but that goes above everyone's heads except for maybe Captain Swag's. But yeah, here we go on the top floor. You saw they just entered the elevator down there. Well, it's going to open up here, and that's real time. That's not a jump cut or anything. That'll be real time how fast it takes to get to the top. And then, like I said, of course, Dream Chaser is working on a space plane called, or Sierra Nevada is working on a space plane called Dream Chaser. So yeah. Yeah, Captain Swag. I was just saying that Starliner is being talked about with Blue Origin to send crew to their orbital reef. Like I said, that goes over everyone's heads except maybe yours. Anyway, let's go ahead and listen in, because these guys are probably explaining what's going on better than I can.
Inside, we have our mission specialists giving a fist bump, Sultan and Andre, as they head to the elevator. And Woody and Steven, commander and pilot, now going against the chevron.
I haven't heard much about Orbital Reef either, but that's just because Blue Origin is so secretive.
If there was an emergency egress. So if there's any
supposedly New Glenn is set to launch this year, but we have not seen anything to suggest it. That's just how secretive they are. Like, it could launch this year. They just haven't shown anything.
Where you would go, and then they take you eventually to slide wires, which are basically some high up zip lines with a basket that you get into and then ride down to the ground. You can see now they're standing in front of the red NASA worm there, the crew arms off to the right, and then Sultan and Andre are just getting in the elevator, head on up.
Those slide wires are on the left.
Okay, on the left screen there, it's really hard to make out, but one of the astronauts is talking into a phone. Like a landline phone, you know, pick it up, dial, you know, you do a rotary phone. That is a leftover from the Apollo program. It allows for astronauts to make a last-minute call to whoever they want for their final words, talking to anyone on the outside. Oftentimes it's their family. Chris Sambrowski, before Inspiration 4, called up the person who originally won his spot and gave it to him. Is there any ex-military that's been sent into space? There's been more military and ex-military in space than civilians. Just a fact of life. It's like military and ex-military outnumber civilians 3-1. Just the way that space and astronauts work.
My wife. But a key life hack is that you need to make sure that the person you're going to call has the phone number up there, which is for obvious reason guarded. But
the very first civilian in space was Neil Armstrong.
Oh, right. So get that number in
Yeah,
soon.
exactly.
Looks like we've got a little backup in the queue here.
Well, supposedly most of the station will
mission
be
specialist
assembled
will
with New
stand
Glenn
by.
launches.
You see they're handing the phone over. The other thing that's going on is because they've got their gloves on, it's hard to actually control the phone. So one of Nick Haig's job is to dial the phone number for him.
Well, that's helpful.
Yep.
By the way, Crew-6 is the first of 3 SpaceX launches on Monday. It's going to be a busy Monday, Raja. We got Starlink off the pad 40 on Monday afternoon, followed by another Starlink launch out of Vandenberg. The pace here at the Space
Yeah,
Center-
SpaceX is launching more than a rocket a week. Last year, they launched 61 rockets, which is, again, more than one a week. That averages to almost one every 5 days. That's nuts. So, and they're on track to break that record this year. A lot of Starlink launches. So a lot of it is them trying to become a manifest company rather than a launch company. That's just how it works out. But even as far as crewed launches go this year, this is Crew-6. This is the rotation to the ISS, where they send this crew up for 6 months. They've got, to the best of my knowledge, 3 more crewed missions. 2 of which are not crew rotation missions. There will be a crew rotation mission in November called Crew-7, shocker. But in just a month or 2, they're going to be sending a private tourism group to the station for a week with Axiom Space called Axiom Mission 2. Mission 1 was last year. It launched while I was moving to Nebraska. And then later this summer, there's going to be a mission called Polaris Dawn, which aims to be the very first mission to conduct a private spacewalk, which should be exciting. Also, you see all these you see the NASA meatball and the SpaceX logo there on the whiteboard. It is a person's privilege to write their name on the board before they enter their spacecraft. So if you're part of the crew rotation missions, then you get to sign your name beside the meatball logo, which is what Steve Bowen is doing right now. And if you're going into space as part of a private SpaceX mission, then you get to sign yours by the SpaceX logo. So the Inspiration 4 crew and the Axiom 1 crew signed their names there last year. And this year, Axiom 2 and Polaris Dawn will be able to sign theirs there as well. Just a fun little tradition that harkens back to the space shuttle era. The very last thing you do before you leave the Earth is signing your name. I desperately hope that one day I'll be able to do the same.
Seeing a dragonfly come around near the White Room.
Oh, really? That space is open there?
There's a little bit of the black part is kind of like seals up against it, but there is open air inside the crew access arm. And you can see they're getting glasses positioned. So the other thing that the closeout crew is helping them with, they've got some crew personal items like glasses, watches. If they've got the watches they're going to wear on the outside of the suit, this is the kind of time we'd start donning that kind of stuff. If they'd have like wrist mirrors and anything like that, they'll start getting that on now, and as well as once they're inside the capsule.
Well, White Room is a term first used during the Gemini era, literally for the description of the color of the room, but it's not really much of a room, right? It's pretty tight.
Yeah, it's more of exactly. It's more of a clean room. You see they're grabbing name tags there, they'll basically kind of a tradition that.
These people dressed in black are officially called the closeout crew. They're in charge of getting the astronauts into their spacecraft. They're in charge of closing the spacecraft and getting ready to send it to space. But they're affectionately known as the Pad Ninjas.
Yep. Yeah, it is a cool tradition, and the hardest thing is remembering where you put them all after 6 months in space. I had a moment of panic when we came
No,
back.
this is for real, Big Brain. They're actually launching. They're set to launch. You see the countdown clock up there? That is the real-time countdown. So 2 hours and 44 minutes and 29 seconds from now, they will launch to the station.
Standing by, getting ready to make their walk down the crew access arm.
The other key thing Nick Haig has to know how to do is dial internationally on that phone, especially with Sultan and Andre. Yeah.
Oh, right.
It's a government phone. It's not always easy. We had to practice.
Core on countdown.
And there was a dry dress.
Also, screw sleep. Yeah, seriously. It's going to launch at 12:45 a.m. my time. I'm not going to be able to get up to watch Pokemon Presents tomorrow, but I can watch these guys go to space, which is much more exciting for me. This is such a rare event. There's only a few hundred people who have ever been to space, and we're about to add 3 more, and a veteran today, so yeah. Fun fact, Crew Dragon launches have a 1 second launch window. That means that there is exactly 1 second in a day, in a 24-hour period, 1 second where this thing can lift off the pad and get the crew to the station. So when that T minus counter is going down, that is accurate to the second. And if you're like, well, what if it needs to get delayed because of weather or because of some sort of technical problem? Well, then we try again tomorrow. Although I will point out that the only Crew Dragon so far that has had to delay after the crew has been strapped in was Demo 2, which was the very first Crew Dragon flight ever. Every single other Dragon flight since then has lifted off at the exact second that it was first planned to. Kind of funny how that works out. Now, coming back, sometimes they have to delay it because of weather and stuff, but getting up there, they have been really good at making it work. So, yeah, and so the commander and the pilot are now inside the capsule. So this is the UAE astronaut on the right and the Russian cosmonaut above me on the left. These are the last two to go in. The closeout crew will spend about 30 minutes getting them all strapped in and getting any last-minute items into the cabin, making sure that everything's all set up, that their suits are all pressurized and they aren't leaking, and then close the hatch and stuff. And then they'll start fueling up the rocket about an hour from now. And it'll take an hour and 40 minutes for it to fully fuel up. So what you're seeing right now is about the most exciting thing that's going to happen until the spacecraft actually lifts off. So since this is the 10th, is this the 9th or the 10th Crew Dragon flight? Holy cow. Let me see here. List of flights. We had Demo 2, Crew 1, Crew 2, Inspiration 4, Crew 3, Axiom 1, Crew 4, Crew 5, Crew 6. This is the 9th flight of Crew Dragon. So, as of this flight, there will be... The Crew Dragon will have sent 36 people into space, which is an absolutely big number, actually. I think as far as American programs go, that's the second most only to the space shuttle. For obvious reasons. That's kind of nuts to think about. You will see this astronaut on the left got some of the name tags from the closeout crew. That's a tradition for them to fly those name tags up into space with them, and then when they come back, they give it back to the crew. You know, a free, hey, this thing has been into space, here you go, sort of a thing. And it's, you know, each crew's personal patch, so it's a lot more personal than just being like, hey, here's a dime I brought with me. No, this is your patch with your name on it, and it's been to the station. So there you go. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff.
Reduce the total time by about 27 minutes, but it will still be included in the nominal timeline for troubleshooting. So, for example, when they perform the seat rotation, the core comm check, the suit leak checks, they'll also perform the side hatch inspection. And then we started hearing those comm checks as even the mission specialists are starting to ingress.
Exactly, yeah. So I think every time we do a launch, we learn from it. So as much as we like to think things are routine, we're always learning and trying to...
Saw the flag patch, yep. So that patch directly above me right there, that's the Roscosmos symbol. And then the flag patch you saw was the United Arab Emirates flag. So whichever country you're from, you get a patch for that country, or company or whatever. So since the two that were already in there are NASA astronauts, they've got the NASA patch, and since this is a UAE astronaut, he gets the Arab flag, and then the cosmonaut gets a Roscosmos patch.
Well, the real danger is bumping your helmet by.
It also helps to identify them a lot easier for people like you and me.
It's easier for the ninjas to get in there wearing that suit, and again with the kind of like limited head mobility, it's easy to forget that you've got a giant bulb attached to the top of your head and then bump that visor into something.
I like that shot that SpaceX showed us going into Dragon with the closeout team.
So when the crew reaches space, there should be what's called a 0G indicator. Usually it's a toy or something like that they put in the capsule long ahead of time. So when they reach zero gravity, it's going to start floating away and you'll be able to see it, and that'll be the official indication that they have reached space. And I'm positive that all of the rookies are excited for this. I'm sure Steve Bowen is excited for this too. The last time he flew into space was 2010, 13 years ago. So, but the rookies especially, they've all had zero-G training in airplanes and stuff, but it's got to be just super exciting to just know that you are actually going to space today. And again, I'm sure they're completely professional about it. They've trained for this. But yeah, oh, this is cool. You could barely see up there. Those are the mission patches, stickers on the wall that have been used of all the missions that this capsule's been used for. So this is Crew Dragon Endeavor, which was previously used for, you could see them up there, the patches for Demo 2, which was the first Crew Dragon mission, Crew 2, and Axiom 1. So this is Dragon Endeavor's 4th trip into space. That's pretty cool. What is that guy giving a bag? Well, that's a lot of essential stuff, like if they need to abort, then it has stuff in there like a flare and a knife and stuff, stuff that you might need if you need to get out of the capsule in a hurry and then need to work on surviving. But what's actually strapped on top of that is an iPad. Every astronaut gets an iPad, and that integrates flawlessly with the spacecraft, so they're able to control things and get information on the condition of their spacecraft and the conditions outside and stuff. But yeah, so at the end of this mission, they're going to get a sticker with this patch on it, and they're going to put it inside there. So yeah, Crew Dragon Endeavor making its 4th flight to space today.
Ingested, inhale, cause an eye injury or damage something.
And the foreign object debris, Raja, actually, the prevention of it begins all the way back in Hawthorne before the spacecraft leaves.
I agree, Captain Swag. It's great to see, like they were mentioning earlier, I don't know if you guys caught this, but they're using brand new Teslas today, and it's not because the old ones were bad. It's that literally they just ran out of room to put the little stickers. So the Teslas that they had used to move the crew from the from their crew quarters to the pad, they put a new sticker on there for every single mission that the crew, that the Teslas use to take crew to the pad. The old Teslas, like, the stickers line the windshield. And what happened is the old Teslas ran out of space and the drivers couldn't see out the windshield. That's the only reason they're using new Teslas today. And they'll use these Teslas until they run into the same problem. They're going to have to use new Teslas 8 missions from now. And there will be 8 more missions. There will be 16 more missions and more. SpaceX has contracts for enough commercial flights and plenty of private flights, announced and unannounced, that those Teslas will be used many, many more times, and they'll need more and more Teslas. This is part of the reason why I love collecting these patches. I don't know how well you guys can see behind me, but you see that mountain of stuff there? Those are all my space patches. So I love collecting these because it's a little reminder of the mission. Even if you don't remember the crew, even if you don't remember anything about it, it'll help you remember that it existed. And it's kind of cool to, it's fun for me to collect these because I just love space, and it's important for me to try and remember every single space mission as much as possible. They're doing comm checks now for the crew. Make sure that their mics can talk to Mission Control in California.
Loud and clear, call. Thank you.
There's a little delay between the audio coming from the astronaut and coming on the broadcast.
Yeah, you can see Woody's zipping in. So those 2 layers I was talking about the suit before, you can see there's an orange colored zipper and a white zipper, and that's the orange is the pressure garment zipper and the white is the restraint zipper. That's why there's 2 colors.
Plus, whenever I get new patches, I get to put them into these plaques. I have 3 of these. Thus far, all 3 of them have never been filled up all at the same time. Often it's 1, sometimes it's 2. So after tonight's launch, it'll be 2 because I got this and the one for Crew 5 behind me. But my hope is that one day we will indeed have 3 separate American crews in orbit. I believe that it will happen. I think it's inevitable at this point, whether it's because of crew rotations on the station or a tourist mission that happens at the same time as an Artemis moon landing mission. Like, at some point, we will have a time where there will be 3 of these filled up, and I am looking forward to that so much. So this is my plaque. They're all identical, but I have them in certain places on my counter back there. This is the plaque that I reserve for brand new missions that are tourist missions or They're brand new ones going up to the station. The middle one is whatever is currently at the station and whatever is there the longest. So right now it's Crew 5, which I am pointing at right now. You probably can't see it very well, but that's my Crew 5 one. And then the one on the right, I am reserving for Artemis missions. Or if for some reason we actually do end up with 3 flights in space at once. The very first time I ever filled up the third one, which is what I'm pointing at right now, was the launch of Artemis 1 in November. It was uncrewed, but I had the patch, and it was so exciting to finally see that plaque filled up, like literally years after I created these.
Right to left, and looking at the seats from the hatch. So all the way in the far right will be Andrei Fedyaev. He's in seat 1. Sorry, in the far left, correction. He's the one motioning with his hand right now. In seat 2, moving across to the right, that's Woody Hoberg in the pilot seat. And just to the next astronaut to the right, that's Stephen Bowen, the commander, in seat 3. And then at the far right is Sultan Al-Nayati. He's in seat 4.
All right, kind of giving some last-minute handshakes here. Closeout crew doing some fist bumps. At some point, they'll probably get a photo, is my guess.
You become close with the
You do, yeah. Like I said, you know these people.
So yeah,
Like,
very exciting stuff. I would love to just be a part of the closeout crew for these, and it can be anyone. A lot of times, a lot of them are technicians who it's their job just to make sure it's all proper. But like astronauts get to pick who their closeout crew is, every single person. So sometimes they'll bring in like a photographer buddy who's a friend of theirs who may not be a part of NASA or maybe not even a good photographer, but they just know they'll like the pictures they take. They got Walter Cronkite to come out for some of the earlier shuttle missions just so he could properly write about the experience. So yeah. Anyway, what I was doing there was I was grabbing my plaque. This is the plaque for Crew 5. Again, these guys have been in space since November. So yeah, I think that they should be returning to Earth next week, if I'm correct. Did they launch in August? They launched in August, my bad. Anyway, this is the Artemis 1 patch that I've got. Kind of hard to tell what it is. I keep them in these Ziploc bags, so it's easier to store them and display them. But I like this specifically because this was given out to us when we went to the NASA social event. So this isn't one that I bought like all my other patches. This is an Artemis 1 patch given to me by NASA. And this is one that I had on me when I saw Artemis 1 closer than everyone else. This has a lot of personal significance to me. I'm very, very happy to have this. And it's no different than every other patch they sell on like AB Emblem or the Space Store or anything. But I am just very, very happy to have this. Okay, later, Big Brain. And then all the rest of these are my Crew Dragon patches. So every single one of these at some point has been in this very placard. At some point, because they've all at some point flown up to the station. So the very first mission was Demo 2. Demo 1 was uncrewed, Demo 2 was crewed. Bob and Doug flew in this very spacecraft that these guys are in, Crew Dragon Endeavour. They flew in this 3 Mays ago, May 2020. Here's my patch for Crew 1, Crew 2, Inspiration 4, which was the first orbital private crewed spaceflight. I am incredibly happy that I covered this. We raised over $150 for St. Jude's that day. I'm very happy that we did that. And, you know, I got to hang out with Chris Dombrowski during the Artemis 1 launch because he was there with NASA Social as well, which is awesome. I'm glad that he got in. This is the patch for Crew 4. Crew 3. This is for Crew 3, my bad. Crew 3. So one of the commentators, Raja, he was he was the commander of this flight. This was the first NASA spaceflight with a rookie commander since the final Skylab mission. And this is the patch for Axiom Mission 1, which was the first tourist mission to the station with SpaceX. And this is Crew 4. And again, Crew 5 is in here, and Crew 6 is launching now. I have the patch for that, show it to the camera properly, ready to be put in here as soon as they make a safe orbit. Exciting stuff. This is I'm probably the only person in the world who does something like this. But this is something that I am very happy to do and something that I always look forward to doing. It's a little ritual of mine that I always just love doing. So I love collecting patches. I have since the shuttle era. A lot of my patches I got during the shuttle era. And this is just a little tradition that I like to do to help make these things a little more special.
Pilot, we had you loud and clear. Resource engineer.
Pilot loud and clear.
SpaceX MS1, com check.
MS1 loud and clear.
SpaceX, this is MS2. Do you read me?
MS2 loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
This part's cool.
So
This
there you
part
go,
is
the
always
call
so
for
cool to
seat
see.
rotation. So we're seeing the astronauts and the cosmonaut for the last time with that camera inside the spacecraft before that camera has to pull out.
SpaceX Dragon crew is ready for seat rotation.
And those seats articulate up so they can look at that display that is at the top of the screen. That's what the action is.
Exactly, yeah. You'll see the seats rotate for both launch and landings. So that
SpaceX copies Dragon. Will report when initiating.
yeah, so that it's like
Hi,
this to make
Brandon.
it easier to get.
Initiating seat rotation.
radio.
You'll start to move. To start to make it easier to get in and out for both the people and the cargo, but then you rotate the seats for launch and landing so the G-forces are more through your chest and not in like a more odd. You don't want to be like in a
Pulling it down from your
weird.
head,
Yeah,
let's say, like
exactly.
the blood
It
down
makes
to your
it
feet.
exactly. So this makes it much more easy to sustain the G's when it's pushing through your chest, kind of like someone sitting on your chest, as opposed to pulling it down towards your feet. And you can see the cargo underneath there.
There they go. Rotating, articulating, I should say, up into that flight position.
Now that is
Be
futuristic.
able to look at their screen.
I'm doing good, radio.
monitor
Thanks.
the systems as Dragon is.
Oh, another thing I forgot to mention about the Inspiration 4 patch, I actually received that because I had donated to St. Jude's to try and get a seat. Didn't get the seat Chris did, but they gave me the patch, and I love collecting patches, so another one that's a little more sentimental to me. But yeah, seats rotating upwards. The reason that they do that is because when you're going into space, it's very important that the blood doesn't leave your brain. So a lot of really smart people back in the 40s and 50s realized that if you're going to experience a lot of G-forces, it's best that you're lying flat on your back with your feet elevated in front of you. That way, all the blood kind of stays in your upper body region so you don't pass out, and all the forces are pressed against your chest. And your ribs do a really good job of handling G-forces. So this is the most comfortable way to get into space. It's not the only way. You could totally stand up the whole way if you wanted, but this is the most comfortable. And especially coming back down to Earth, this is comfortable because by that point you've been in space for months and months and months, and you probably forget how to even stand up in the first place.
So Steve mentioned Section 2. That was the procedure I was talking about before, so they're doing it on the screens. You'll see them running through the steps there. Steve's probably telling them to lower their body.
And yeah, Crew-5 is set to come back next month, so probably a week from now.
Essentially, when they're doing this, they're going to...
The way that crew rotations usually work is that when a new crew goes up, they bring back the old crew about 6 or 7 days afterwards. Just enough time to transfer over everything, make sure that all the people are accommodated to space, or accustomed to space, and that all the accommodations are good, and stuff like that. So the Crew-5 crew will most likely be returning next week. So right now in space there are 10 people. There are 7 people on the International Space Station, and there are 3 people on the Chinese Space Station, which people forget. China has a space station and it's permanently manned. So yeah, there are currently 10 people in space. At any given time, there's 10 people in space. At any given time. It's been that way for 2 or 3 years now. So when these people go up, that'll bring it up to 14 people in space, which just 2 years ago would have been a brand new record, but now it doesn't even come close. The record for the most number of people in space at one time is 19, which lasted for about 3 minutes because it was during one of those suborbital flights like what William Shatner went on, or Jeff Bezos or whatever. But for a brief moment, there were 19 people in space. And it wouldn't surprise me if just in the next few years we will see that number be surpassed. In any case, tonight there will be 14, and it'll be that way for the next week. And yeah, Exciting stuff.
You were the commander for Crew 3. What's your role in this moment?
So my analogy that I like to use is kind of like a professional coach of a team, where you're not really, if you're an NBA coach or an NFL or Major League Baseball coach, you're not teaching people how to play.
They're doing leak checks now
to work together in the most
making sure the
way.
spacesuits aren't leaking air.
Everyone in our office is highly trained.
In the case of a sudden depressurization of the spacecraft, the suits, the reason they wear suits at all is in case there's a depressurization of the spacecraft on the way into space, they still got air in their suits, so they'll survive. There were a lot of shuttle missions where they just didn't wear suits. This is before Challenger, where they just didn't wear suits because there wasn't a point. If the cabin was pressurized, you could just hop in some casual clothes and hop in your chair and you'd be fine. But now they wear suits just in case they lose pressurization. But once they're in orbit and have been for long enough to make sure that the spacecraft isn't leaking at all, they get out of their suits. Literally, maybe about an hour after they're in space. Maybe not even that. Maybe half an hour. But that's why they have to wear the suits, is in case something goes wrong and the spacecraft loses air, they don't die. I don't know when my next shiny hunting stream is, Brandon. I need to do it again. I know I do.
We would have figured that out, or figured out certain emergencies. So, Woody's a lot smarter than me, and Steve's been speaking Russian a lot longer, so I'm sure they didn't have that. I'm sure they didn't have that concern. But things like that. So it's just trying to figure out how to best optimize the skill set of the crew. And you can see
does look like they're
pressure.
inflated,
Yeah, you can see that's why Woody's hands look like a mummy there, just sticking out.
Yeah.
And you can see
because they're all pressurized.
Much puffier. You can see Andre's head, like the helmet now is, you can still see his nose and his eyes, but it's risen up. You can see how it's extended there in his neck. And that's why it's so important to be fully strapped in, because if you weren't fully strapped in the suit, you would turn in, you'd basically just puff up and wouldn't be able to move your arms and legs. So these are not like what we call the EMUs. These are not meant to go EVA or do spacewalks, these kind of suits. These are called IV suits, meant for in the vehicle. And as you mentioned, to protect you from a fire or a depress, but not to go outside and actually move around.
And we just heard from Johnson Space Center that we have 4 passing leak checks.
Excellent. You can see they're deflating. You can see actually the suit getting smaller on them.
Yeah. See it
it's like they're holding their breath.
Dragon, we have nominal suit leak checks for all suits.
Next, you'll see pop their visors up shortly.
SpaceX copies and concurs good suit leak checks. Closeout team will now perform final closeout steps and exit capsule. Proceed to section 4 for side hatch closure and report when ready.
As a reminder, guys, you see the countdown up there. We still got 2 hours and 20 minutes left until launch. The next maybe half hour or so, they're just going to clear out the spacecraft, or close out the spacecraft, good lord, and then get out of the pad. And then, we got a long countdown. They're going to start fueling up the spacecraft. Literally maybe 45 minutes from now is when they start, and it'll take until T-minus 2 minutes for them to finish filling it up. So for a lot of that time, there's just not going to be much to do. I could keep giving trivia tidbits and stuff. Usually, SpaceX has a lot of stuff that they show and tell in order to help pass the time. Maybe that'll be the way it is today. I don't know. We'll see. They haven't really been doing a lot of cutaways to, to that kind of stuff like they usually do. Maybe it's just because these guys are so ahead of schedule. Like, Ingress was supposed to stop 5 minutes ago, and they've already finished their leak checks. They are very, very ahead of schedule. You cannot imagine sitting there like that, waiting for 2 hours, just waiting to go. Well, there's stuff for them to do. The commander and the pilot, the 2 middle seats, they have eyes on a display, a computer display in front of them that they can look at the progress of the fueling and the timeline and check out the health of the spacecraft, make sure everything's looking right. They're probably just going to be eyeing that the next 2 hours. The 2 on the sides, though, yeah, there's not much to do. Probably a lot of jitters, just knowing that you're going to space today. That definitely would help pass the time, but believe it or not, they also have things to help pass the time, like they can listen to music, or they can watch movies on their iPads and stuff like that. There are ways to pass the time. Probably not anything that they want to do, just because they want to have an ear on the comms at all times, just to make sure that if anything does happen, that they know about it.
Based on our, we had a little tradition when we were in training of
Huh.
playing little mini.
Well, that's interesting. One of them just pointed out something, and all of them just scrambled. Don't think I've seen that.
And then we did pick do a game of war in terms.
Well, Captain Swag, yeah, back in those days, you were in charge of the spacecraft. Now the spacecraft's in charge of itself. It's a little different now. The Crew Dragon almost completely flies autonomously. The commander and the pilot are trained to fly it if they need to, but to the best of my knowledge, it has yet to happen that the commander, or that literally anyone, controls the spacecraft, has controlled the spacecraft at all. To the best of my knowledge, the spacecraft has pretty much taken care of itself this whole time. SpaceX has gotten their computer systems down. I mean, they land their rockets on drone ships 1,000 miles out in the ocean, so that, you know, and they do it every single time now. This rocket is going to land itself on a drone ship. So here we go, getting ready to close the hatch. Probably not actually closing it, but getting ready, just making sure they can look in all those little nooks and crannies, make sure it's all set. Excuse me. And I'll remind you, these guys are 220 feet up in the air right now. It may look like they're like pressing themselves up against walls and stuff, but beyond those guardrails, those white guardrails, is a very thin piece of room and drop to the ground below. So I guess if you don't think about it too much, it's not that big of a deal. It looks like a closed room, but it's not. It's not. Looks like one of them has like a wet wipe or something just above my webcam. They got a wet wipe trying to get something out of there. You need a tight seal. One of the earlier Crew Dragon missions, I forget if it was Crew 1 or 2, they almost didn't launch on time because there was a foreign object that was stuck in the seal that kept it from getting a proper seal. And that foreign object was a human hair. They couldn't seal the spacecraft because a human hair got stuck. They opened it up, they wiped it away, they sealed it up, and they still launched on time, but this guy with the wet wipe is probably working at something just to try and get it away. Looks like he's asking for something else, like maybe give me the Windex or something.
It is my great honor to award you both the Congressional Space Medal of Honor.
Yeah, Bob and
January,
Doug.
Vice President Kamala Harris spoke to a packed room at the White House about the dedication of NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken.
Bob and Doug represent the best of our nation. There's no question about it.
NASA selected both men to be astronauts for the space shuttle program in 2000. But when the shuttle program ended 11 years later, Doug and Bob's work did not. NASA collaborated with the private sector to build the next generation of spacecraft.
Every part of the capsule.
So yeah, Doug had flown on the final shuttle, and then he flew on the first Dragon. So he did fly on consecutive missions. They were just 9 years apart.
Decades.
Funny how that works.
Know-how.
And in May of 2020, the SpaceX Crew Dragon was ready to soar.
Bob and Doug returned to the Kennedy Space Center. They suited up. They waved to their families. And they rode an elevator up nearly 20 stories. They strapped in to their seats and waited as the tanks beneath them filled with tens of thousands of gallons of fuel. And then
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
Demo 2 was the first crewed flight for NASA's Commercial Crew program, ushering in a new era of human spaceflight. And now, the names Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken have been added to an elite list. Prior to the ceremony, the Congressional Space Medal of...
Yeah, SpaceX decided to honor them by naming 2 of their tugboats after them. The boats that are responsible for retrieving payload fairings, yeah, they named them Bob and Doug instead of Miss Tree and Miss Chief like they used to be.
The end of a rocket ship.
Because of their bravery, Missions like Crew-6 are happening today.
Bob and Doug, together, have written the first page of a new chapter in the history of American space flight.
Bob and Doug dedicated their careers to space flight. What an honor, Raja.
Yeah, it was so cool. I got to actually the honor to work with them as we approached Demo 2, and the vice president couldn't have said it better. They have set the stage for a whole new era of space flight, and we are seeing it. That we whether it's the Dragon, the Starliner, they were in on the ground floor doing all that. And exactly like she said, their influence is all over this vehicle, and their, the way they worked with SpaceX to help design it, we are all benefiting that. We continue to benefit from it today, and so actually more than a few times in training, like why is it like this? Like, oh, Bob and Doug, like that makes sense.
About that.
Yeah. So it was very cool. And
yeah, massive
very
respect for Bob and
well-deserved.
Doug.
Yeah, the office, NASA, the country is in such a better place because of the work they did.
Well said, Raja. And while we're talking about honors and the office of the president, I want to mention that Raja was nominated by the President of the United States for the appointment to the grade of Air Force Brigadier General. Still needs to be confirmed by the Senate, right?
Yep.
But
Yep.
the Senate, of course, approves all senior civilian and military appointments. But congratulations
Thanks very much,
on getting that nomination.
Yeah, my wife and I are super honored and humbled to be able to continue serving.
For anyone who doesn't know,
we're,
that's a big deal.
We're very honored and special to be able to do
Brigadier
that.
General is something you
General.
can't earn. You have to
please
be.
don't. Yeah.
It's really hard to get. Let's
Not
just
even
put it that way.
Not just Raja.
Okay, will do. Let's check in now with Courtney Beasley at the Johnson Space
Huh,
Center.
they haven't closed the hatch.
Texas. Hey, Courtney.
Hey, Daryl, thanks. As we said earlier, the team here in Mission Control Houston is actively monitoring the International Space Station as they await Dragon's arrival. The crew aboard the station is currently in a sleep period, and they are scheduled to wake up at midnight Central Time. They have completed a number of tasks to prepare the station for Crew-6, like setting up tools to monitor Dragon's arrival and prepping the sleep stations for new residents. Many of their clothes and other belongings launched on a previous cargo resupply mission. Back here in Houston, Flight Director Mike Lammers and his team are in constant communication with the SpaceX mission director for Crew-6's launch to the space station. Once we get to integrated operations, the NASA flight director will be conducting a series of go, no-go polls at the predetermined checkpoints for Dragon's approach. For now, we'll continue to follow along from here in Mission Control Houston, and I'll send it back to the team.
The seats inside the Dragon are built in such a way that they can be easily stowed away. So they have a whole lot of room inside the capsule, which is great for private missions that don't go to the station, or just to have extra leg room to sleep tonight before they reach the station tomorrow.
Sure, yeah, that's right. So I started my career as a flight controller for the ISS program. My team was responsible for maintenance on the space station. So I had the opportunity to work directly with the astronauts, train them on tools and repair procedures, so that was a lot of fun and something I never thought I would do when I was studying to be an engineer. After that, I moved over to the safety team, and I was our safety rep for the Commercial Crew Program safety panel. So that was my first exposure to CCP, and I would go review the hazard reports for Dragon and Starliner. That was a pretty neat experience also, because I was able to work with Bob and Doug prior to Demo 2 and just kind of work with them on the hazard reports and get their perspective on the risk and the mission overall. After that, in 2020, I came out to Commercial Crew, and I work for them directly now, and I've been doing launch and recovery operations since then. On the launch team, my role is to lead the rescue effort if we need to. If there's a pad emergency egress or a pad abort, the launch rescue director calls in the rescue forces, so that's what I did for Crew-5 launch last year. And then as the recovery director, I lead the NASA portion of the team that goes out on the ship with SpaceX. We bring out our flight surgeons, and we check out the crew, and we load them up on the helicopter and get them back home.
Right, so you've worn a lot of hats for the Commercial Crew Program. How did your work as a flight controller in Houston prepare you to be a NASA recovery director?
Well, in Houston, working the ISS operations.
He's using his phone to take pictures of the inside of the seal and the Dragon. I don't know if anyone saw that, but yeah, he's using his phone to take pictures of that. So I wonder if there's something that they see, or maybe they're just sending it off to SpaceX and saying, hey, is it okay if we try and seal with this there, or whatever. Or maybe they're just trying to get really nice, high detailed photos just to, you know, make sure that the seal looks good or whatever.
Right. Brian, it's great that you have that personal relationship with them. What challenges do you and the recovery team have to be prepared for?
Well, the biggest challenge for recovery for Dragon is definitely the weather. We have to find a landing site where the winds are low and the waves are low. So SpaceX has several landing sites around the state of Florida that we can look at.
Yeah, they're talking about splashing down with Crew Dragon. That is one advantage that Starliner has over Dragon. In fact, Starliner has over just about every other spacecraft ever, is it's designed to land on land. Nominally, it'll be landing in White Sands in New Mexico, but it's designed to land on land, so as long as they can find a flat place to land anywhere in the world, they can land it. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. It'll be the first American spacecraft that will be making a landing, not at a runway like the shuttle, but, you know, it will be the first capsule to not splash down, basically, which is pretty fun.
A year from now, we've already begun those meetings with SpaceX, and so it's pretty exciting to be a part of that that early in the mission. And yeah, I'm just honored and proud to do that for the program.
And of course, well, congratulations, Brian. So glad to have you here.
Closeout crew is
Daryl,
waving,
back to you.
so I think that they're
Thank you
getting
very
ready to
much,
close the hatch.
Jasmine. And if you're just joining us, we are currently 2 hours and 7 minutes until liftoff of Crew-6, launching as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, as we just heard so well.
Yeah, that's the
Commander
wrench. They're getting
Stephen
ready to
Bowen,
close.
Pilot Woody Hoberg and mission specialist Sultan Al-Nayati and Andrei Fedyaev are strapped into their seats behind that capsule right there inside Dragon Endeavour. And here's an interesting note about Endeavour. The SpaceX fleet leader in number of flights to and from the station is Endeavour.
That's true, yeah. So
That's-
go ahead.
Well,
So,
I
yeah,
was just gonna say.
I watch. Yeah, I got to watch Bob and Doug go in, and
That's
and,
right.
Yeah, and then it's cool that we are proving out that you get to reuse these vehicles. It's not just a dream. We're actually doing it.
And they're certified now for 5 flights, which is a human certification that is done in partnership with the commercial.
So
Crew
I wonder
Program.
if Endeavor's going to
The
be
3
retired after
previous
the next
flights
flight.
for this Dragon was, as you mentioned, the historic first flight called Demo 2. Then
I have no doubt that SpaceX is going to put these in museums. Like, if they do retire Endeavor after flight number 5, which is probably going to be one of the crew rotations next year, if they do retire it, I wouldn't doubt that they're probably going to throw it into their headquarters in Hawthorne. That's probably what they're going to do. If I were SpaceX, I would put... They got 4 Crew Dragons, right? So if they have to retire all 4 of them, then I would put Endeavor in Hawthorne, because that's the fleet leader. It's their flagship Crew Dragon. And I would put one of them at Johnson Space Center, one of them at Kennedy Space Center, maybe one of the other space centers, or I would put them in museums anyway. But I don't know. Maybe SpaceX will just be like, you know what? They're certified for 5 flights with NASA. We're just going to keep using it until we're done with Crew Dragons, like another 50 flights from now. Maybe that's what they'll say. I don't know. Hi, Angel.
social media questions, and we've been taking them along the way. Roger's
Yep,
been
they're
doing a
starting to
great
close
job
out the
answering
hatch.
those. So let's.
This is a very
let's take
long
question
procedure.
now
They've
as
got
we
a.
close out Crew.
Yeah, you
Get
see the
that
guy
hatch
in the
closed.
center had a
Seth Milborn, 99.
has his
asks,
stopwatch app
how
up.
does the
There you go.
docking process work?
Hi,
All right,
Retsu.
well,
How are
Seth,
you
well,
doing?
First off, I like the 99 because I'm a class of 99 grad from the academy, so I was going to throw out a shout to the 99ers out there. But so how does the docking process work? So we have what's called an instantaneous launch window, and the reason is because you're trying to align the orbit that we're going to put the Dragon into with the orbit of the space station. And there's different windows every day, but we choose that so that we're trying to. It's a combination of optimizing the prop you need to use, the propellant, and the timing. So you could go faster to the space station, you could go slower. It depends on the propellant. And
Pardon
we
me.
have to build in all these contingencies. So
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck over ground station.
and I'll pause for just a second for the comm checks, and I'll come back to your answers.
Dragon, have you line clear over the ground station?
Core, loud and clear. Ground station ComCheck complete. Stand by for TDRS ComChecks.
And this is what we talked about earlier, Daryl, that there's going to be a series of comm checks checking the different connections.
The ground station ComCheck is complete now.
Next will be
Tidris is next.
Next will be Tidris. In the meantime, I'll keep talking until they talk again. So once you're in orbit, then you start in a lower orbit than the space station. And when you're in a lower orbit, generally for mostly circular orbits, you're moving faster relative to the station. So you actually start to catch up to the space station. And then you do a series of what's called phasing burns to slowly boost yourself very close to the space station. And once you get inside what's called the keep out sphere, that's when Houston...
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
And SpaceX Dragon, have you loud and clear?
Core, loud and clear. Tidris comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon DC on countdown 1, comm check.
And DC Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
Yes, I do have
DC
ramen
loud
cup
clear, stand by
PJs.
for
What are you
comm
going to
check
do about
MD.
it?
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
Yeah, you see the cosmonaut here, Andre.
MD Dragon, have you
I guarantee on his iPad, he's just doing something to pass the time. He's like playing solitaire
MD,
or
loud and
something.
Clear, stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon, have you loud and clear over Dragon to ground?
MD, loud and clear, stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
This is what you got to do when you're going to space. It's a well-oiled machine.
Dragon.
Every single thing needs to go right.
Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Dragon, have you loud and clear over Dragon to ground?
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX with that launch configuration, comm checks are now complete.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
And so those comm checks, like we talked about, Daryl, were different people, different loops, and just making sure that all the key folks can get in contact with the crew if they need to.
I don't suppose any of you are going to be watching Pokemon Presents in, what, 9 hours from now? I'm going to be doing this for at least another 2, maybe 2.5, you know, until they end the coverage. Because once they're in orbit and they show off the 0G indicator, like, that's 20 minutes after launch. So, like, literally 2.5 hours from now is how much longer I'm going to at least be up doing this. So, yeah, I'm not going to get up early for Pokemon Presents. I'm just going to watch it whenever I do wake up. One of the benefits of working for myself, I get to sleep in as long as I want every single day.
The door.
Whoop, that was not what I wanted.
Now it says hatch open, and the way that they know for sure that it's closed isn't just the door being closed, it's actually the flight computer state doing that, and that then initiates, allows them to initiate further commands. And then cleaning up your answer on the docking. So we talked about it's catching up to the space station, and then you do what's called phasing burns to get closer to the space station. Once you get in basically what we call the keep out sphere, either along the velocity vector from below it, depending on what docking axis you're on, then you join up with the space station, and you'll see that tomorrow actually. When if you tune back on NASA TV, they'll show the docking.
Indeed we will, right around 3 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. They've got about a 24 to 25 hour transit from launch to dock. We want to take a pause now, and we'll keep monitoring the progress inside Dragon with the 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut. But in the meantime,
T-minus 2 hours.
we also want to check in with a special guest. Jasmine Hopkins, take it away.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Joining us now on the balcony of OSB-2 is Kurt Costello, the ISS Chief Scientist. Good evening, Kurt.
Good evening, Jasmine.
We are so glad to have you here tonight. After Crew-6 launches, they'll become part of the Expedition 69 crew, and their time will be packed with spacewalks, a lot of science. So can you unpack some of that for us?
Yeah, they'll be there during a really dynamic portion of our year. We're going to have the cargo mission SpaceX 27 launch, the NG-19 mission launch, and then crewed missions with the Boeing CFT mission, and then AX-2 later in their increment. So there is a ton of research going on. A lot of it's going to be dedicated to human research. And one of those
It may sound like oh, that sounds so boring. That's a lot of resupply missions, and a tourist mission. Well, you don't understand how empty spaceflight was for like almost a decade after the shuttle ended. When the shuttle ended, it was basically just Soyuz going up to the station and a few resupply missions every year. Like, that was it. To have spaceflight being so busy now is such a breath of fresh air from what it once was. It used to be the shuttle would fly a few times a year, and then shuttle ended, and there was nothing to replace it until 2020. And now we have several crewed missions every year. Crew rotations, yeah, Captain Swag especially. Crew tourist missions. Like Russia last year before, 21 I guess, sent up a film crew to film a movie in space called The Challenge. I saw the trailer for that. It doesn't look like it sucks. But like, that is how what a time to be alive, when we can literally send film crews to the station now because we have the ability. For the longest time, the best we could do was send up like 3 people up every 6 months. That was it. You know, we were lucky sometimes to get 6 people up to the station in a year. Now we're sending 4 up at a time with Crew Dragon, 3 up with Soyuz. We'll be able to send up 3 up with Starliner, and multiple of them, which is just so exciting. And that doesn't even include all the private missions not going to the station. You know, Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn later this year. Eventually we'll have Dream Chaser up and going. We'll have stuff going up to the orbital reef that Blue Origin's making. Not to mention, of course, the big one, Artemis, sending people to the moon. Like, I am just so excited because the future is unfolding before our very eyes, and I get to see it. Sometimes in person. This is what excites me. You know, it's spending my whole life just looking at history books and being like, this is the great stuff we used to accomplish. Well, mostly it was shuttle stuff, which was sending new segments to the station or re-fixing up Hubble. That's most of what I grew up with. But now we're at the point where, like, space is becoming so commonplace, you can buy a ticket to go up to space. You don't have to be a multimillionaire. Now you just have to be a millionaire. And if Elon Musk has his way, then Starship will become so affordable that even I could go. You know, fingers crossed. If I had $1 million, I could go right now on New Shepard, but I don't. I don't know if I ever will. But yeah, just so much to be excited about. This is happening right now. This is SpaceX's 9th crewed launch in just 3 years. 9. They've sent 36 astronauts up into space, and not a single one of them has been a repeat. 36 individuals have flown into space with SpaceX. We got Boeing that's going to start just 2 months from now. We got Artemis that's going to be starting next year. We're going to be sending not a few people to space every year, but a few dozen people every year. We're sending a few dozen people up every year right now. This is what excites me. This is what gets me going. This is my passion, and I refuse to apologize for it.
And you just heard the Corps talk about the leak check pass.
Concur with that, Steve.
Leak check pass.
We also have a post-ingress briefing when you're ready to copy.
Okay, the spacecraft is now completely pressurized, which means they're all set. All the pad ninjas need to do now is safe the white room so that there's nothing loose in there that gets blown around by the rocket when it lifts off, and then evacuate the pad, and they can start fueling it up probably half an hour from now.
22 hours, and is considering performing a PDAM if required. We are still go for launch, regardless of if the PDAM will be required. If we do take that avoidance maneuver, or if ISS takes that avoidance maneuver, they may attempt to perform it prior to the Dragon boost burn, which helps to minimize impacts to our rendezvous timeline. We will come back after launch with more information as the joint teams evaluate if the PDAM is required, as well as if there are any updates to your mission timeline. I'll copy.
Okay, I understood that. So there's a lot of debris in space. Orbital debris. There's a phenomenon called, what's it called? Kepler syndrome. debris avoidance maneuver. That's what it sounded like to me. They like basically there's a lot of small pieces of space debris. A lot of them are about the size of this or smaller. You know, they're not big, but they're going at orbital velocity. You know, they're going 3 times faster than the speed of a bullet. So what the ISS, there's a lot of smart people and a lot of computers on the ground that track every known piece of orbital debris. And if one of them looks like they might come close to the ISS at some point, sometimes they have the station perform what's called a debris avoidance maneuver, or a PDAM. So what they were saying here is they're tracking an item that looks like it might come close to the ISS, and they're considering doing such a maneuver to make sure that it doesn't get hit. But what he also said is that we're go to launch, regardless of if they go through with that or not. Because after we launch, then we won't have to, like, after we launch, if they do the maneuver, then we're still good to rendezvous with it. We just need to change which direction we point ourselves for the final burn to get there. Or if they don't do it, then nothing changes. So they're just saying, you know, don't worry about it. Just know that that is something that we might have to relay later. So that's what that sounded like to me.
Clear on countdown 1.
They're still go to launch no matter what.
Clear. Stand by for comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment.
Yeah, debris avoidance maneuvers happen every so often. I think they average about once every 3 months. It's a lot more often than you would expect.
Clear. Stand by for
But that also
check.
means that they're good at it, so.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control, Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, CE on countdown 1, comm check.
CE, Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
CE, loud and clear. This completes the F9 responsible engineer comm checks.
Yeah, my Twitter feed is filling up with all the professionals reiterating that nothing is changing because of this. There's still plenty of room for them to get to the station. It's just going to change its orbit. Apparently, it's just going to change its orbit by like 2 feet a second, so that's nothing. That's definitely something that Dragon can make up for once it's in orbit.
And so Space Force is actually constantly watching all the things in orbit, and then if there is any chance that we think someone will get close to the ISS, they notify Houston. We have a thing called a topo, which is the position that they analyze orbital trajectories, and there's different levels of risk, so they always will want to make sure that we are very conservative with the crew safety and the vehicle safety, and so as you heard them talking about, it's not going to affect the launch decision. What it will affect is how they do the burns to get to the space station, because if the space station does a burn to maneuver, then that will mean the target that the Dragon was going towards will shift, and so they'll work that out over the next 20 hours.
You mentioned the topo. That's the trajectory operations officer, and hear from
oh, that's so satisfying. The launch countdown clock on the stream is synced up exactly to the countdown clock to the frame at the site. Oh man, that is so
it's pretty normal.
Satisfying.
We hear about one when
Speaking of that clock,
most of them resolve themselves.
I know for a fact I've got a picture of this.
But like I said, we have this huge protective bubble around the space station, and anything that possibly could go in there, we always want to investigate. So this is probably just the beginning of that investigation, and then as we learn more about it, it's probably not going to be a problem, but we always are wanting to make sure we're very conservative with the crew.
Make sure
and the
you're
vehicle.
ready in case it's
Exactly.
not. All right,
Yep.
very good. Well, now we want to throw it over to Jasmine, who is with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
So much, Daryl. Yes,
Met
right
him.
now we're honored to be joined by NASA Administrator Bill Nelson as well as astronaut Reed Wiseman. Thank you both for being here tonight.
Well, it's always
This astronaut is my official guess for who's going to be commanding Artemis 2. He is my guess. I don't have proof, and I could be wrong, but he is my official guess for who will be commanding Artemis 2.
The second time we have a Roscosmos cosmonaut on board, but this is the first time we have a UAE astronaut on board. Can you talk about those international partnerships?
You know, as we go
Oh
back
God,
to
that
the
got
moon
big.
after
Sorry.
50 years, it's not just the U.S. government. It's now an international
Good Lord, that's a big picture. Okay, this
and
is
it's
me
a
with him, okay? This is me with Administrator Bill Nelson. This is a veteran of a space shuttle flight, actually. He flew on the final shuttle before Challenger.
Going to commercial crew
Me with him,
to the
anyway.
International Space Station. It's very much both of those as well. public-private partnership with SpaceX, and then international crew. So much so that you've got our partners ever since we built the space station, the Russians. We're now sending an American astronaut on the Soyuz, and they are sending a Russian cosmonaut on Dragon. And we will have many other nationalities going as well.
Right, we go farther if we go together. Reed, question for you. We right now are in low Earth orbit on the International Space Station. That is paving the way for deep space. Can you tell us about
Another
that?
big picture, good Lord, come on, man.
We've had crew on there since.
I was trying to find a better picture of me with the countdown clock, but this is as good as you guys are going to get. There, me with the countdown clock before Artemis 1. This was during the first launch attempt last August, but that's me. It's a big clock. It's very impressive.
All of the environmental control, life support systems that we have.
Again, Reed Wiseman is my official guess for who will be commanding Artemis 2, and this is why. This guy used to be the chief astronaut, and one of the downsides of being the chief astronaut is you cannot be assigned to flights. He conveniently resigned from being chief astronaut in November, about a day before Artemis 1 finally launched, and the very last thing that he did as chief astronaut was opened up the Artemis 2 crew to be whoever was an active astronaut before conveniently becoming an active astronaut. And as a former chief astronaut, that means he probably gets priority. I would say he is likely to command Artemis 2. That's my official guess. My official guess for the crew is as such. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Ann McLean, and CSA astronaut Jeremy Henson. That's my official guess for the Artemis 2 crew. I could be wrong about all four names, but that's my educated guess.
Absolutely. Go Crew-6. Thank you both for being here tonight. Daryl, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Jasmine. And although going into space is not child's play, every Dragon astronaut crew brings, every Dragon astronaut, I should say, they bring a stuffed toy with them. And its purpose...
I have quite a few of them. I have the Demo 2 dinosaur. I have the Inspiration 4 dog, the St. Jude dog. I've got a few zero-G indicators. And of course, Crew 1 brought a Baby Yoda, which I have plenty of as a Star Wars fan, so yeah.
Dragon so far. There's one in this Dragon as well. Starting with this guy. It all began with Plush Earth. Who can forget him floating around by himself in the first uncrewed flight in 2017 called Demo 1.
So yeah, this is Ann McLean. She's my guess for who will be in the third seat for Artemis 2. I'd say it's a guarantee she'll be on Artemis 2 or 3. She's the most qualified woman astronaut that NASA has.
Took a toy Baby Yoda with them to show
Baby
the
Yoda!
first four-person crew when they reach space. But since then, it's been all stuffed animals. A penguin for Crew 2. And then, of course, Raj's flight, a turtle for Crew 3.
For the turtles, because all of them were turtle. Yeah. They were all turtle from the turtle class.
The last mission, though, on Crew 5, they unveiled the first humanoid.
It's a little Einstein.
Little Thinker plush doll. And so that begs the question, what is Crew-6's zero-G? We'll find out later. But you had the turtle, and there's a special reason for that.
It is, yeah. So our class of 2017, we're called the Turtles, which, so the previous class always names the next class. And I think a lot of people thought Turtles was supposed to be an insult because it's slow, but that's actually quite the opposite. The reason is when the vice president announced our class, he said that if you ever see a turtle on a fence post, you know the turtle didn't get there by itself. And so we take it as quite a nod to the people
That's
that got
funny.
us to where we're at, which is very true. None of us would be where we're at without our families.
How come I've never heard that before? That's hilarious.
There. So
if you see a turtle on a fence post, you know it didn't get there by itself.
But yeah, we had every crew
That's
takes a while
funny.
to develop theirs with ours. Actually, our turtle was named Pfau, which is German for turtle, since Matthias was our German crewmate, and it was actually a rainbow turtle, a peacock turtle, which is because Tom was class the peacock, so it was a nod to everyone on the crew.
You merged that in there. That was nice. All right, as they seal up, get the final, they've sealed the hatch, but now they're doing some final checks there with the crew. We want to check in. Back.
Yeah, you see how they had harnesses on them? It's so they don't fall 220 feet.
Thanks, Daryl.
Not a good idea. Also, it just turned midnight over there on the East Coast, so yeah. Launching at 1:15 a.m. local time.
Known as a direct direct handover, basically saying that Crew 5 and Crew 6 will be aboard the space station all together until Crew 5 comes home. Crew 5 will be able to give Crew 6 an orientation and show them the ropes, which might be particularly helpful for the first time space flyers on this flight, NASA's Woody Hoberg, UAE astronaut
It's considered
Sultan
suboptimal. It's also considered suborbital.
cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev.
Huh.
A direct handover also helps ensure a continuous presence on the space station, a record we've held for more than 22 years. As the station is first and foremost a laboratory.
That's actually not entirely true. We have had a permanent human space presence for 22 years. Since October 31st, 2000 was the final day that all humans were on Earth. Ever since then, there's been somebody in space, at least 2 people in space. And for most of that time, they have indeed been on the station. However, there have been 2 instances where the station had to be abandoned because the crew had to get inside their capsule to move it to another docking port. The way the safety rules work is whenever a spacecraft needs to move to another docking port, everyone who's assigned to that spacecraft has to be inside it when it makes the move, because if it can't redock to the station, you're kind of screwed. So in the event it can't dock back to the station, then at least they're already in the spacecraft, they're ready to come back down to Earth. So yeah, there have been 2 instances where the only people in space had to leave the station in their capsule. They got back in after an hour, and it's not like they left space, but they haven't been inside the station the whole time. And there have also been instances where crews have had to hide out inside of their spacecraft while they're docked to the station in case there was some debris that punctured the station and they lost all the air. Then at least they'd be in their spacecraft ready to come back down to Earth. Never actually closed the hatch on them, but like, it's a very, very small so what. You know, I'm one of the only people who actually knows that. No one cares. They're in space. They're at the station, even if they're not inside it. It's close enough. But I always love that little asterisk. You know, a permanent ISS presence for 22 years, yes, but I just like that kind of stuff.
This day, right, getting everything ready. We especially brought some great expertise in things like life support systems, of course, spacesuits, thermal protection systems, and perform a lot of analysis, you know, in a lot of cases, double checking the great analysis performed by SpaceX, running the numbers, making sure everything matches up so that, you know, we're assured of crew safety on launch day.
Absolutely. Well, that is important. And you were telling me that, you know, speaking of safety requirements, that there was a NASA safety requirement in the case of extreme fire emergency that combined with a Dragon design will make it so that astronauts will be able to do something that's never been done before. What is that?
Oh yeah, so you know, as you mentioned, right, NASA set some really great safety requirements for our crew. The Crew Dragon has a lot of oxygen and nitrox systems on board for those really deep emergency contingency cases. You know, for instance, feed the leak. If we were to have a 1/4-inch sized hole in the cabin, we could provide.
Hey, look, that guy's got a patch just like mine.
Also in like a fire scenario,
mine's cooler because I have it.
Scrubber systems couldn't scrub it out, or dilution purge wasn't enough. We had the ability to vent the cabin completely to vacuum while the crew is safely pressurized in their spacesuits and press it back up with a clean atmosphere. And so, you know, that's where, you know, the commercial
This is also just the
aspect
tiniest
of this
bit darker
is really
than
exciting
mine.
for us. You know, you saw SpaceX announce for Polaris Dawn, right?
Yeah.
They're going to perform their first Dragon extravehicular activity, EVA, right? Actually do that similar type of a thing where they can vent down.
Well,
the
I mean,
cabin
Captain Swag,
and create,
that would be true except for the fact that I don't own it, so
How about
no,
that?
it's not
And
cooler.
We've got Raja here, an astronaut. Depress the cabin. You were ready for it as an emergency scenario, but for Polaris Dawn, going to depress the cabin and they float right out the door.
Yeah, it's super exciting to see the progress.
Polaris
going on
Dawn's going to
in
be
low Earth
interesting.
orbit
I wonder how
commercialization.
that's
I mean,
going to go.
That's exactly the NASA dream. And you
They
heard
keep
Dennis
bumping
talk
it
about
back.
what
It was
wants to
supposed
do
to
is
launch last
enable
fall. Now it's
industry
this
to do
summer. I
things in
wonder
low
if they've
orbit
hit
and
some
then
kind
let
of a
NASA
snag in their
work on
training
exploration
or in
on
the
the Moon and Mars.
hardware or
Yeah,
the
it's
spacesuit
amazing
or
to see it
something.
happening.
Like,
And NASA is right
it
there
has
by the
been
side. Let's
delayed
talk a
so much
little
and it
bit
keeps
now
getting delayed.
about
Even as
Falcon
early
9.
as last
You know,
month.
coincidentally,
Jared
you were
Isaacman said
also
that he
involved
thought
at
they
the
had a good
beginning
chance of launching
that vehicle
like
with NASA.
this month or next month. Like, and then it got delayed until June, July. So there's something that's
So, you
going
know,
on that keeps
I
delaying
remember
it.
being back when I was a space shuttle propulsion.
Who knows
engineer
what
and
it is?
watching
It could
those
be
early
nothing. It could be that
live
like
streams,
SpaceX just has different
getting the
manifests
first,
and Polaris isn't a
privately
priority.
funded
But like,
rocket to orbit. with the.
I
with the
wonder
propelled
what
vehicle.
is making that
really exciting.
so
when,
delayed.
Falcon 9 was coming along on the commercial orbital transportation services COTS contract.
Maybe there's some kind of an argument with the crew about who's going to be the one to make the spacewalk. Maybe Jared really wants to do it, or maybe he really doesn't want to do it. He just wanted to bring along people who did, and none of them want to do it. I don't know.
But they tasked the
they're all so the Polaris Dawn crew, like Jared Isaacman is a spaceflight veteran. He commanded Inspiration 4, and the other 3 people are all SpaceX employees. They know stuff about how to go to space. They're some of the experts. Some of them literally wrote the book on space travel through SpaceX. So they're all perfectly qualified to go. When the crew was announced, I was like, well, I know all these names. They're all good people. I know that they can go. So I'm sure that they're all working perfectly well as a team. I mean, at this point, if they weren't, I'm sure at least whoever the troublemaker was would have been replaced, right? But what are they taking so long with to get that thing going? It was supposed to go almost a year ago now. Like, just I don't know. Like, there has to be some kind of a problem with like the suit or the spacecraft or something. Maybe there's a problem with their training that they just can't get it going or something. I don't know.
As a kid, you drew a picture when you were 10 years old of a spacecraft, and now you got to hang it up on your desk. You have been working in
Maybe they can't figure out how to reseal the spacecraft after they get back in. It'll be interesting to hear them in interviews and stuff when they finally get that figured out. Of course, the big Polaris mission is going to be the first crewed starship. That's the big thing. That's what they're aiming for. So the original plan was Polaris Dawn, the first private spacewalk, and then some other random mission that had been unspecified, and then the first crewed starship. That random mission may very well be a private mission to the Hubble to give it a boost or to repair it or whatever. Like, SpaceX sending someone to Hubble is on the books. Whether it's going to be that Polaris mission or not, don't know. But like, Jared is incredibly ambitious, and I kind of wonder if his ambition is a little more than what SpaceX is capable of. Inspiration 4, apparently they had to go through quite a few hoops in order to justify getting it its high orbit in the cupola module. Like, they did it. Like, it wasn't that it never got to happen. It's just like, well, that was the thing. Also, Hassan over there, met him. the Saudi
as well as
UAE astronaut over there.
UAE astronaut.
I met
Thank you
him.
both for being here tonight.
Thank you, Jasmine, for having us.
Of course, we're so honored to have you here. And Salam, first question for you. This is a really significant first, the first time that we have a commercial crew astronaut from the UAE. What does that mean to you?
I mean, that means a lot. I mean, it's a big responsibility for us. And I think from day one, when we kicked off this program in 2017, we wanted to have a long-term program, a sustainable program, and a program that has a positive impact on human spaceflight. So we selected our astronauts. We made sure they're training with NASA, they're training with Roscosmos.
I don't know if I have a picture with him. I videotaped something, but
can contribute
I don't think I have a
to
picture
the
of him.
advancement of human spaceflight. So this mission really is a fulfillment of that vision.
I do not.
When we get an astronaut from the UAE going on a 6-month increment and doing the
I
same
do not
things
know where that
NASA
video
astronauts
even
and the
is.
USOS astronauts will be doing,
Somewhere on my
I think
computer.
that really means a lot to the UAE.
It really does. And as you just mentioned, training with NASA Hazal, you were the first Emirati in space. You and Sultan actually trained together. Can you talk about that?
That was really great privilege. I mean, like since childhood, like back in UAE, that to dream to go to space, that was a little bit critical. And even just to say that in schools back home, to say that I want to be an astronaut, that was something that not an option for us. But when they did the announcement back in 2017 and we saw that opportunity, we applied, Sultan and myself and 4,000 applicants from UAE just to apply to be UAE astronauts. So we had that privilege. We have been selected for the first batch in UAE.
So Hazza here flew into space as technically it wasn't as a tourist, but for all intents and purposes, it was as a tourist. He was a fully trained astronaut. He just went up to the station, stayed for a week, and came back. He wasn't part of the long duration crew. So Sultan, who's on Crew-6, is going to be part of crew rotation, so long duration crew. And since Hazza is a full-blown astronaut, that means he is eligible to fly into space again. Whenever that may be, no idea. There may not be a spot for a UAE astronaut again for crew rotation. But he is a full-blown trained astronaut veteran, so there's always the chance.
Station, doing science, exploring, and conducting different sessions with different schools and kids. That's for me is a big thing.
It really is. It's a big thing. We're so glad to have both of you tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. And now we are T-minus 1 hour and 33 minutes from launch as we
hour and a
get
half to
ready
go.
for Crew-6 to take off from the Kennedy Space Center. Now, here's a closer look at some of the life-changing science astronauts are performing aboard the International Space Station.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
I really hope this music isn't copyrighted.
That we have here on the ISS
Can you imagine?
is just absolutely amazing. Earth is gorgeous.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
Can I go for free? I'd like to go there for free, please.
That's where our 3 astronauts.
I will take one free ticket to the ISS. Thank you.
But first, got some pre-launch configuration to do. Got to fuel up the rocket. And then, of course, light it and launch. We're coming up on 1 hour and 30 minutes before we launch Crew-6 to the International Space Station. The crew of 4 are in the capsule, as you just saw. The hatch is closed. And we successfully completed a leak check on the hatch.
Yeah, this is a brand spanking new rocket. And NASA has allowed SpaceX to use
at the NASA Launch Control Center
reused rockets if they want, but I guess this time they're just using a brand new one because.
39A, and this is what they're looking at. You can see the Launch Control Center. It's the building just to the right of the large.
Oh, it's really hard to see, but there is the Falcon 9 rocket over there.
Falcon 19
it's the bright white tall one over there towards the right of the screen.
Launch vehicle.
That is the Falcon 9 rocket. It's really difficult to make out, especially I'm sure on the screen.
Did a final review of the vehicle testing performed earlier today, and the SpaceX chief engineer for this mission, he's Dan Alix. And he will check with the team at T-minus 80 minutes to verify.
Yep, brand spanking new rocket. Serial number B1078.
Is flowing a small amount of fuel.
Going to be landing on just read the instructions today.
For ignition. The team is also monitoring fuel and liquid oxygen loading preparations to make sure the propellants in the ground tanks are correctly.
Looks like it's their first new rocket stage since the last one that was used to launch.
I'm with NASA astronaut Raja Chari, and let's take a look at the weather really quick. Weather is looking great. We are
Oh, that is a really good forecast. That's the best forecast Crew Dragon's had.
For the possibility, a very slight possibility, that a cumulus.
Look at that. That's a 95% go for launch with weather. That has not happened at all since Commercial Crew began. That's nuts. That is a really, really good forecast.
Comfortable 72 degrees. And the weather and the ascent corridor is also good to go in case there were abort. Can't ask for better weather conditions than this.
Yeah, no, that is a really, really good forecast.
The vehicle stays on progress.
Usually you get like a 10% or a 20%. Heck, there was the first Crew Dragon that launched in a 40% chance, but they found the window and they took it. 95%.
And now they're closing out the white room. They'll evacuate the closeout crew, and then that will be when they let the crew know that they're ready to actually arm the LES before they can start prop loading. You mentioned
It's interesting. There's a blinking green light over there on the right side of the screen. I wonder what that's about.
Right now, monitoring the systems, getting ready to make sure it's ready to actually start to load the prop on the vehicle. And the reason they do it on the vehicle, it's because rockets are hard, as it turns out. Getting space is hard, and so
it is rocket
mass
science.
Margins, the weight is so critical. So you really want to wait until the latest you possibly can to put the gas on the vehicle, because it's cryogenically cooled. I mean, it's super cold, and so it starts to boil off. And so the less amount of time it's on the rocket, the more gas you have. And so you want to wait until as late as you can, but also
the camera doesn't show up very well, but I guarantee there's at least a few hundred people here by the countdown clock. But they're all lining up the they're all lining up the ropes there to get their cameras ready. There's probably a few people loitering around getting pictures with the countdown clock, but yeah. My group for Artemis 1 was actually nowhere near this. It was like off to the left of the screen. The water there kind of curves around, and we were on the other side of the curve.
39A and the Falcon 9 rocket, a new booster.
And also Artemis 1 launched on 39B. This is 39A, so it launched about a half mile to the left of this.
The booster
off screen.
Booster 1078-1. No soot on this one, so it didn't return from a flight. They're going to fly it for the first time for Crew-6. It's in good shape and ready to go. Dragon will fly its next.
Now, this is interesting, and it's more of an anecdote than a bad omen, but SpaceX actually has a better time with their flown Falcon 9 first stages than their brand new ones. Statistically, if a Falcon 9 first stage fails to land, it's a brand new first stage that hasn't flown before. Of all of their first stage landing failures, only one has happened to a flight-proven booster, which I think is pretty, it's interesting.
But today, like you said, the fleet-leading Endeavour capsule and a new booster, a new first stage. And one of the cool things we get to see, while the launch coverage, the folks here actually KSC.
Do I know any other anime except Pokemon? I mean, I watched Sword Art Online. That's probably my favorite anime. And I know of other anime. I have seen other anime. I've seen Bleach. I've seen Lucky Star. I've seen a few others that come to mind. Your Name. I've got tickets to see Suzuka next month. But Pokemon is by far my favorite. It's the one I care about the most.
That is out in the Atlantic Ocean right now, several hundred miles offshore, and it will be receiving, as you mentioned,
okay,
stage
we are only 85 minutes away from launch.
As it comes back down to Earth, and of course, SpaceX has had great success lately with landing that first stage booster. And then,
hard to believe these guys were loaded into the spacecraft a full hour ago. Now an hour just flies by, doesn't it? In fact, was it an hour?
Yeah, it's impressive the cadence that we've seen them develop with how quickly we can.
Yeah, they arrived at the pad an hour and a half ago.
The capsules takes about
it is, a long time, but there's also just so much that happens between now and then.
6-ish months to kind of feel back.
There's just, the excitement is tangible, and
so it's up there now.
It really, like, the time just flies past if you're not careful.
The capsule I rode in was ready to go, new heat shield layers, and ready to blast off. So
yeah, really that long ago, Captain Swag. I mean, I'm scrubbing the timeline now. An hour and a half ago, the astronauts were at the foot of the rocket looking up at it, so you can see right there.
Get acclimated, and there was an adjustment period.
So yeah, the pad ninjas are getting away now.
You'll see, like when Crew 5 comes back here,
so there's going to be a few things that happen in succession. The Crew access arm is going to swing away the big long hallway is going to swing away. And then they're going to arm the launch escape system so that if something goes wrong, it's ready to pull them away from the rocket in an instant. It's less than ideal, it's not pleasant, but it'll save their lives. Then, after they ensure everything is set, they're going to start loading the rocket. And it will be visible how filled it is. Because the steam, because it's hundreds of degrees below zero inside the rocket, and it's 77 degrees outside Fahrenheit. So what's that in Celsius? Like 22? So yeah, it is a very big difference. So it's going to create a lot of condensation, and that's going to bleed off. It's going to create a lot of steam off the rocket. And you'll be able to see that line slowly go up as the rocket loads up with fuel. When it reaches the top, that's just a few minutes before T0. So that will also help the time pass, is watching that line go up. You will visibly be able to see how filled up the rocket is. They're going to load up the rocket a little bit at the bottom before they start on the top, and the top will finish before the bottom because it's a smaller stage. So yeah.
I wish he could come along with me, but at least I will be bringing him along with me. So. Yeah.
And here is the photo that he's bringing. Woody says it's a picture of his dad, Jim Hoberg, finishing the Boston Marathon and leaving it all on the course. Jim Hoberg, along with his wife Peggy, raised Woody and his brother in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He was an electrical engineering professor at Carnegie Mellon University, where he was known for his exceptional teaching. He was 75 years of age when he passed away last year. Woody says he will remember his father for always showing up and for his relentless pursuit of truth. And he says when he gets to space, he plans to keep the photo in his crew quarters. That's a touching
nice.
thing to do.
Yeah.
And an honor for his father.
And I think just all the more reason we're proud of the turtle's name is Woody's dad is why Woody is Woody, right? So it's just like all of us. And yeah, it was.
Astronauts are allowed to take up quite a few personal items. It's not a size limit, it's a weight limit. So a lot of them will bring up things like photographs and stuff like that. Because you could bring up a lot of them and spread them out, so you get to have a better, recognition, a remembrance of the people that are back down here waiting for you. But a lot of them, Raja brought that with him. That's awesome. Some of them will bring up like there's been people who have brought up guitars and violins, not violins actually. Guitars. There was I'd like to say a trumpet. I could be wrong. People bring up musical instruments. Okay, is what I'm trying to say. And
it doesn't fit. I think maybe the shirt shrunk over the years. I think is what happened.
So you're allowed to bring up a certain amount of stuff with you, and it's a weight limit, not a mass limit. So yeah, if what you bring is underweight, then you can bring whatever you want. All of the Apollo crew brought a ton of stuff with them to the moon, including like little medals and stuff, photographs. One of them brought a little memorial for the fallen astronauts. A bunch of like big things for politicians and stuff. So it's fun to see what all people bring with them into space, because everyone's different. They bring different stuff with them. It's always fun to see.
Like most things in my life, she's better than me, so she thought of that. This is a pair of dice. So this is in my first fighter squadron in the Air Force was the 90th Fighter Squadron, which is the pair of dice. And if you notice, any direction is always 7, the lucky 7. And so you get your first one. You basically get these pair after you're combat qualified in the 90th Fighter Squadron, and then you wear them on your pocket. And then an RMO, which stands for round metal object. We avoid saying the word COIN in the Air Force. It's tradition, because when you say the word, that's a challenge to someone that they have to have it. So we use the acronym RMO. But so this is our Crew 3 one, our Crew 3 patch, and then our Expedition 66 patch on the back.
Hold that for a second. That was really neat. You helped in the design of this with the fire coming out of the dragon.
Oh yeah, with the dragon.
Making the 3.
Exactly. Yeah. So the Crew 3 patch has the 3, and then the dragon, like the head of a dragon in the flame. And people do point out this is you wouldn't want to actually see flame.
Well, yeah, no.
That would be a bad thing. That would be the abort engine. But it's a cool visual graphic.
But it looks cool, so there.
All that stuff went to space.
That's how I would feel.
That was
We
really
are now
cool.
less than
Walk
80
through
minutes
everything
away
you took
from
up.
launch,
And all
people.
of that fit into a
Less than
shoebox.
80
All
minutes
of it's in a
away.
shoebox. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, thank you
And
so
in
much.
space, it floats out, so you got to be really careful to keep track of it all.
Right. You mentioned, the crew patch, and so on that note, every NASA space flight going to station has a mission patch designed by the crew, and this is Crew-6's mission
I have that.
patch. And what you'll notice right away is the wooden dragon ship with a dragon figurehead. That's because each Crew-6 member has an affinity for seafaring vessels. How about that? And check out the anchor. It's the International Space Station sitting right there on the ship.
There's 9 stars because this is
Lastly,
the 9th Crew
sail,
Dragon flight.
Crew-6 says, represents the 3 planetary bodies of the Earth, Moon, and Mars. And you can see the Earth in blue, the Moon in
Wow,
gray and white
all
for
the
number
detail
6,
in this.
and then the ultimate destination of NASA's Artemis program, the Red Planet. That's a pretty cool design.
Very cool, yeah. The cool thing about patches, there's always so much hidden meaning in it. Like, it's all the subtleties and the themes, even down to the colors and the number of stars, all that it goes into it. So it's always a fun thing to design a patch and kind of pull in a little bit of each person in the crew into it.
And you work very closely with the artist that designed your patch, and every astronaut does, right?
We do, yep, yeah. So the JSC helps. We had a known artist. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say his name, but basically did it pro bono for us. That helped out, which was super.
Pokemon
super
did what
grateful for
now?
that. But you're exactly
Pokemon
right.
just
We
released
kinda
the entire
ideas of
entirety.
themes, then you kind of iterate.
What? They
same
just
thing,
released
so there's
the
a crew
entire
patch, and then,
soundtrack.
I think Courtney mentioned earlier when they
The
get to
entire
space station,
sound
they'll be part of
library
Expedition 68, which
online.
also has a patch, and then they will also be up there for Expedition 69. So they'll have you usually have a vehicle patch and then a expedition patch.
Raja, full of so much exciting information here and insight into what it's like to be a NASA astronaut and to fly this Crew Dragon, go up
And
to
the website
International
crashed.
Space Station. So we want to ask.
Yeah,
another
seriously,
social
Captain Swag.
question.
I'll
Send
link
them
it to
all
you
in,
on
Facebook,
Discord.
Twitter.
The website crashed because people were
Here's a
going there
question
so much. Holy
at
cow.
11B. Does the 2+ hours in the seats prior to launch go slowly, or is the level of activity such that time passes quickly?
It's a good question. So I would say it actually goes pretty quick because what they're actually doing, and you can see actually all of them are tapping away at screens there, even though the crew's not, right now they're waiting for the closeout crew to finish up and the F9 team is doing most of the work. What they are doing is kind of walking through all the displays and we call it chair flying, going through the sequences and actually kind of talking through some off-nominal events as well. And so they're using all this as rehearsal time because now that's the actual day of, there's different things that will be specific to
Yeah,
the
you see
weather,
they're all on their
egress
iPads.
that you might go to.
They're probably just
and as
passing the
before,
time.
what the commander's job is kind of like the coach and talking about like, okay, if this happens, remember, and I don't know what their sequence is, but like, okay, Sultan, you're doing this, Andre, you're doing this, and you're kind of just walking through those and mentally talking through all of them. And then
it's really useful to have a astronaut
iPads
veteran
is going
here
through the
talking about
displays
what's
they're
going on
to
because
see
he
for the
can
different phases
explain
of
it a lot
launch,
better
the
than
different stages. So
most
they
other
have
people.
Basically a preview mode on there, and they can talk through, okay, at stage 1A, I'm going to make that call, this is what we're looking for, remember we're looking at the altitude tape. So they're basically mentally walking through all the phases because once it happens, once the rocket lights,
it happens fast.
That's exactly from the time it lights to orbit's like 8 to 9 minutes. So you can't, it's too late to talk about it then. So you're using all this time to go through all those sequences and talk about, okay, what if we have to, what if the cage of a stage 2D abort and what are we going to do? And all the different what ifs, because there's different decision paths in each of those procedures, and you're sort of walking through like, okay, if we go down this path, remember.
Brandon, I would much rather not answer that question if it's okay with you. I try not to think about that.
Exactly, and that's why then it becomes just, kind of muscle memory when you're actually in the moment then.
I assume the pad ninjas are gone by
All right,
now,
we have
so
another
the next
question.
thing should be this crew
Joab
arm
MSM asks,
retracting.
what does an astronaut do for NASA while they are not in space?
I'm glad you asked that because that's one of the things I try to harp on the most when I do public affairs events is most of our job is not flying in space. Of course, we all love to fly in space.
It's fine, Brandon.
But
Don't worry
for
about
example, Tom Marshburn, who was my pilot on Crew 3, he was in the office for 28 years and spent about a year and a half in space, but that's not much time compared to the 28 years in the office. So most of our job is all the development and engineering and science work for all the programs that are going on. So right now, Artemis is what we're all working on. So
yeah, everyone loves the astronauts. Everyone wants to be an astronaut. Everyone, you know, astronauts are the face of the program. But the more I learn about this, the more I learn just like how much actually does go into it. You know, it's one thing to hear you say there's thousands of people that make this program happen. It's another to literally having met half of the astronaut corps and realize that a lot of what they do is just talk. Like when they're in space, they do stuff, but a lot of their job is to be the public image of NASA. The thing that most, the actual nitty gritty, we do stuff people at NASA, those are people who you don't hear about or you don't see. The astronauts just happen to be the public face. And they are good at it, and you know, it's hard not to envy them because they get to go into space. But a lot of the astronauts that I met, especially for Artemis 1, they were there solely to talk to press and to show off what's coming up with the Artemis stuff. Whereas then I was meeting like people who drove the crawler, or engineers who designed the space shuttle engines, or somebody who literally worked on the Artemis 1 rocket and helped to fabricate the core stage and was there. I had a whole lot more fun talking with them because they're physically doing stuff. The astronauts are just the face. And again, I envy them. I worship them. They're my idols, but they're just one small part of a big group that, and they'll say this, the astronauts will always say this, it's just a big group that they're a very, very small part of, an incredibly small part of. There's like 40-ish active astronauts right now for the United States. 40. There's tens of thousands of people who actually make this happen. There's probably more than 40 people in mission control right here. So it's just a very, very small part of the overall picture, a lot of which you will never see, but is very, very cool to know about. That's a live view of the Earth from the ISS right now, by the way. Yeah, exactly, Captain. I mean, you can appreciate this just as much as me. Like Captain Swag in my chat he literally talks with people who programmed and literally made the computers that flew the Apollo spacecraft. He talks with them. He is an apprentice for one of them to learn all about it, so he can carry on that information, pass it on. Now, it would be so cool to meet Buzz Aldrin, to meet Dave Scott, to meet Jack Schmidt, to meet the people who went to the moon. It would be an honor. It would be an incredible experience to actually shake the hand of someone who walked on the moon. But then there's also the people who helped those people get to the moon, and I have met them, and it's fascinating because they take great pride in their work, as they should. So they can remember the most intricate details because they were there, they made it happen, they made it. So it's amazing. It's amazing to just, you know, physically interact with the people who made this happen. The astronauts, yes. Of course, we all love them. But there's more to space than just the astronauts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Captain Swag. What you said right there, right before it disappeared.
With our 6th SpaceX operational mission, Crew-6 tonight, so the whole transformation of the center from that just government-only focused center to what we are today, we have a very vibrant space ecosystem out here, multitude of commercial companies as well as our government programs working. So we have embraced the challenge of transforming to be the 21st century spaceport.
Exactly, and Janet, I'm glad you used that word spaceport. Kelvin, question for you. It's no longer just NASA out here. We're working with a lot of our industry partners. So how is Kennedy supporting them?
Well, we're supporting them in many ways, Jasmine. It's interesting because we have a new vision statement, and our vision is that
how's my quarter dispenser still working? Last I checked. I love that thing.
And the mission is to provide continuous access to space from Earth's premier spaceport right here through creativity and innovation. So you see all that coming to fruition here.
Every person who's ever launched into orbit from American soil has done so from Kennedy.
as well as our international
T
partners.
minus 70 minutes and counting, everybody.
And right now, Crew-6
Just
is
an
launching
hour
at
and
the
10
end
minutes to
of
go.
Black History Month. We know that Kennedy has been doing a lot to celebrate that, as well as the agency. Can you both tell us about that?
Yeah, so we've had a number of events around. One of our employee resource groups is the Black Engineering Strategy Team, BEST. That's our African, but really all of our ERGs here really promote our core value of inclusion that we have here at NASA. We're so proud of all the ERGs. Numerous events throughout this, throughout the month of February celebrating that.
Exactly. Kelvin, would you like to add anything?
Oh, sure. So,
by the way, Kelvin's our champion for BEST.
Oh,
executive
fantastic.
champion.
Executive champion.
That's correct. And through diversity gives us.
You're going to hear my Windows
people with different backgrounds,
ding here
different
in a
thoughts. We
second.
wanna
I'm
be
connecting my
inclusive,
phone to my
like
computer to
Janet
dump
said,
some photos
and
I forgot to
through
yesterday.
Diversity, we get that innovation that helps us solve the agency's challenges. And we've got a lot in front of us to return to the moon and on to Mars.
If you follow me on social media, you'll know I went to Denver for a Disney animation exhibit, which was awesome. I'm glad I went. And I took a lot of videos and photos, and I want to dump them onto my computer before I forget.
It really is amazing. You know, the year before last, it was 31, 57, 94. We're going to be well over 100 in a couple years. And all of across the center requires the support for every single launch, whether it's on our property or if it's on the Space Force property. Together, Kelvin talked a little bit about those partnerships. We work together to make all those launches successful, whether it's commercial.
You can see the cosmonaut just shaking his head. He's got a rhythm in his head. Dun,
So
dun,
we're
dun,
busy,
dun,
busy,
dun,
busy.
dun,
You know, I
dun,
thought we were
dun,
really
dun. You know,
busy
whatever it
for
is.
Artemis.
I don't know. It
again,
might be
and
the
57
Soviet national
launches
anthem
this
for
year.
all I
We're gonna be,
know. But probably
busy,
not. But
if you will, supporting all those launches. But we are incredibly proud of what we have accomplished at the spaceport. Couldn't have imagined it 10 years ago that we would be at nearly 100 launches in the decade from the last shuttle launch. So incredibly proud of the entire Kennedy workforce.
Exactly. Busy is the right word. Kelvin, anything last to add?
Sure. The cool part is we have commercial partners out here that haven't launched yet. So we tell people we're just getting started. So it's very exciting.
Right. No, that is perfect. We really are just getting started here at Kennedy. Always great to have both of you here tonight.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course.
Thank you.
Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine. And if you're just joining us now, welcome to the Kennedy.
oh yeah,
Space
fun
Center in
fact, guys! I
Florida
just
and
upgraded
NASA's
my
live
internet to
coverage of the
gigabit speeds. I
Crew-6
still got to
launch
wait
to
for
the
my
International
modem
Space
and
Station.
router
I'm
to
Daryl
show up
Nail.
from the
I'm
company,
joined by
but
Raja Chari,
yeah,
recent
for the
flyer
first
on
time in my
Dragon.
life, I'm
Crew
going to be
3,
getting
the
1,000
Glad to have you here.
megabits per second.
Glad to be here.
Do I need all that? No, I've
Close.
been
It
perfectly
is
happy with half of that
It
ever
sure
since I
is.
moved
We've
here
run
10
down
months
through
ago, but
a few milestones
I
already. Got to a critical part.
I
where,
wanted
we are
to have the
waiting
bragging
now,
rights.
The launch escape system to be armed, as well as the fueling of the rocket. Leading up until that
also
point, we've,
genuinely
had the crew go
having
into the
that much
spacecraft,
speed
as you
is
see right
nice for
there.
when I'm doing
We're helped
multiple
by a
things.
closeout
I could be
team.
streaming
Those
and
were
gaming,
attached,
and maybe
which,
my wife is in
provide
the other room
breathing air
watching Netflix
and
on the
communications to the
TV and
astronauts. They did
having
their suit
something open on
leak
her
checks,
computer. We could have people,
depressed,
guests over.
and then
Having a
the comms
gigabit
checks
actually
were completed
is nice
with
to
the
have, so
core
you never
crew
ever have to
operations
worry
resource
about
engineer with
anything
SpaceX
just
and the
dropping
launch
for no
director.
reason.
And now we are standing by for those next big milestones. And in the meantime, we've been taking your questions from #AskNASA. All of them from social media, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and
How many people are
Facebook.
watching this right now, I wonder?
We've got a
NASA's
question.
official stream says 119
Coming up
waiting.
first,
That's not right. So
asks, how long will the crew stay on
13,000 watching the official
Well,
stream. I
varies,
guarantee
but
when
generally the
SpaceX starts
expeditions
watching,
are
it's going to
about
go way
4
up
to 6
higher
months.
than
It
that.
can change a little bit depending
When
on
SpaceX starts
the
streaming, I
traffic
guess I
flow.
should say.
The
Did I say
space
watching?
station's sort of like
Whatever.
a giant bus terminal in the sky with
Going to
vehicles
hear that
coming and
Windows
going.
thing again here.
So yeah, Crew-6 planned
we go.
about a 6-month stay. When I was up there, Mark Vanda.
I love this phone.
And Frank Rubio, who's up there now, will also be.
You know why?
Be about a year long.
Because it could do this.
The reason we're trying to go long.
Do you have a phone that could do this?
Is as we go to the moon and
I
Mars
love
and
this
stay,
thing.
We really want to make sure that we understand the effects of the human body on long duration space flights.
Very good. Another question. Mr. Beast from YouTube asks, what will they be working on during their 6-month stay on the ISS? Also,
They
why will
noticed
NASA's
Mr.
coverage
Beast,
of
no
the
way.
mission switch to an
Of course.
audio-only feed after
Of
the
course.
set? Well, I can help out with the.
Mr. Beast could buy himself a trip to the station if he wanted. I don't know why he hasn't. He could. He totally could.
Sure. So the big answer is science, and so the ISS is a national laboratory in the sky, and it's specifically we do research that can only be done in microgravity. You heard Dr. Kurt talk a little bit earlier about some of the things specific to their increment have to do with some tissue chip research. They're going to do some swabs on the outside of the space station, which is the first time we're going to have done that, to see if microbes from our human body.
He's worth $105 million. Easily, he could buy a trip to the station if he wanted. He could, like, if he didn't want to spend that much money, he could buy a trip on Blue Origin's New Shepard. That's only $1 million only. But you know, if he has 105 mil, then that's chip in the bucket. Especially if he makes a video out of it, you know.
But it takes a lot of crew time to do it. So
I wish I had that kind of money.
With better what we call regolith simulants, which is like basically dirt, because you just can't have normal dirt in space. It floats away. So you need to figure out some way to have a root system, and so that's where kind of the research for plant technology is at right now. So they're going to be involved in all that. But all told, in a normal 6-month increment, they're probably going to do upwards of 300 different science experiments, which is just an incredible number, over 2 a day. And then all the
again, 3 rookies on this flight. Everyone on this flight, this will be their first space flight, except for the second from the right in the picture. Stage second from the left. Second from port, I guess I should say. That's Steve Bowen. This will be, I think, his 4th space flight, if I'm correct. I could be wrong. This will be his 4th space flight. The other 3, this will be their first space flight. Let me look ahead to Crew-7, launching... Huh. Did not auto... Okay, yeah, Crew-7 is planned to launch in August. It'll have 2 veterans and 2 first-timers, including the commander. So that flight is interesting. It'll have 4 different people from 4 different countries. The commander is going to be Jasmine Mogbelli. My mistake if I mispronounced that. Jasmine Mogbelli will be commanding. Andreas so she's from the United States. Andreas Mogensen is from Daneland. Where's Daneland? He's Danish, so Denmark. Okay. So we got an American, a Dane, Satoshi Furukawa from Japan, and a cosmonaut. So yeah, Crew-7 will have 4 different people from 4 different countries. I think that's cool. Not this one. This has 3 Americans and a Russian.
And Axiom 1, which visited Raja while he was on board station. Today, our crew is flying on board Dragon Endeavour. It will be the 4th flight for this capsule, and it will be taking a ride on a brand new Falcon 9 rocket that you see below it. We've had a great countdown so far. We just got a report on the weather, and it's just spectacular out there, both at the pad and
is it still at 95 or did it go up to 100?
According to our friends at JSC.
Speaking of 100, fun facts. During John Glenn's shuttle flight, that was one of the only instances, if not the only instance, where the weather for launch was at 100% and every single abort site in the world was also at 100%. You know how hard it is? This is at 95%. And this is considered amazing. This is the best that Crew Dragon's ever had. So John Glenn's shuttle flight had a 100% go for weather. And every transatlantic abort site had 100% go for weather as well at launch. The universe really wanted that man to go back to space. Well deserved, in my opinion.
Otherwise, it'd be a bit discomforting to hear a big metal clunk without knowing if that's supposed to happen or not.
It's a good heads up by SpaceX to let the astronauts know what's coming. So with about an hour to go until liftoff, things are really going to start picking up, as you've already noticed. We'll get close to the go.
As a reminder, this countdown is accurate down to the second. If it cannot launch on that 1 second, it is not going today.
For readiness happens at T-minus 60 minutes in just a few seconds. And then the Dragon poll for prop load is at T-minus 55 minutes. From there, at T-minus 45 minutes, there will be an internal mission control Hawthorne poll, and then the launch director's poll for propellant loading. And then when we get to about T-minus 40 minutes,
Dragon
the crew
SpaceX,
access arm will retract.
Go for section 5 of 4.100.
T-minus 1 hour and counting. We are less than 60 minutes away.
And there's the T-minus 64.
And we copy. We're picking up in 5.1 of 4.100.
So that's that 4.100 procedure we were talking about earlier. So they're still in that, and then there's different sections like we described. So this particular section is preparation for LES arming.
1 hour remaining. Yeah,
so
you want to know how crazy it is? I've been live now for 6. 6 hours ago, I began this stream playing Kerbal Space Program 2. In that time, I somehow managed to land on the Mun and return after 3.5 hours. These guys have left their crew quarters, come to the pad, strapped into the rocket, gotten it all ready to go. Literally all that's left now is to fuel it up and go. These guys are about to go to space and not come back for another half a year. All of that has happened in the last few hours. Stuff really, like I said, when this stream started, it may... yes, it may be 4 hours away until they launch, but it's going to fly by. I said that 3 hours ago. Doesn't feel like it, does it? I also had a burrito during that time, so I'm sure that helped too. It helped all of us by me eating a burrito. Yes, of course. That's how it goes, people.
Once we reach about T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for the Falcon 9 will begin.
Stream's a little quiet. Still at about 13,000 people watching. Again, once SpaceX starts their stream, which was about 30 minutes before,
we are go for launch.
We are go for launch.
SpaceX copies, crews go.
There you heard the go. And thanks for tuning in.
Again, I'll point out the Starship Tower is about 5 feet off screen over there on the right. You can't see it, but you just barely can't see it. It is like 30% taller than the tower you see here.
And with us today is NASA astronaut Raja Chari, the commander from Crew-3. Thanks so much for being here.
Daryl. And you just heard Steve Bowen say they're go for launch, which is a kind of a cool time.
Oh man, that countdown clock is synced up to the frame with the one on screen. That's so satisfying. You know how hard that is to do with like video delays and stuff?
That is their vote.
Oh man, that is
good stuff.
Really good.
Liftoff time is still holding for 1:45 and 3 seconds a.m. Eastern time. And we're tracking
There's the Crew Dragon around the VAB.
Raza just mentioned. Got that beautiful shot from the helicopter
Not
around
bad.
the vehicle assembly building. No issues with the Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range is green, and weather both here at the pad and in the launch corridor.
Why do I like doing it? Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. What's my motivation for what I do? It's my job. My motivation is I like to eat and pay my rent. This is a recap from earlier.
Here they are in astronaut crew quarters. After waking up and having a meal, SpaceX helped the astronauts into their suits at that historic crew quarters suit-up room. Then the crew walked out on the same path that every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7, waving to family and friends and loved ones, as well as the cameras that were there to document their journey.
After this recap's over, I'll properly answer your question, Dark Nostalgia. That was sort of a smart aleck answer, and I do have a proper answer. Just, you know, this is important.
And following their arrival to the pad, you see them doing the rocket recline, looking up at the rocket, and then they went up the tower and walked across this crew access arm, leading them to their spacecraft, making the duck, getting in the hatch, and climbing inside Dragon Endeavour. Then they got strapped in with the help from the closeout crew. And now we are watching them live.
And now we're here. Okay. So I like creating YouTube videos because my whole life I've wanted to entertain people. When I grew up, I was like, I want to be an actor or something like that. Everyone wants to be an actor. So I didn't really pursue that. But when I was in college, I started making YouTube videos for fun. I started by just doing random videos on a channel that doesn't even exist anymore. And then I was like, you know what? I like watching other people do Pokemon pack openings. That seems like fun. I'll do that. And next thing I knew, I got a few thousand subscribers and I was earning more money than I was at my real job. So I I started doing this full time. And at first it was just Pokemon pack openings, and then I did Pokemon everything, and then I started doing video games everything. Then I transitioned to the Splatoon, and now I just kind of do whatever I want. And a lot of what motivates me to keep going is just that I have fun with it. I like even when I don't have fun, I back away for a little while, and then I get an idea for a video, and I'm like, oh, that sounds like it would be a great video. Let me make it. So I do. And a lot of it is also the fact that I edit my own videos. I take great pride in the fact that I have edited everything I've ever done on my channel. The thumbnail art is I hire someone to do that, but like pretty much every single other thing I do on my own. And I take great pride in that, and to me that's just fun. It's kind of like an enthusiast hobby sort of a thing. Like, do you think you're an artist at heart? I don't know about that. I have done art before. I'm not good at it, but I know what you're talking about. Do I consider myself an artist? Not really. I consider myself an entertainer. I thrive by entertaining, by bringing laughs to people, by bringing even just a few minutes of their day to watch my content. That's what I strive for. That's what I have fun with. Whether it's by cheering them up on an otherwise bad day, or just out of habit, or maybe just, hey, this video looks interesting, and for even just a few seconds, it takes them somewhere than where they are. To me, it's just me entertaining. That I consider myself an entertainer. An artist, I don't know. I feel like I haven't had an original idea in my life, so I think that disqualifies me from being an artist in the sense of that word. But I love entertaining. I love bringing interesting things to people. That's how I feel. No, I did all of that editing myself, Big Brain Channel, and I feel like my editing has gotten better. I watched my original Splatoon 1 videos, and I'm like, wow, it's a lot different now. But no, I've edited every single thing. Everything from my very first YouTube video I ever made back in 2008, again, on a channel that doesn't even exist anymore, all the way until the most recent video I did on my channel, which was, my 3DS video, something like that. So every single video I do, I edit myself. No, I haven't seen that. I had never even heard of that. But yeah, Dark Nostalgia. Like, what keeps me going is I have fun. At this point in my life, I do, in fact, consider YouTube more of a hobby than a career. My wife has a full-time job at the hospital. If I didn't bring in a penny, she could still support us. You know, you could take that however you will, but the fact is, I don't need YouTube in order to sustain us, which is nice because it takes a lot of the stress off of me. When there was stress on me as being the sole breadwinner or the sole or the major guy bringing in money in this relationship, it was stressful. And during that time on my channel, you'll see me making a lot of mistakes as in both my channel decisions and as a person. That was a time when I was just stressed out, and I was angry a lot, and I took it out on my friends. And to answer your question from earlier, Brandon, do I miss playing with Crystal? Of course I miss it. I really do. I'm going to answer this. Of course I miss it. I miss playing with her. I miss playing with everyone else. But because of my mistakes, because of my screw-ups in life, I drove them away. And now a lot of them don't want anything to do with me ever, and I don't blame them. I really don't. So, do I miss it? Yes. But I also recognize that it's my fault that they're not here anymore, and that we can never have that back. And my hope in all of this is that since I treat YouTube as a hobby now instead of as my full-time job, that the content I make now, even if it doesn't happen all the time, that it is more true, for lack of a better way of putting it, that it resonates true, that the quality is higher, and that you could hopefully tell that I made it because I want to make it, not because it's expected of me, not because I'm trying to maximize my revenue or maximize the clicks, that I am just trying to entertain. again, that's what I'm here for. So yeah, definitely made many mistakes, many screw ups in my time on YouTube, and the fact that I even still have a channel, a lot of people would probably consider that kind of a miracle. To me, I just have fun doing this, and I think I always will. There will always be some part of me that's like, yeah, I still want to make videos, even if it's just every once in a while in the future. It'll be like, I still want to make videos because I have fun doing it. That's what I think. Well, Dark Nostalgia, I believe at the very least men have a responsibility to try. I think that if a man enters a relationship with a woman who is like, let's just say the woman's a lawyer or a doctor, or, you know, one of those classic high-paying jobs. Let's just say like she's one of them, you know, so someone who easily makes 6 figures. And let's just say the man is a high school dropout who plays video games all day. I'm not going to judge the man for earning less than his wife, but I think that he should still put in the effort to try and earn something. That he should try and put in the effort to get a job just so that he can bring in a little extra something. Even if it's just some pocket change for himself, at least then when he buys something, it's something that he wants with his own money. When you're married, in my opinion, there's no such thing as his money, her money. It's our money. That's how it is. That's how me and my wife treat our money. She earns way more than me, but it's still, we talk about finances because we have a single bank account. And I feel like it's important to at least try and contribute to that so that it truly is our money instead of just her money that he also uses. That's how I think. I feel like you should at least put in the effort to try and get a job. And if you genuinely can't find a job, or if you can't hold a job, then, you know, at least you tried. I'm not gonna blame you for trying and failing to get a job. I mean, I had a real life job last year for a total of 2 weeks. I quit because I hated it. And I don't regret that at all. I'm back to doing this full time. I'm doing YouTube. I'm streaming to 5 viewers total out of 240,000 subscribers. And I am enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun. And I am still bringing in some money. And I stream on Twitch 3 times a week for East Asia Soft. They pay me a salary. It's less than what my wife pays, but I get something from them. Again, even if I didn't earn a penny, we would be okay. But I still feel like it's important for me to get to at least try to put in the effort. That's my take. Do I think it's a man's responsibility to earn the most? Nah, I don't think so. Not in this day and age. This day and age, women can and should earn just as much as a man for an equivalent job. There's plenty of women out there who are doctors and lawyers and other high-paying jobs, you know, IT, tech, whatever. There's plenty of women out there who are earning more than their husbands, and I don't see a problem with that because they have high-paying jobs. He has a less high-paying job. You know, he could have a perfectly good job but earn less than that. So what? I don't think that it's his responsibility to earn the most if she just happens to have a higher paying job. If you're paying all the bills and you're being financially responsible, it doesn't matter who's paid the most. That's how I think anyway. Oh, there you go, Idea. Hi, how you doing? Well, Dark Nostalgia, didn't you watch She-Hulk? That kind of stuff isn't a deterrent. It just makes women stronger. And that's all I'll say about that. Women are, in my experience, women are a lot less wimpy than men are. Men can put on a tough act, but at the end of the day, most of the women I've met are a lot tougher than a lot of the men I've met. The more tougher the man looks, They really are not very, push comes to shove, they're probably going to crack before a woman. That's how I think, anyway. Hey, a woman who likes a man who earns more than them, fine. So find a man who earns more than you. But don't hate on the men who don't. Anyway. Oh, that's a cool idea. Yeah, I'm still having fun. Yeah, my income is, it is what it is. You know, every YouTube channel peaks. Every single YouTube channel has a peak. My peak was 2016. I knew that in 2017, and I knew that I'd never get it back. So, why do you think that, like, Mr. Beast is chugging out his videos at the rate he is now? Why do you think that Ninja was streaming on Twitch at the rate he was 3 years ago? It's because they knew, just like I know now, every channel has a peak. Once you're after that peak, there's nothing you could do to get back. Nothing. There's not a single hope that you will ever get that back. So, the best thing you could do is just enjoy it. We're under 45 minutes, by the way. So yeah, I don't care if I don't get the numbers like I did back in 2019 or 2016 or whatever it was. I'm just glad that I got to that point, because now, again, I'm able to do what I love for a job. I don't have to worry about getting a real, like, a job where I'm chained to a desk 5 days a week. I can sleep in every single day. I can play video games. I can stream a rocket launch to 6 people in the world and just be about the happiest that I think is possible. I am very, very happy right now. That's all I care about. And hey, if you're here, I'm glad you're here. Because it means either you're interested in this or you're interested in me, at least to pop in and say hi, you know, like you idea. So I really have no complaints. You know, peak in 2019. You know, 2019, that was one of my harder years. Crew access arm just retracted, so that swings away, as you can see. So the next thing they're going to do is arm the launch escape system, so if something goes wrong, they can pull away from the rocket in a hurry. Then they're going to load it up and light it. A nerd for 3 hours. Yeah. Why am I so interested in rockets? It's not rockets specifically I'm interested in. It's space exploration. And I can't tell you why I am. I watched Apollo 13 when I was like 12, and I've been addicted to this ever since. And I just love absorbing this information. I just live for this. This is my greatest passion. You guys think I love Pokemon and Splatoon? I would ditch them all day, every day, if I could ride into space. I'd take a suborbital 10-minute ride. And I just am very passionate about this, because to me, this is the greatest accomplishment in humankind history, and we live in the perfect moment. We just happen to be born at the right time to witness it. That's why I love it so much, is because I get to see history literally up close in the case of Artemis 1 and a few other rocket launches I've been to. I literally get to witness history unfold in front of me. And this is my greatest passion. Because I think the end of the HBO series From the Earth to the Moon put it best. When a news anchor was asked, a fictional news anchor, but he was asked, why should we care about going to the moon? And he said, because if we can go to the moon, we can do anything. Not a hint of irony, not a hint of sarcasm, just straight up. We can... Look at this rocket, this right here. This is sending 4 people up to the International Space Station. That first stage is going to land itself on a drone ship in the middle of the ocean. The number of people and computations and stuff that goes into that is a small miracle. And SpaceX does it all the time. They do this They do these kinds of rocket launches more than once a week now. It's amazing. Like the space shuttle had over 1 trillion parts. Space flight to me is a miracle. It shouldn't be possible. It wasn't possible 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Goddard launched his first liquid-fueled rocket. That was the first one in history. Now we use it to send stuff into space almost every single day. I mean, literally almost every single day we're sending rockets into space now. We got people who live on the station. We have had people in space every single day this millennium, this century. And right now in space, there's 10 people. At any given point, there are 10 people in space. This will make it 14. Space is a confusing topic to you. That's fine. I just love space. It was confusing to me too. I keep learning more and more as I grow older. As I I love absorbing information. I love being the dumbest person in the room when it comes to space stuff. I marvel at what we have accomplished as humans. Something that, to the best of our knowledge, no other civilization in the universe has been able to do. Now, are there space travelers out there? Very likely, but we haven't found them. We haven't found anyone other than ourselves. And look what we're able to do. We're able to send people away from our planet. And it takes a lot of geniuses over a lot of centuries working together and building off of each other for us to get to where we are now. That's why I love space. It's just exciting to me to be able to see all this. To literally see history. Only about 600 people have ever been to space in all of history. It's a small number. There are more people who have visited the Titanic since it sank than people who have gone to the moon. There's been more people who have visited Mariana's Trench, the deepest part of the ocean, than have been to the moon. It's just so inspiring to me. For a while, I wanted to be an astronaut. Couldn't do it. But you know what I can do? I can go up and watch these rockets closer than anyone else in the world. I watched Artemis 1, the dress rehearsal for humankind's return to the moon. I was the closest person in history to that. I am not exaggerating. If you're not a big geek about this like I am, it's impossible to understand just how big of a deal that is, about how much that means to me. You can watch my Artemis 1 video. It's on my channel. Just scroll back a few videos, you'll find it. And hopefully watching that video will give you a better understanding of why I'm so excited about space. Because the whole time I was at the Cape, right here, like right where these guys are now, I was only a few miles away from here. The whole time I was here, I was just geeking out, and like I was like a kid in the candy store, just eyes open, mouth dropped, just having a hard time understanding just how real it is and how close I got to be to it all. What's the point in any of this? We're all going to die anyway. Well, part of the point is to try and make sure that doesn't happen. If the Earth were to die down someday, then maybe by that point humanity will have jumped ship and gone to a different planet that isn't about to die. As far as like why I'm excited about this, knowing that I won't live that long, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I guess just anyone with anything they're interested in, right? Like we are interested in what we're interested in, and life is short. Life is finite. We all die someday, so. To me, I'd rather just spend my days enjoying the stuff I care about and the stuff I'm passionate about than contemplating about the fact that my life may be half over now. My parents both died young. My dad was only 57 and my mom was 67. So like I'm 30 years old. Like odds are my life is half over now. And I think about that sometimes, and it's like times like these that I just don't care, because I'm alive right now, and this means something. This moment in time, I am here doing this stream, watching a stream where we will watch people go into space. That is exciting to me. Or I could focus on, I'm going to die someday, so what's the point? I don't know, maybe there is no point. Maybe there is no point. Maybe all this is for nothing. But to me, this is exciting. I think they just armed the launch escape system. I'm sorry, I've been talking nonstop for like 20 minutes. You get me talking about something I'm passionate about, and I will not stop. You can ask my wife. She says she doesn't mind, but yeah, okay, launch escape system is armed, and now they're going to start fueling the rocket. This is the fun part, because you'll get to see it actually fill up. You'll start seeing a little sliver of steam at the bottom of the rocket. It's going to move its way up, like the point of a thermometer telling you what the temperature is. It'll go up the more full it gets. And I need to rest my voice here.
Together, these propellants feed those Draco engines that maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario. And again, now that the fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Crew Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. Of course, NASA and SpaceX trains extensively for exactly that type of contingency. So now let's head over to SpaceX commentator Kate Tice at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne for an operations update. Kate.
Thanks, Daryl. Yeah, exactly right. We're continuing to count down the final minutes. Everything's still looking good for Falcon 9 and Dragon, with the teams reporting no major issues at this time. Now with the launch escape system armed and Falcon 9 propellant loading underway.
Yeah, so at this point, we are, as you can see by the countdown on the top left, we're a little over half an hour away from launch. The crew has been strapped into their seats. They're at the capsule at the very top of the rocket, the little triangle looking thing. The white part, the white arrow head tip at the top, that's the actual spacecraft. They're inside of that. The rest of the rocket is about to start filling up with fuel. So I think they use RP1, if I remember right. Anyway, they got 2 different kinds of propellants that they've got to load in. Every single rocket uses an oxidizer, in most of the cases liquid oxygen, including this, because that's how you create a fire. You need an ignition source and oxygen. So they use an oxidizer. So they've got liquid oxygen they've got to fill it up with, and then they have, I'm pretty sure, RP1, which is like it's a refined ammonia or kerosene or something like that. And when those two touch each other, lift off. So they got to fill it up with those fuels first. So the order at which they do it is they will start with the liquid oxygen because they need that the most. They need the most of that, I guess I should say. So, and as you can see there's just the tiniest little bit of steam already coming off. You see that little bit of steam right at the bottom of the X at the bottom of the rocket? That means that fueling has begun. And as we watch, that steam will get up taller and taller and taller towards the top as it fills up. Yeah, I would agree, Captain Swag. That's this religion and politics. I agree. It's a valid discussion. I'm not against such a discussion. I'd just rather not have them in my chat while I'm about to watch a rocket launch.
Of sounds recorded in Dragon capsules during recent flights. So even though today is the first day they're hearing it live, they are prepared for these new sounds. Now the range continues to report no problems.
Stage 1 cryo helium loading has started.
They are go to support launch. Weather also continues to look great. Currently winds from the west-southwest.
Somebody left the
at 9
faucet
miles
running.
per
One of those
hour.
sound suppression
Great
faucets
conditions.
has been going on this whole
5%
time.
Probability of violation for those constraints. So all in all, looking
Aw,
good.
idea,
As I
you're just
mentioned
going to
earlier
miss it,
today,
I
we
guess.
have an
That's sad.
instantaneous launch time. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our
Yeah.
backup launch opportunity, which is tomorrow, just under 24 hours from tonight's planned launch.
Okay.
Now at
30 minutes to go.
30 minutes and 6 seconds, let's turn it over to
Well,
Jesse and
darkness
Gary
also,
for
like
an
I said.
overview of events that we'll see after liftoff.
Let's not have that conversation here. Moving on.
Thanks, Kate. For Crew-6, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 25 hours.
Now, to be clear,
Now,
Captain
as we
Swag,
wait
I
for
don't
that
know if that's on
T0
purpose or an
mark in just
accident, but
under
that is part of the
30
water
minutes, the
suppression
ground
system.
operations teams
Maybe
are
they
doing
just
a
have it
series of
running the whole
system
time just to make
checks
sure
that both
that,
the Dragon
like,
and the Falcon
it's
9
constantly
are ready
flowing or
for
something. I
launch.
don't know.
You're looking at a live view of our teams at the Cape as they prepare for liftoff. Now, as we wait for that launch clock to hit 0, we wanted to give you an overview of what the ascent.
I can't wait for the Artemis 2 launch. There's going to be some really nice pictures from the firing room. It's going to be really cool. Okay, pay attention. This is important information.
Historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
Don't worry about it,
At
big
about
brain.
50 seconds
We
into
all move
flight,
on.
Falcon 9's engines
No,
will
no harm, no
throttle
foul.
down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as.
How long
max
does it take
Q.
for a rocket
It's
to
worth
launch? Well, that's a complicated question. The rocket launch countdown begins. Let me use the space shuttle as an example. The launch countdown for that began 4 days before launch. Crew Dragon's a lot sooner than that. I think this is only about 1 day before launch. But the actual launch to get from start to orbit is about 8.5 minutes, around that. Which is pretty much that way for every single rocket. That's just the way orbital mechanics work. To get from ground level to orbital velocity takes about 8 to 9 minutes. It can vary per rocket, but for the most part, it's about 8 to 9 minutes. So from liftoff, like, let me point out, like, you see this entire, this big cylinder, okay? Up into the black section, and then the white section again. So the top of that middle black section, that's the first stage. That finishes its burn in only about 2.5 minutes. The rest of it, from the white part all the way up, burns in space for another 6.5 minutes. Most of the rocket's energy is wasted in the first little kick to get it up into space. It's called the rocket equation. It's an actual mathematical formula, which is part of why rockets need to be so big for such a small capsule. Again, that little white arrowhead on the top, that's all that is getting into space, but all the rest of this is needed to actually get it into orbit. Now, the Falcon 9, this particular rocket, is from SpaceX, and it is unique in that its first stage can land itself. So again, the big white part and then the black part on top, that's all the first stage. It is capable of landing itself on a ship. It's like a large barge. It's like a floating football field, and it's able to land itself on that in the middle of the ocean. So they're able to reuse it over and over and over. Why don't we use a trebuchet-like system to launch a rocket? Isaac Newton thought of that. You need a lot of energy to get into space. Orbital velocity is 17,500 miles an hour. That's 3 times faster than the speed of a bullet, which means essentially, if you wanted to do a trebuchet, what you would need to do is you would need to fire a bullet that can fire a bullet and then fire a bullet. That's what you would need. People have been trying to find alternatives to using a rocket for decades, but right now, rockets are the only thing we have that's capable of getting anything into space. And it's also the only thing that we're aware of that actually becomes more efficient the more it leaves the atmosphere. Most things need air in order to be efficient. There's some things that can work in a vacuum, but not many. Rockets are the only thing that we know of that actually perform better in a vacuum than when surrounded by air.
We expect hatch opening to take place about an hour and a half
Oh, that's a pretty awesome idea. Yeah, like I said, you could check out my video on that if you want. I was the closest person in the world to that. That was awesome. I can't wait to see Artemis 2. Hopefully in person. I'm definitely going to be applying for press credentials because, duh, I'd give myself a 50-50 chance of getting in on that. Even if I can't get in, I'm going to try and go down to Florida and watch it at the beach if I can. We'll have to see. A little about 25 minutes until launch.
Here at the Kennedy Space Center, folks are gathering on the lawn now, getting ready for this launch, and it's a beautiful sight behind us, Raja.
It's looking pretty good. It's a great view, and looking forward to seeing my first launch and watching another turtle go to space.
Yeah, we're going to watch the launch, and we're going to watch you. see your reaction. Well, if you're just joining us, we are T-minus 24 minutes and counting now.
I've got my Crew 4 mission patch right here, ready to go into my currently in space placard. So when it's in space, it'll be like that, and it'll go on my shelf behind me with all my mission patches and stay there until they return. Ideally, not until August. We'll see. You know, it's space. Anything can happen. We all know what happened to that Soyuz. Sprung a leak. So, but yeah, with any luck, tonight I will put this in here, and then I will not take it out for another half a year. What could help in the first launch so not much energy is wasted on that initial? There's really nothing. There's really nothing that can help with that. About the old, like, getting into space is not that hard. Space is 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles. Just getting there, passing that line, and coming back doesn't take that much energy. Jeff Bezos, the guy who made Amazon, has his own rocket company called Blue Origin. They send people up there all the time. They do just that. The whole trip lasts for 10 minutes. It takes as long to launch, get up there, and land as it does for this thing to just launch. The trick isn't getting into space. The trick is to go so fast around the Earth that you don't fall back down. And there's just not much you could do about that. 2.5 years ago. There's just not much. Like, the best thing that you could do is just use multiple stages so that you use less and less energy as you go. But really, there's just not much you could do about it. Like, it's a casualty of gravity existing. When you're inside of the gravity well of something, you need to have that much energy to escape it. Jeff Bezos is the guy who made Amazon. Why'd you shut up? I didn't mean to stutter. I was like, oh, if I said Jeff Bezos, there's probably people who don't know who that is. I don't know. Like, I didn't know who he was until I found out about Blue Origin, and it was like, he's the guy who created Amazon. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. So that's why I specified, like, the guy who made Amazon, just so it wasn't ambiguous. I mean, if I said Richard Branson made a space company, you probably don't know that, but he's in charge of every Virgin company. Like, you laugh all you want, you know, Virgin Airlines, Virgin Internet, Virgin Cruises, you know, like, he's the guy who makes every single Virgin company. He created a company called Virgin Galactic. That's a space company, but you've never heard of Richard Branson. So that's why I said the guy who made Amazon. There you go. We are only 21 minutes away. Getting close to launch, and we got 8 people watching. Wow, a few more people showed up. Hi, everybody! Anyway.
Kayla, who's also submarine, likes to say that both things are, you know, putting people where people aren't meant to be.
You can see a whole lot more steam now. That's what I'm talking about. The fuel going up as it fuels up.
Together in those tight quarters.
It looks like they haven't started loading the second stage yet.
Warren Woody Hoberg, the 37-year-old, is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He studied aeronautics and astronautics from MIT before getting a doctorate.
So yeah, 1 veteran and 3 rookies on this flight. I'm sure all 3 of those rookies are incredibly excited to go into space. Maybe not excited to be in space for 6 months, but, you know, it's part of the job. It's what they signed up for.
Crew-6 will be Hoberg's first flight since
Also, I'm almost positive that NASA is only going to pick veterans for the Artemis missions. That's part of why they're assigning rookies to command these Crew Dragon flights. Like, Nicole Mann, who's currently on the station, she was a rookie and she commanded Crew 5. Raja Chari, who is the co-commentator on the stream, was a rookie commanding Crew 3. NASA's trying to get as many of their rookies flight experience, and like they are breaking their own rules in order to get these guys into space, and I can't help but wonder if it's because they're only going to assign veterans to Artemis, which means there's 3 rookies on this flight. Including 2 Americans. Those 2 Americans, once they're done with this, will probably be eligible for Artemis missions. So, and then there's this guy. This guy is literally making history. He will be the first astronaut from the United Arab Emirates to stay on the station long duration. So yeah, historic launch tonight. It feels like every Crew Dragon flight has some historical significance, but this is a big deal for the UAE. UAE a few years ago transitioned their economy from an oil-based economy to a science-based economy. And ever since they've done that, they have been pushing really hard to get people into space. In fact, Captain Swag might appreciate this. Yeah, hi Kazoo. Well, we're only 20 minutes away from launch. I figured I'd keep going, right? Captain Swag might appreciate this. There's a rumor that UAE might buy a New Shepard rocket and capsule from Blue Origin to use with astronaut tourists in UAE. Isn't that kind of crazy to think about? Like, that they will buy a rocket just to send their own people into space from their own soil so they don't have to fly all the way over to the United States. I think that's cool. And it just shows how much they're really pushing towards, well, not just science, but not just astronauts, but like, for example, they sent an orbiter to Mars a few years ago. They were only the 3rd country to send to anything to Mars. It's only been the United States and Russia. UAE sent something and they nailed it first try. They have been really dedicated to spaceflight, and it's been great to see. So yeah, this may be historical, but it's not a one-off event. This will happen again, I have no doubt. They'll be sending many more astronauts into space in the future. I'm having a great night, Kazoo. Thank you so much. At the T-minus 10 minute mark, I'm probably going to tweet out that we're so close to launch. Yeah, and I'm correct. It's RP1, which I'm pretty sure is a kind of a kerosene. And they're starting loading on the 2nd stage. Well, let's listen in a little bit. Let me rest my voice.
Everything continues. You've trained so long for this. You obviously
refined kerosene. Thank you.
Go fever. You know, when meaning
it's the exact same fuel that the Saturn V used, right?
Hoping that there's not any problems that pop up at this point, and most of it's honestly out of your control. So,
there's a really good reason for using RP1. It doesn't leak, not like hydrogen.
We've trained so long.
More flashbacks.
These actual operators, the same people who are in the loops. Is if there are any issues, you can hear it in their voices.
Forbidden space drink. You can joke all you want, big brain. There are rockets that literally use alcohol as a rocket fuel. Like the kind you could just buy off a store shelf. There are rockets that do that. You joke, but you don't know how right you are.
Keep going.
Yep.
How excited am I at this? I'm always a 10 out of 10 excited for rocket launches.
Those displays, they're probably looking forward to a few events and talking.
Yeah, idea. I play violin and percussion, like mallet percussion, like xylophone, stuff like that.
They actually lift
and
off,
I'm good at them.
Hear Steven calling 1A, 1B.
I've been playing
2A,
violin since I was 6.
Stages, and what they're probably talking through right now is the timing of that, what things they're looking for on the displays, and just again
well, if there was going to be a scrub due to weather, it would have happened by now. So weather is not an issue, but we knew that it was at 95%. So
the other thing there.
Okay, there we go, Captain Swag.
Start of stage 2.
I can understand why. Liquid hydrogen's incredibly efficient.
So there's the start of
just also really tiny.
Stage 2, you heard the call there, so things still progressing well, and so the crew has a timeline of these events. So that's another way they can kind of QC if things are proceeding, maybe if the fuel is taking longer or slower to slow. So they're kind of comparing where they're sitting on the clock versus those calls, and gives them a sense of how things are going. But there's no immediate direct
T-minus
telemetry in
16
the
minutes.
Dragon capsule that tells you all the subsystems in the F9 rocket. You're relying on the timing.
Let me see where the station is right now. I'm curious.
To know what's going on with the rocket itself. Once it launches, you have telemetry.
Right now,
on
at
the
this very
F9
minute, it is
status of the throttling command. So he talked about out at Hawthorne.
somewhere over
max
the Middle
kilo
East.
demands and the throttle down. You can see that. You can feel it.
That's interesting.
And actually, that was probably
when the shuttle launched, it always did it
one of
right
the
after
coolest
the
things about
station
our
flew
launch
overhead.
Was that we could feel and hear the throttle down before we saw it in the telemetry. So for all the automation and all the coolness of electronics, I thought it was amazing and very awesome that the person is still could still beat the machine.
How about that?
But so that's kind of what they're, since they don't have that insight to the F9 rocket.
All right, we're only 15 minutes away. I have my placard here and my patch here ready to put one in the other.
To the astronauts, so they know exactly what's going on, as Raja mentioned. If you're out,
We are just a few minutes away now from 4 people entering space. T-minus 15 minutes and counting.
40 megahertz, and on the UHF radio frequency 444.925 megahertz FM mode, heard within Brevard County on the Space Coast.
So the next thing you should be, as we get closer to 10 minutes, they're going to make sure the launch displays are set up. And the reason they're going to do that is because once the launch happens, you have the ability to, all the displays are touchscreen, so you can change them and move them, but you don't want to be doing that during launch. And so there's a check in there to make sure you have all the views you want. Generally, what I'm guessing they'll do is they'll scroll on the procedure to where they expect to so they don't have to scroll while they're under G's. They'll make sure that the mission specialists have the views that they need. You can see Andre's actually reaching up there right now, so they'll kind of check to make sure that their line of sight is not obstructed, and that one more check of probably the volume control of their seats, that everyone can hear each other. Maybe give it a few clicks to account for the fact that it's going to get a little louder after launch.
All right, let's get another update from SpaceX and check in with Kate Tice.
Thanks, Daryl. We are T-minus 13 minutes and 47 seconds from launch. Everything's still looking good for tonight's Falcon 9 launch for Dragon Crew-6. If you've been following along, you know that
The
Falcon
keyboard
9
sound,
began
wow, was it really that
propellant mode
loud? Yeah, I type at 100
minutes.
words a minute.
Loading of the RP1 fuel on
Like,
the
no
second
joke, I could
stage
take a
is
speed test
complete.
right now.
That finished around T-minus 20 minutes. Fuel loading on
I
the
forget
first
how loud
stage
this keyboard
continues.
actually
It's
is. I like it though, it's a comfortable keyboard.
75% full, and will finish around T-minus 6 minutes. Densified liquid oxygen loading is underway on both the first and second stages. They are.
Oh, you can see a little bit of
about
steam on the second stage. You have to
full on the
squint,
first
but it's
stage
there.
And just under 10% on the second stage. That will wrap up.
Hey, that
at
was me earlier
T-minus
today,
3
Big
minutes
Brain.
and
I've been writing
T-minus 2 minutes,
laugh all you want, guys. I've been writing a Zootopia fan fiction for the last few years. Last few months, I had a complete writer's block, but this morning, it just came out of me, and next thing I knew, 5,000 words went by. What kind of keyboard do I use? Mechanical? I don't know. It's whatever came with whatever computer I bought from Best Buy back in 2008, and I've just stuck with it ever since because it was so comfortable. I'm pretty sure it's not a mechanical keyboard. It's an Asus. Well, it's Asus first of all. An Asus KB73211. Looks like this. I'm pretty sure it's not a mechanical keyboard.
The crew displays will be configured for launch. That setup gives the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. You can see the crew there on the right-hand side of your screen now, looking pretty comfortable. At T-minus 5 minutes, we'll be in terminal count, and Dragon will then transition to internal power.
Yeah, it's not
With
mechanical.
your continued call-outs on the countdown net. As
It's
we
incredibly
continue to get
cheap, but
closer to
man, it is
liftoff.
comfortable, and I
As
love
for the
using it.
range, they remain green for launch, ready to go. Weather also still looking really good. Winds down to
Membrane
4 miles
keyboard,
per
yep.
hour coming from the west. Only a 5% chance of violation for the criteria. So
There,
continue
it's
to
a lot
look good.
easier to
I'm
see
sure if it
that
was daylight,
second
it would probably
second
be a
stage
cloudless
loading
sky
now.
for the most part there at Kennedy Space Center. So with that in mind, let's go back to Daryl at Kennedy as we continue to approach liftoff just under 11 and a half minutes from now.
All right, good call outs there, Kate. Appreciate that. Some final thoughts from the commander of Crew 3 before we watch Crew 6 lift off.
It's a great time to be here. You'll hear them in a few minutes when they make the 10-minute call and confirm their displays are ready. The crew will probably give a message thanking folks and just the thoughts on their mind. there's a lot of work and a lot of people that have worked a lot of time. To get
Yeah,
here,
Captain Swag. I've heard mechanical keyboards are the way to go. I just,
they lift off.
I've had this since
208,
2008, literally, and I just don't see a reason to get anything else.
And with that, we want to focus on the pad now as we proceed through the final stretch of the countdown. We'll turn it over to Gary and Kate at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
Okay, these guys are definitely going to turn around and just watch the rocket now.
Thanks, Daryl. The energy is certainly starting to grow as we get closer and closer to.
I've been live now for
0.
almost 7 hours. This is what it all comes
Pad
down to.
39A, that's Falcon 9 with the Dragon capsule positioned on top. Now we're going to go through a couple of things, including some physical changes to the pad, but you will likely hear a number of call-outs after liftoff that are basically indicative of the various abort modes that Dragon passes through during flight.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
Now, T-minus 10 minutes.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
There's going to be a lot that happens here really fast from each other. The rocket's going to finish fueling the transporter erector. The two claws gripping it is going to open up and move away a few degrees. And, yeah, the crew is all set to launch. Their suits are pressurized. Their visors are closed. They're all good to go now. So everything goes well from here on out, they're going to be going into space less than 10 minutes from now.
Thank you very much for those kind words. We'd like to thank all the trainers, technicians, engineers, decision makers, and planners who have defined our mission ahead and trained us and given the faith in us to execute that mission. And Crew-6 is ready to launch.
Yeah, Brandon. Well, when it's something I'm passionate about, I go for a while. That cosmonaut's tired, man. I don't blame him. Can you imagine getting ready to go to space and you're trying not to fall asleep?
Coming from the crew.
Gordo Cooper on the final Mercury mission fell asleep while waiting for launch. He started snoring right there 5 minutes before launch. True story.
Commit criteria is getting checked by the computers. And we're in the final stretch here, inside 10 minutes until liftoff.
Terminal count. We're at the point now where if there is a hold or any problem whatsoever, the launch is over for today. It is rocket science, so it's completely possible we'll get down to the very last second and something will happen and they gotta scrub it, in which case they won't be able to try again until tomorrow. However, everything's going well, and the Falcon 9 is an incredibly reliable rocket, so most likely it'll be just fine. Still not as bad as what Al Shepard had to do while waiting for his Mercury launch. Yeah, I know exactly what he had to do because no one thought about it. I love how in The Right Stuff, the movie, the Werner von Braun character is like, we didn't think about that. The flight is only 15 minutes. like this look of horror, like, guys, we're idiots. What are we doing?
Prior to the full flow of LOX that occurs during ignition. Now, that's important because at this point in time, all the hardware
7.5
is at
minutes
ambient temperature. So by opening the pre-valves and flowing a little bit of that super chilled, densified liquid oxygen helps prepare the hardware for that colder temperature when the full flow of LOX occurs. We should hear that.
I posted in my Pokemon the
seconds.
First Movie Discord this launch, and somebody said Team Rocket's blasting off again. Ha!
Engine chill.
And there's that call out indicating that those pre-valves have been opened, and now there's a little bit of that super chilled liquid oxygen flowing through the hardware, basically chilling it out prior to
We're down to our last few minutes.
That's right. In the meantime, we're tracking fuel on the vehicle, stage 2 RP1, or the fuel on
Chris
the second
Zimbrowski
stage
pointed this out to me, and I never saw it until he said it. When the transporter erector pulls away, the rocket actually wobbles back and forth a little bit. I'll point it out when it happens, but I never saw that until he pointed it out, and it's happened every single rocket launch I've seen since. So that's funny. The reason that the strong back is there, the big white structure behind it with the claws at the top, is because the rocket is so light when it's not fueled up that it'll just fall over in the breeze. It could be a mile-an-hour wind and it'll fall over. So that thing is there to hold it in place while it fills up. After it's done filling up with fuel, it's heavy enough that it won't fall over anymore. It'll stay up just by itself. Like it would need to get up to like 50-mile-an-hour winds before it falls over. So that's, at that point, that's not an issue. So that's what that's for. Oh, well, I mean, that happened to every single shuttle flight, Captain Swag. The shuttle, like, when the engines turned on, it did this, and then the computers waited until the second that it was all the way back before it ignited the SRBs. Like, it actually was calculated to do it, boom, just like that. It did that every single launch, and yeah, that caught me by surprise, too, when I first saw it, but it's all a part of the launch sequence. They figured it out. You could go to any shuttle launch whatsoever. You could go to Challenger, and it happened there, too. That's just how it is. Less than 5 minutes to go.
That Dragon is now on internal power, and now we are basically preparing to retract the strong
We're into the
back, which is the
final
white structure there to the right
final
of the
few
rocket.
moments.
We will see the clamps open just under those clamps just under the Dragon
4.5 minutes and
Those will
counting.
begin to open, and the strong back will retract away from the vehicle.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see those clamps on the top of the structure there, just under the Dragon's trunk, which you can identify by the black solar panels on the
250
left,
seconds to
capsule
go.
itself, and to the right. And then the structure itself will
Yeah,
lean
4 minutes
about
and
2
10 seconds
degrees,
is 250 seconds.
and
How
then
many
it
of you
will
knew that?
retract the rest of the way
You
once
probably
the
could have
Dragon
figured it out if
actually
you
hits
thought
that
about it, but
T0
how many
mark
of you
and
knew it
lifts
on the
off.
top of your head?
Seeing those clamps being undone now. The 2-degree lean will be very subtle, and then you'll see it more when we hit that T0 mark.
Okay, there they go.
That's right.
The clamps just
Liftoff
came out.
Falcon 9 will, or excuse
It's
me,
going to
the
back
PE
away, and
will
when it
actually,
does, if you look,
retract to 45 degrees to clear the way for Falcon 9.
it's very
That PE
subtle,
is
but I do see it.
basically
It
what,
is wobbling just the
attaches-
tiniest
has
bit.
the umbilicals that attach
Like,
to the vehicle
on the
that provide power,
and
telemetry,
it's done
fluids
wobbling, but like it was
prior
on
to
the
liftoff.
order of pixels, just a few pixels back. That's all. But as you can see, it's still standing perfectly upright on its own. 200 seconds and counting.
Now coming up in 10 seconds, we'll be listening for a call on stage 1 liquid oxygen load being complete.
Here we go. There's a lot that's about to happen. Really quick with each other.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Well, even if it does kazoo, they have plans for that to keep the crew safe. But I'm sure it'll be fine. This is one of the most reliable rockets in all of history. I think it'll be fine.
About as 2 minutes, 30
This
seconds.
is the LD on countdown 1. Hold, hold, hold. We are standing down due to a T-tab ground issue.
Oh. Oh. Well, that's a scrub.
As you just heard, we have
Head started.
That's a
as you
scrub,
just
guys.
heard, we have a hold tonight due to the T-tab issue that I mentioned prior, and the
Dragon SpaceX with that call from LD. You are go to step into 5.100 launch scrub.
T-tab, what's that?
5.100 launch scrub. That didn't work.
That didn't work.
as with everything else, we are prepared.
Oh, okay. That's the chemical used to ignite the first stage engines. Well, if they don't get a proper ignition, then that's a bad. So, yeah. Okay. Well, that's disappointing, but it is rocket science. I did warn you guys that that could happen. So, Crew-6 is not going into space today. So what's going to happen now is they're going to get they're going to detank the rocket. So they're going to get all of the fuel out of it. Then they're going to send the pad ninjas up there to retrieve the crew probably an hour from now. And then the crew's going to go home, go bed. And we'll try again tomorrow. The good news is, if you want to call this good news, this is only the second time in this rocket's history that they've had to scrub a crewed launch. The first time was the very first crewed launch. So Crew-6 is not going to space today, but they will be probably trying again tomorrow. That happened. So I guess tomorrow I'll be streaming this again. When's the backup? I'm trying to find a backup. Trying to find when the backup time is. It's probably this same time tomorrow, plus or minus 50 minutes. Do I have a Discord server? My Pokemon the First Movie fan dub has a Discord server. I guess I'll go ahead and just post it in the chat. I do have a Discord server, but it's more reserved for like channel members and stuff like that. Just a general, you want to come and chat server, it's that. So I see you just joined, Idea. Hello. Okay, so T-Tab. The best that my 5 seconds of Google searching shows, it is the igniter that turns on the first stage engines. If those things don't turn on, or worse, if they turn on incorrectly, that is a bad. So if there's even a chance that it's not good, it is the correct decision to stand down for today. And I'm sure these guys are disappointed, but it happens. This is rocket science. This is all a part of what it's like. Same time tomorrow night? Yeah, probably. Although I'll probably only stream like the last hour of that tomorrow night for obvious reasons. I've been live now for 7 hours and it didn't even go off. So, well, that didn't work. In immortal words of Steve Bowen. So, yeah. So, this placard will remain empty today. They're going to be targeting tomorrow. Unless, like, they might have said it on stream and I just didn't hear it because I have the stream muted. But it's possible that they won't target tomorrow. Maybe they'll look into the issue and decide that they'll actually have to wait a few more days to try and, go up to the rocket and properly fix it, like hit it with a wrench. There we go. The claws are going back around around the rocket. They're going through the process of safing it. They've already started detanking. They've already gripped the rocket, so they're going to get this crew out there and put them back to bed soon. So, yeah, exactly, Captain Swag. I've watched enough of those attempts in person to know that that's how it goes. So, that's that. Good night. Yeah, I'm going to just end the stream here. So, I'm going to go to bed. Pokemon Presents is in 7 hours, and I'm going to sleep through it. So, speaking of 7 hours, I just streamed for 7 hours, guys. Hope you all enjoyed. I'll be back tomorrow, whenever that may be, to once again watch the launch of Crew-6 to the station. Hope to see you all then. Thanks, everyone, for being here so much. This has been great. Even though they didn't launch, I don't consider this a waste at all. It was great hanging out with all of you. Have a good night, everybody. Talk to you all later. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, you know what? No, it'll be fine. You know what? I am seeing Ant-Man tomorrow, but that's at 6:15. The backup isn't until like 6 hours after that. I'm fine. Good night, everybody.